form this brain could handle the pressure of Gaia's influence without eviscerating it. Gaia's reason for existence is hidden. He has a desire to learn who he is. His facilitation of Gaia's influence leads to the discovery of the Warriors of Light and the dark side of the Monarch, writing and entertainment skills and people skills, essentially, in order to facilitate the rise of Husai after Zaid's death. Okay, and in this scene with this character, he tries to steal a woman's purse, but there's too many people and he can't get them to, like, move. He's, like, having a conversation with them. That's the worst part, Levi, is that we're pretty much a farming community. Like, the only thing around here is farming. But you know what? The only farming around here is canola oil. There isn't really, like 80% of the fields around here.
Ain't over yet.
80% of the fields around here are canola oil. Because I guess, yeah, I'd never think about actually, vehicle being a spaceship from a fictional world. I guess actually one thing I should be doing, because, like, there are things that I need to start making habit of. And the one that I've been doing most recently is when I'm reading a story that I'm going to turn into a short story on the ShortStories YouTube channel, then I will turn off my local recording and start recording again and have it as a separate video so it's easy to pick out so I don't have to go through and double edit everything. Pissing is the least of my talents. You ought to see me shit. But again, as always, guys, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching. We had a blast today. We actually wrote a story. Fuck yeah! So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Not algae, coral that grow at the bottom of the ocean. And it's, like, infused with Gaia's shell, the ocean, and the octopi use that as, like, their main, like, metal. It's basically, like, diamond? Probably harder than diamond? Like, each thread is, like, dictated to a different story, but it's like, no, literally, if you know how they use the fabric, how they weave the fabric, how thick the fabric is, the knots, that is literally a story in words. I mean, I wasn't expecting to see, like, this large of a result within just, like, a 2 to 3 hour period. Bills in life, no extra money for luxuries. That's how I was. I have seizures, so I have epilepsy. Not triggered by visions, like sight or anything. It's sleep deprivation / like body overheating kind of issue from night sweats. That's kind of like the idea of, like, the Seth material in Seth, where it's like each one of them is like a higher being or higher consciousness that's basically come to Earth to tell a message. And the message is just basically said in a different way to different kinds of people, right? I am editing. And I'm wondering, there needs to be, like, a smell of something. So, I missed the setup because of work call. Yeah, no worries. So, we're trying to see how well we followed the outline. But anyways, quote of the day. No one fears a dwarf. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Like, he's such good friends with that specific village and the chief of that village, which is huge to the story. But it's not something that is worth putting in the story. It's just something that's interesting that if you want to know about it, then it's there. But it's aside from the main story that we have to really keep in mind. Can't watch 14-year-olds anymore, not after last time. Jesus Christ, Aggie! The inauguration and like how fanatical and crazy the people got. That when the Beast War finally started, instead of going straight to Garuda and fortifying the Vanguard, company is the company that the U.S. military uses to shred their documents. And they're like, nah, this guy's cheaper. And then, my dad does an investigation into it, finds out that the guy that they picked is actually related somehow to the government. Talk's missing out on horse cum. No, I was gonna say before I left, I was wondering when he opened the store if he was gonna mention horse cum or not. We need dramatic effects, yes, but Tadfew, that's the inner monologue of the character. No, it's okay. It's like your idea is completely fine. I'm just saying that, like, for this story, I don't see how it fits. What you have to do is you have to fit it in and change things to make it your story. The pass or fail condition is based on the outline, not based on how good the story is. But, I mean, sometimes their stories are better than mine. But just in a structured sense. I'm more of an abstract, poetic writer. Yes. Yo, boys, how's it going? We back at her. How is everyone today? Okay, yesterday was a little fucked up, so I kind of got, absolutely nothing done today. So I slept for, 13 hours. I think I'm not sick anymore. But we'll see how things fucking go today, right? Yeah, I was, super sick the last couple days, Nico. Yesterday, specifically, super bad fucking nasal issue. My eye was exploding. It's not fun. It happens sometimes. I excessively blow my nose, and then it feels like my eye is popping out of my fucking head. So, Callie, you have ideas. Tell me these great ideas that you have. I feel like my camera's fucked. Hold on 1 second. I don't know. Could just be me. Who fuck knows? All over the place. So Nico, how are you? You, sent. Okay. In brainstorm. Sounds good. Community prompt streams. Setup. Announce the prompt early in the stream or even the day before in Discord socials. During stream, give chat 5-10 minutes to submit their story responses in chat, a forum, or Discord thread. While they type, you can write your own or riff on the world building related to the prompt. Pass the story. Setup. Start with an opening line. You write line. During stream, viewers add to the next line sentence in chat. You pick your favorite. Or run a quick poll. There are multiple good ones. Continue until you've got a short story scene. Damn, Callie, that's pretty good. What will you react about tonight? Tonight is finishing your novel. So we got strategies that basically end your book. So it's how to get to that point of ending the book. I don't know if that means actually coming up with the ending, knowing what the ending is. And then the commentary is foolproof politicians, which is basically plant politicians, where it's companies lobby to put these politicians in power because they're the ones that will, go along with what they say. And this will lead into the main thing that we're going to start with today, guys. It's going to be a little bit different, but again, the main thing that we've kind of been doing over the last little bit is somewhat of market research. So, where the fuck is it? Oops. 2 streams away from my affiliate. Nice! There you go, Callie. Fuck yeah, dude. That's what it's all about. So we got a new Oompaville video that we're gonna watch, guys. The most disturbing US cover-up of all time. Oh, I don't know about that. There's so fucking many of them, Oompaville. I don't know about this. But we'll see anyways, right? We'll see what's going on. So Nico, chapter 2 or whatever, chapter 3, do you want me to read your work? Because I'm pretty sure we only read chapter 1, right? And I've pretty much finished everyone else's work at this point. So you're pretty much the only one left. Chapter 2, alright. Then we'll have to get on top of that and get into your mold. I mean, what? I'm super excited, Nico. Tokes away! Get your tokes ready! Tokes out, tokes up, tokes off, let's go! Okay, hole-driven choices. Setup. Frame it like an improv session. We're about to write a Gothic love story, but you all get to decide the setting. During stream, use Twitch. What up? Polls decide elements and POV character names. Conflict ending twist. Right after everyone's written their stories, community votes on the best one. And that writer gets there either a Twitch subscription or a Patreon subscription, maybe both, or they select one. User picks either Patreon or Twitch stuff. I love it, Callie. I love it. You're a marketing fucking genius, Callie. You're giving them FOMO right off the fucking bat, bro. That's insane. I absolutely love it. Okay, so let's go. Public stories. We gotta find Nico in here. Shouldn't be too far off. Nope, that's the Wattpad one. Oh, I'm retarded. I already have the PDF downloaded. That's right. Binding of Ashes. Okay, this one's Chapter 2. Oh, it's a long chapter. Damn, love it. Love to see it. Can you translate this for me, please? Okay, while that's going on, we gotta do Fox Girl evolution here. Scribble Hub. Favorites. Okay, I guess I need to save any of the favorites. Reading list. Okay, well, I don't know why I can't find it, but... Oh, here's the Gamer Girl evolution. I knew I found it somewhere that Sean was talking about. She's a gamer, she's a girl, and she's going to evolve. I learned how to run faster today, guys. Ooh. What technique did you implement, Callie? There's also Bunny Girl evolution, but I thought that one was... I'm not 100% on that one, but maybe we'll just add it to the list anyways. Follow. How do I favorite? Where's the favoriting function? This show favorites. I don't know how to use Scribble Hub, guys. Oh, add to library? Okay, and then Fox Girl evolution. Running on my balls? I wonder if I can find it. Have you guys ever seen this? Wait, I mean the balls in my feet. I'm not sure if that means any better. Yeah, Callie, you ever seen this? Guinea pig running in slow motion. This shit's fucking hilarious. Damn it! I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. But it's like, you ever seen a guinea pig run in slow motion, and it's a guinea pig running on a wheel, right? And you can literally see the guinea pig's balls, like, swinging back and forth, and, like, almost wrapping around his legs as he's, like, running super fast. And his balls are, like, whipping back and forth. And it's like, oh my fucking god. So fucking funny. Guinea pig gets to show balls, I do too. I can get behind that, Callie. I can get behind that. Okay, we're on chapter 3. Or are we on chapter 4? I have absolutely no idea. Them here and how Sunchurch Mongols. Okay, definitely like chapter 5, maybe. Nope, it was chapter 4. Okay, so this is the next one we're on. Sounds good. Alright. Super stoked for this, guys. I had another couple of ideas for Stoner Girl evolution. But again, I'm not like 100% on it. It's still a little up in the air. That'll do. Alright, and then we go down here for you, Nico. We get this copy here. And we gotta open up this, go here. That in. That in. Okay, don't know why it's doing that. Super fucking annoying. I don't understand. So the lady said I have to get ready for sleep at 11 p.m., so I have to listen to her. Also, this, like, Dommy Mommy streamer said I could be a femboy. Damn, Callie. Hell yeah. Okay, I don't know why this just is being such a fucking piece of shit. Why is it doing this, like, background thing? It's pissing me off. How do I get rid of this? Highlighting. I'm so confused. Why does it have this fucking thing around it? I don't want this. This is bad. Get rid of this, please. Please. Okay, that worked. And then we just change that to white. There. And there. Alright. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it is a super annoying somewhat. Okay, so we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We'll just sit on that. And since we have this, we will start here. Everything's super easy. Set that there. Okay, that's good. Alright, we ready. Let's take a toke. And we'll begin, Nico. Super excited for this. Another new story, guys. Another new author. Another big leap forwards. So, Callie, that means you have to start going to bed in 2 hours, right? Which means you can lay in bed and watch me for about an hour and a half before you fall asleep, bro. Perfect. It's like absolutely perfect. Okay. It's the way of the world, Callie. Why did it be so impossible to spay? Because you just need someone to tell you what to do, Callie. I totally understand. I'm the same way. Alright. A winter had passed since the failed heist. A stinging failure, but not a defeat. Den and Alice had celebrated their 13th birthdays, and with the arrival of spring, the world around them was changing. Streets of Scrapsland were less muddy than the winter, more dusty, and the air carried a scent of sun-warmed earth. Amid the patched-up buildings and market stalls, life resumed its cycle. The shout of merchants, the cries of children playing among the ruins, the distant hum of a passing engine. Everything seemed to mark the return of a lighter, more vibrant rhythm. But not for Den. As usual, he waited for Alice outside Volodimir's tent. The story man. She was allowed lessons. He wasn't. His father refused to pay for anything beyond learning to read, considering the rest an unnecessary luxury. When Alice finally emerged, Den joined her immediately, arms crossed, impatient. "So what'd you learn?" he asked without preamble. Alice shrugged as she tied her hair back. "First aid and some advanced stuff for becoming a nurse." Den frowned. "Can't you learn that at the organ mechanics?" "You kidding?" Alice scoffed. "Roll your eyes." Rudol's dad charges a fortune for his training, and it's for becoming a surgeon. Den shrugged. "Alright, come on, let's grab something to eat." "Good idea, I'm starting to feel a little arg." Alice suddenly doubled over, clutching her stomach, her face turning pale in an instant. "What's wrong?" Den asked, crouching beside her, immediately worried. "I don't know, my stomach hurts so bad." Den panicked. "You probably caught something. We need to see Ludwig, quick." "You think?" "We learned you have to take illness seriously. If it's contagious, it could start an epidemic." Alice hesitated, then, seeing the genuine worry on Den's face, nodded. "Okay, I'll follow you." Den helped her walk the best he could, offering his shoulder for support as they crossed the market under curious gazes. Some regulars at the counter stared, muttering guesses, but none intervened. The medical clinic, they pounded on the door, and it was Rudel who opened it, toothpick between his teeth and an air of complete indifference. "What's up with you two?" he asked, annoyed. Den didn't bother answering him politely. "None of your business. Where's your old man?" "Out making rounds in town. If you got a problem, I'm the one handling it." Alice, still doubled over, frowned. "No way you're examining me, Rudel," she protested. "You're the sick one?" "Yeah, my stomach hurts like hell." Rudel rolls his eyes. "If it's cholera or some other nasty infection, we can't wait. Need to do a preliminary exam right now." Alice looked at Den, hesitant. He nodded, resigned, knowing they had no other choice. "Okay, but if you make one inappropriate comment, I'll tear you apart, Rudel." "Tear you apart," Rudel shrugged. "Whatever, come in." Den stayed in the waiting room while Alice followed Rudel into the examination room. She lay on the metal exam table as Rudel put on worn gloves and a paper mask. "Take off your coat and shirt. I'm going to listen to your stomach." Alice hesitated but complied. her cheeks red with discomfort. As he placed his stethoscope on her skin, he frowned as he listened. Where exactly does it hurt? Just down here, like my stomach's being crushed. Rudel paused, his gaze dropping to Alice's pants. There was a dark stain in the fabric for a moment. He didn't move. Then he burst into gravely uncomfortable laughter. Alice, at first stunned, paled as she realized, no, she murmured, her eyes fixed on the bloodstain. Rudel still laughing. Tossed her a pack of medical gauze. Seriously? You freaked me out for that? Damn, you're just on your period, kid. Humiliation hit Alice like a punch in the chest. Without a word, she grabbed the bandages, dressed in silence. Her face closed off and burning with shame. When she stepped back into the waiting room, Den had barely sat down. He looked up at her, surprised. Already? Alice stared at him, still tense. I got my period. Den blinked. Your what? Alex sighed, exasperated. My period. You don't know what it is? Nope. Ask your mom. I need to find mine. Without waiting for a reply, she left the clinic in a brisk pace, trying to hold onto a shred of dignity. While inside, Den sat there, completely lost. Spring had arrived, and with it, changes he didn't yet understand. Wait, I talk. So, like, you're good at, like, keeping info in your head and analyzing it, but I'm good at coming up with ideas and turning them into stuff, mostly with writing. People also say I have a good personality. I don't know about that one. I just feel like I'm me. So what do we do with that? Callie? That's like, you're the front man and I'm the guy working in the background. Like, you're Joe Rogan, I'm Jesse. Does that make sense? So then I could do the structuring and you could do the ideas. I don't think you're evil, Callie, but if you want to go down your villain arc like you were saying with the crazy chicks, I mean, I'm all for it. 2 different shows now. Yeah, I'm thinking of the Joe Rogan show. Jesse is the guy who, like, the kid who works in the back who does all the technical stuff. Joe just sits there and talks to people, right? So it's like you would engage with people and you would be the front man, the voice, the face. But I would be in the background structuring and directing everything, basically. But yeah, not Jesse from Breaking Bad. Three years had passed. Time flew by, and with it, their bodies changed in tandem. Den hadn't paid much attention at first, but the signs were there, subtle at first, then increasingly obvious. He was growing taller, his body stretching, his muscles taking shape, his voice deepened, growing huskier and richer with each passing season. His reflection in broken windows showed a man in the making, a silhouette starting to resemble his father's. The first dark hairs speckled his chin, and he sometimes amused himself by rubbing them with his fingertips, feeling his own transformation. But what troubled him far more than his own changes was Alice. She was changing too. Where he was becoming bulkier, she was refining, reshaping. She was growing taller as well, but her silhouette was rounding in new, different ways. Den couldn't help but notice. Ah, fuck my ass. I mean, no, don't fuck my ass. Wait, yo, help, it's a bunch of Dommy mommies with strap-ons. I literally had something I'm sitting on poking me. Wait, that came out wrong. Fuck. It's okay, Callie. It's okay. It's 2025, bro. It's okay. Believe, Callie. Believe. They're hot. That's what matters. Den couldn't help but notice Alice's voice, once as sharp as his, was taking on the softer, more adult tones. The oversized tank tops she'd always worn no longer hung on her the same way. They now clung into shapes he'd never expected to see on his best bro. One summer day, when they decided to go swimming in the Dnieper, Den felt the point of no return approaching. Alice, as usual, stripped without any embarrassment before diving into the water. But this time, Den couldn't pretend not to see. Her body wasn't the same anymore. Her hips had filled out. Her chest was there, visible, undeniable. Den froze, unable to look away in time. His stomach knotted, and a brutal heat rushed to his head. And worse, his own body reacted. He couldn't move. The water called to him, but not for the same reason as before. He dove into the river, plunging as if life depended on it, hoping the biting cold would calm his turmoil, but it didn't go away. Alice swam calmly as if nothing had changed. For her, everything was normal, but for him, nothing was normal anymore. Den stayed long after she left, waiting for his traitorous body to settle, staring at the clouds and wondering when everything had gotten so complicated. He never spoke of that moment. He buried the feeling, shoved it deep down. Alice was still Alice, not a girl, not a woman. He wanted to believe it, but every day proved otherwise. They were not allowed to carry weapons. It's their rite of passage into adulthood. The moment they became full-fledged members of their community, Den loved it. His mother had given him a VZ-58, and he wore it proudly, slinging it over his shoulder with the ease of a warrior. Alice, meanwhile, had a Suomi KP-31, and she handled it with a natural grace that made her even more impressive. At first, they paraded through the streets, playing tough, proud of their new responsibility, but no one cared. The adults ignored them, used to seeing weapons in the hands of youths. Only the younger kids looked at them with admiration, their eyes shining with envy. Den realized what it truly meant. It wasn't a game, not a source of pride. It was a duty, a fate, and somehow that realization helped him distract himself from another change he didn't want to face. Alice had become a woman, and he could no longer deny it. Their parents were now teaching them the trade of scavenging, and expeditions were common. They learned to read maps, identify safe routes, explore, survive in the wild, and gather information. That day, Den and Alice were taken on an expedition into dead wastes by their respective fathers. Bogdan and Frank, two grizzled veterans in their 40s. Bogdan had hair as dark as his son's, but cut into a mohawk. He stood at 7.18 meters with a thick beard. Frank, bold with long, loose hair and a pointed goatee, was taller, nearly 1.85 meters. The buggy bounced over the rough terrain of the dead wastes, kicking up clouds of toxic dust mixed with gray ash. Dan and Alice, clinging to the rear platform, swayed with the chaotic rhythm of the suspension, careful not to bang their heads against the metal bars. The wind whistled in their ears, slipping through the seams of their worn clothes, but neither complained. They were used to it. Bogdan and Frank, their fathers, were talking up front, protected by their gas masks. Bogdan focused on the road, gripped the wheel firmly, while Frank scanned the horizon with binoculars. Fucking terrain, Bogdan grumbled, shaking his head. One day I'm gonna lose a wheel on these damn rocks. As long as it's not a leg, Frank replied with a smirk. Their cynical, familiar banter didn't faze the two teenagers. They'd grown up surrounded by risks and tales of raiders, irradiated zones, and mutant beasts. Today was their first real test. They were going to scavenge the ruins of an old city, a site the maps called Kharkiv, a forgotten city. Little more than a graveyard of concrete and rusted steel, where treasures from the past could sometimes be found, but so could invisible threats. The pale sun cast sharp shadows over the ruined city, where gutted buildings seemed to defy gravity. The air was heavy, laden with fine dust that clung to clothes and crept into respirators. Alice was the only one wearing a bulletproof vest, a luxury Den and the other adults couldn't afford. But here, the danger didn't always come from bullets. Stay sharp, Bogdan said as he climbed out of the buggy. If you taste metal in your mouth, report it immediately. Two youths nodded. It was a golden rule in the dead wastes, a metallic taste on the tongue, often a warning sign of an invisible radioactive pocket. They moved in a tight formation, weapons in hand. Den carried his VZ-56. 58 slung over his shoulder, while Alice gripped her Suomi 30 KP-31 tightly. Their fathers led the way, rifles raised, scanning every devastated alley with the keen eyes of survivors. Car wrecks littered the streets, some charred, others riddled with bullet holes. On one wall, ghostly shadows were etched into the stone, grim remnants of bodies reduced to ash by a nuclear blast. Den shivered. The world before was a fucking nightmare. After an hour of cautious exploration, he came across a gutted building with half-faded cylindrical inscriptions. An old barracks or police station. Bingo, Bogdan said, crouching and running his gloved hand over a rusted metal plaque. Weapons? Alice asked hopefully. Maybe, or just uniforms eaten by time. Let's see. Dan and Alice exchanged a glance. This was their first official scavenging run. We're going in? Dan asked eager. You two take the lead. We'll cover, Frank said, raising his rifle. The two teens swallowed hard, then pushed open the heavy, dilapidated door, plunging into the oppressive darkness of the ruin's depths. Silence weighed over the dead city. Not a sound, not a breath of life, just the crunch of boots on grey dust and the whistle of wind through gutted buildings. Dan and Alice, their headlamps on, moved slowly through the rumbling hallway of the police station. Electricity was a distant memory here, as were the men who once occupied these walls. The shadows cast by their lamps danced on cracked walls, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Their fathers waited outside, keeping watch with the teens. While the teens searched the place, Den stopped in front of a skeleton still clad in its uniform. Its bones yellowed by time. Bullet marks scarred the chest plate, and its cracked helmet told the story of its fate. Alice, meanwhile, rifled through the corpse's pockets without hesitation. No respect for the dead, Den teased. Wait, this is military here. Top-notch quality and durability. We're not passing this up, Alice replied. Tugging at a well-preserved uniform, she shook out the shirt, dislodging a few 9mm Tokarev rounds, which she quickly pocketed. 5 bullets. Not much, but better than nothing. They pressed on, climbing up the upper floor. Floorboards creaked under their steps, and Den felt an uneasy shiver run down his spine. The ruins had a memory, and even if they were empty, they never felt truly silent. Bingo, Alice whispered, pointing at a body propped up behind an overturned cabinet. A soldier, his weapon gone, but his bulletproof vest still intact. Dan didn't hesitate. He grabbed the gear and slipped it on immediately. The weight on his shoulders felt reassuring. Class 4, he murmured, weighing the armor. This'll stop bullets, not rocks. I'm keeping it. See? Told you it was worth checking, Alice said. Yeah. They finished their search, but found nothing else worth taking. When they emerged from the building, the sun was already dipping, painting the sky a dirty gray. Bogdan and Frank were waiting by the buggy, but Dan immediately noticed his father's sour expression. What's wrong, Dad? He asked, approaching. He can't smoke, Frank answered with a mocking grin. Dan and Alice burst out laughing. No surprise. Not the time to take off your mask, Alice said, patting the veteran's shoulder. Bogdan grumbled into his beard, clearly frustrated. So what'd you find? Frank asked, crossing his arms. Bulletproof vest, 5 9mm Tokarev rounds, and a uniform in good shape, Dan replied. That's it? Bogdan said, disappointed. Dan shrugged. Place this obvious? It's probably been looted already. Bogdan clenched his jaw, then nodded. Alright. We moved to another zone. Dan and Alice exchanged a glance, then climbed back into the buggy rear platform. The excitement was still there, but strange feeling lingered. The engine roared, and the vehicle sped off through the ruins. Silence fell over Kharkiv, as if the city were waiting for the next group of explorers to claim another piece of their lives. As they drove through the ruined city streets, they came across a strange vehicle. A massive 6-wheeled armored beast, frozen in time. Hey, Hybrid Ninja, what's up? Hey, how's it going, brother? Welcome. And not too much, just reading Nico's story here. It's a post-apocalyptic story, post-World War III, like nuclear disaster and stuff like that. Following these two kids, not sure exactly what's gonna happen, but kind of a coming-of-age thing right now, where we're just following their upbringing and everything. Yeah, but how you been, Ninja? Have you written anything good, sir? Anything you want to present? Love to read another chapter, bro. But we've been doing market research for a new extended episodic series. Doing well, I haven't written anything, because my plan is to turn my stories into a comic. It'll take a while. No worries, no worries. Yeah, we're going to do, but it will be worth a wait. Oh, I'm excited, Ninja. We're going to do like a webcomic thing because evolution stories just need to stabilize my income first. Yeah, it's understandable. I've taken 2 months off of work in order to work on promoting and like marketing, networking, and like establishing, like I need to get a website. I need to like cultivate my Substack, and I just never had time to do it before. So I took 2 months, and I'm just going to kind of lay the foundation for building the soon-to-be empire of intoxication. Yeah, we're gonna do evolution story called Stoner Girl Evolution, where this chick gets pulled into a new world, and she's spreading weeds never existed, and somehow she brought a seed with her. And it's like invasively attacking and attaching itself to all the other species in the world. And if you smoke it, you gain a superpower of some kind. And the different plants give you different powers. And eventually the character turns, like the more powers you use, the more you turn into that plant. So the character kind of slowly evolves into a plant, and then eventually it's like infecting trees and stuff, and then she turns into it's like she eventually has to kill the god or goddess of the world, and her final act actually like pushes her way past the threshold of fucking ads. Perfect cliffhanger. Perfect fucking cliffhanger. I love ads. You love ads. Ads are the future, so we should all love ads. Here and there, and everywhere there's ads. But that's okay, 'cause we like to watch the ads. It's how we learn. Ads are great. We love ads 'cause ads teach us who we are. Ooh, I wanna buy that. Ooh, I wanna buy that. Ooh, I wanna buy that. What's that? I'm gonna buy that 'cause I love ads. We back? Everyone back? We back? Yeah, so eventually her last True Cali. Her last act is like just so much power that she pushes herself past the threshold. In the end of the story, she kills the goddess. Excuse me. But in the process, the most powerful skills are from oak trees, palms, and what was the third one? Oaks. Oh, oaks, palms, and maples. And she winds up turning into like an oak tree. And throughout the Endeavor, she's kind of cured this weed epidemic that spread throughout the land and, like, fixed all of the plants and everything. So the last remnants of this kind of power is her, and now she has, like, the goddess's power. So, like, every, like, 100 years or something like that, the tree blooms, and it's forbidden to eat the fruit. And, you know, like, centuries go by, and you know, people get curious and stuff, and one day, the end of the story is one day, one kid comes up, he grabs the fruit, eats it, and it's like, he gains superpowers by eating the fruit. And then that's the end of the story. So it's kind of like resetting the cycle at the end. But that's the basic idea for Stoner Girl Evolution. So we're doing market research with Goblin Girl Evolution, Fox Girl Evolution, and Gamer Girl Evolution to see what our competition in the genre is. And so far, it looks promising from, like, my skill level of writing to be able to at least compete, if not exceed, you know, with the full-fledged ideas. Because these ideas are, like, pretty basic and stuff, right? But, you know, my ideas, I think, go pretty fucking far beyond and above. And the evolution factor of the character is just turning into a tree. And it's like the more characters and the more people that use magic, essentially, turn into whatever that power is. So you want to use your powers kind of scarcely. As they drove through the ruined city streets, they came across a strange vehicle. A massive six-wheeled armored beast, frozen in time. Its turret was equipped with a missile launcher, though the munitions were long gone. A cannon protruded from the structure, its caliber light for a tank, but likely capable of taking on lightly armored vehicles. The carcass had taken a beating. Black, melted holes scarred the armor, remnants of shaped charged rocket impacts. The tires were still in place, but flat, drained of pressure since the end of the world. And yet, the monster was still there. Frank leapt out of the buggy, approaching with feverish steps. Holy shit, look at this baby. The Smiths and Cytograd see this and lose their minds. Bogdan didn't move. He studied the vehicle silently, eyes narrowing behind his mask's visor. Calm down, he said finally. Something like this is still here. That's not a good sign. Alice and Dan exchanged a look. They knew exactly what that meant. A vehicle of this value should have been salvaged long ago. If it hadn't, something had prevented it. Frank, unfazed by his companion's caution, approached the armored vehicle and ran a hand over its dusty hull. Must be out of commission or booby-trapped, maybe. He shrugged. But damn, we can't just leave it here. Bogdan sighed. We don't have the gear to tow it or fix it on site. Then we organize an expedition, Frank declared firmly. Mark its location. In a week, we come back with what we need. He stood, tapping his mask. I'm sure the mechanics in Cytograd would pay a fortune for something like this. Bogdan cast one last look at the steel beast, then turned away. As if it's still here when we get back. The buggy started up again, leaving the sleeping Titan behind in Kharkov's ashes. The haul had been good. No need to prolong the expedition. This vehicle, if they could bring it back to Scrapsland and ship it to Cytograd, a steel city built on the ruins of an old industrial complex once called Katowice, would bring enough profit to cover their needs for at least 3 months. Maybe more if they could retrieve it with a small team. Once back, preparations went into overdrive. They readied the tow trucks, stocked up on ammo, and assembled the team. Bogdan, Frank, Alice, and Dan as guides, scouts, and security. Plus 5 scavengers to check the vehicle's condition and salvage anything useful in the area. The loot would be split evenly. Usually, scavengers were paid only for escorting, but since they'd found the jackpot, there was no way the scavengers were getting rich off their backs. Katowice is a factory city in Poland. Yeah, the only reason I know about it is because the ESL of StarCraft has been held in, like, I'm not sure. They call it Katowice, though. Is that how it's pronounced? Katowice? Because, like, I'm remembering now. It's like Katowice 2014 or something like that for the ESL. What year was it? '24 Katowice Grand Finals. Serral versus Maru. So yeah, that's just the IEM. It's IEM, that's what it is. Intel Extreme Masters. But like if you open the VODs, they'll say, welcome to the ESL Katowice. So I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Katowice, but I have no idea. The loot would be split evenly. Usually scavengers were paid only for escorting, but since they'd found the jackpot, there was no way the scavengers were getting rich off their backs. 3 days later, the convoy was ready. The team took time to say goodbye to their families and the caravan set off. Bogdan drove the flatbed truck meant to haul their treasure, while Frank and Den drove the 2 tow trucks that would pull it into onto the platform. Alice sat beside her father, while the scavengers clung to the winches in the back. The road to Kharkiv was fortunately passable. Autumn had just begun, and the Rasputitsa, the season of bad roads, hadn't fully set in. 4 hours later, the convoy reached the outskirts of Kharkiv. Everyone donned masks as a precaution. The Geiger counter still showed concerning radiation levels. At the site, the scavengers got to work immediately. Holy shit, Sanic exclaimed. It's an EBRC Cougar. How do you know? Vasily asked. It's engraved next to the serial number. You read Roman? Yeah, I learned it last time we found a Caesar. You found a Caesar? Oh, yeah. But it was unsalvageable. This thing's the catch of my career. While the scavengers busied themselves around the tank, Alice scanned the buildings. Something wasn't right. A vehicle this valuable shouldn't still be here. Then Sanic approached. So? Alice asked. It's out of service, but I'm sure it's fixable. The rockets hit the engine, but the rest is mostly intact. We can even reinflate the tires to tow it easily, but it'll take time. There are pressure standards for a gem like this. Alright, but don't dawdle. As Sinek and his crew worked to restore what they could, Den climbed out of his vehicle and moved off a bit. Weapon in hand, looking like he'd seen something. Alice was about to join him when Den dove behind a car wreck, shouting, "Take cover!" Alice leapt from the vehicle, diving under the chassis as bullets flew. The scavengers took shelter behind the Jaguar's armor, while Frank and Bogdan took position. Fall back! Den shouted, "No way!" Bogdan replied. "This is the job. We fight. Frank, you're M14. I'm on it." As bullets flew from both sides, Sanic and the others kept working on the tank's tires. "Almost there," Vasily shouted. "Got 2, Frank called. "Good work," Bogdan replied. "Den, suppression fire!" Den sprayed the building where the shots were coming from. As soon as his magazine emptied, Alice took over. "Got it. Bring the winches. We'll handle the saturation." As the 4 scavengers struggled to hook up the winches, Den collapsed, hit twice. His vest stopped the first bullet, but his leg took the second. Frank dragged him to cover, hoisted him into the truck, and got behind the wheel. The enemy fire paused as the scavengers peppered their positions. They managed to load the Jaguar onto the main truck's platform and peeled out immediately. In the truck, Frank applied a tourniquet to Den's leg. Fuck. 4 hours drive. It's going to be tight if you want to save his leg. 6 hours max. It's close, but we've got to move. Go. We'll catch up. Bogdan replied. You sure? Go. Despite the tow's weight, Frank made the drive in 3 hours and 25 minutes. The truck screeched to a halt in Scrapsland. Its tires kicked up a cloud of black dust. Frank had driven like a madman, the engine screaming, never easing off the gas. As soon as the vehicle stopped, people rushed over, drawn by the scene. Den was unconscious, his face as pale as the ash covering the ground. "Need help!" Frank yelled, yanking open the door. Two men hurried forward, carefully lifting Den's bloodied body. His gas mask hung around his neck, his leg wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, his arm dangled limply. And for a moment, Frank thought he was dead. "Get him to Ludwig, now!" A small group ran to the clinic. The crowd gathered around, watching with a mix of curiosity and worry. Ludwig didn't waste a second. Soon as Den was on the table, he tore off the bandages, assessing the damage. The pulse was weak, the body trembling. He's in hemorrhagic shock. If we wait, he's done. With a swift motion, he prepared a morphine syringe, injecting it directly into Den's arm. Then he administered diazepam to prevent muscle spasms. With a sharp scalpel, he cut into the mangled leg, searching for the severed artery. Blood sprayed immediately, splattering his glove. "Fuck, it's leaking too much." "Clamp, now!" Rudel handed him a metal clamp, which Ludwig applied with surgical precision to the torn artery. The bleeding slowed. Den didn't move. Okay, circulation restored. But he wasn't out of the woods yet. Ludwig stood, wiping sweat from his brow with his arm. Den was still breathing. He moved on to bone reduction. Hours dragged on in in oppressive silence, broken only by the clink of instruments and the patient's faint groans under sedation. Finally, "It's done." Ludwig removed his bloody gloves, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. He was exhausted, but Den was stable. Bogdan had arrived mid-surgery. He hadn't moved from the waiting room, sitting on a crate, his gaze dark. When Ludwig opened the door, he stood immediately. "Well?" The doctor shook his head. "I saved his leg," he sighed, tired. "But he'll be on crutches for the next few months, and he'll need regular antibiotics. I can't fully sterilize my operating room, so we'll need to prevent infection." Bogdan nodded, relieved. "Thanks, Ludwig." "Don't thank me. You're paying for this." A silence. The two men had known each other a long time. Bogdan crossed his arms. "How'd the surgery go?" Ludwig leaned against the table. "Morphine, diazepam, local anesthesia. Priority was the artery. I sutured it before the leg lost too much oxygen. Then I realigned the femur and set a fixation. He'll recover, but no fighting for at least 6 months." Bogdan gave a soft chuckle. "That's the job." Ludwig raised an eyebrow, a half smile on his face. "You're one to talk. The first time you were on my table, you had 3 holes in your digestive system and a ruptured spleen." Bogdan shrugged. "Seen worse since." Ludwig burst out laughing. "And you're still just as dumb." The awakening was brutal. Den opened his eyes in a haze of pain, his breathing heavy, his leg throbbed with dull waves of agony. As if he had been crushed under a hydraulic press. He groaned, trying to move, but a leaden weight pinned him into the mattress. "Fuck," he rasped. A light laugh answered him. "Well, look who's finally awake." Den slowly turned his head. Alice was there. Leaning on the edge of the bed, her gray eyes sparkling with irony, but her smile betraying genuine relief. "It hurts like hell," he groaned, teeth clenched. "You've still got your legs, so that's something. 6 months as a cripple. Consider yourself lucky." Den sighed, weakly raising a hand toward Alice. "Give me more morphine, please." She rolled her eyes, lightly tapping his forehead with her fingertips. "No way." Ludwig was clear. We've got to go easy. "You don't want to end up a junkie, do you?" Den groaned, frustrated. "Fuck." "Exactly." Alice hesitated, then slid onto the bed, lying beside him. She rested her head against his shoulder, letting out a soft sigh of relief. "I was really scared you wouldn't make it," she murmured. Den felt his throat tighten. He wasn't used to seeing her like this. She was always joking, playing tough, but this was different. "It's the job," he mumbled, awkwardly. She raised an eyebrow, lifting her head slightly to look at him. "Yeah, but that doesn't stop me from worrying." A silence. His heartbeat was strangely calm, soothed by her presence. He managed a tired smile, then a critical detail hit him. "And the Jaguar?" Alice rolled her eyes, a mocking smile over her lips. "Of course you'd think of that. Don't worry, it's safe and sound. We're waiting for the trading season to see how much it's worth, but honestly, it's fucking Marvel." Den smiled, relieved. They'd done it. His body finally relaxed, the pain still there, but more bearable. He closed his eyes, feeling Alice's familiar warmth against him. "Good," he murmured. Then he sank into a restorative sleep, his heart beating in time with hers. Damn, Nico. You've definitely built up the relationship between these two characters really fucking well, man. I thought you were gonna kill Den. I honestly thought you were just gonna kill Den. And then it would be like all Alice's story. I was worried. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Your world building is also really, really good, Nico. Like, my thought now, don't tell me, plan to kill only one of my characters. Same here, I only plan to kill one. Zaid. No worries. This is my thought, though. Whoever ambushed them, probably is gonna follow them. So my thought is they are now, like, they've made enemies with someone now. And those enemies know where they are. But that's just me, that's just what I'm thinking. It's where I'm sitting at right now. .3 a.m. I go to work in 1 hour. Time to wash myself, take my breakfast, and dressed up. Perfect, Nico. Have a wonderful day at work, good sir. May your day be as pleasant as ever, easy and fulfilling. Thanks, man. Hope to see you in the next one, bro. Now that we're streaming earlier on, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hell yeah. That's why we write, right? So other people can marvel at our own creations. Spread new perspectives and all that good stuff, right? Have a good night. Thank you, thank you. Granny wasn't the first to die, surprisingly. It was one of the older miners, one who was walking like a zombie and was prone to seizures when he slept. When he woke up as a zombie one day, hardly anyone noticed. Everyone was feeling sick by then, myself included. The key was one thing, but it turned out the ore was pretty bad for you too. I was finding it a lot harder to control my body properly. My organs were behaving oddly, and my own hair was disappearing as well. That annoyed me to no end. Even as I quietly made the freshly dead vanish for extra rations. And since they died at the same poison the rest of us were suffering from, it was just making it that worse. But I wasn't going to let them win. I'd lived through this even if I was the only one who did. Tunnels caved in without proper support. Smelteries died as the draws began to cake the insides and choke out the fires. And we died in droves. Eventually, I was the only one left, and caved in the entrance before the daily inspection, since no one else would have to suffer down here. But I stayed. Why, you asked? The reason was simple enough, honestly. I needed power, and this place had tons of it, hidden in the rocks. Food was still an issue, but I could sense the shadows outside, and pulled in animals that got too close with Shadow Grasp. Barely had the energy to skin them, and cooking was out of the question. But they kept me alive, if only just. The rest was meditation. Draw in the energy and pull it through my system. Things moved sluggishly at first. My body was in horrible shape, and my meridians were clogged up. But I'd survived so far and wasn't about to die here. Keep moving. Then the blockages seemed to pop out, forming root-like structures throughout my body. Those roots drank in the toxins like they were fresh rainwater, and supercharged everything around them. With ki while they were at it, my body went from a state of emaciation on the brink of death to its usual short-stack self. My hair grew back in its full glory, and I could feel my coordination and senses returning. Furthermore, the ore around me no longer felt toxic. Instead, I was drawing its poisonous properties into myself, leaving behind nothing that could harm anyone, though also nothing of particular use. I was killing the mine, but to be fair, it had been dead already from how the soldiers had mismanaged it. So I'd take what was of value for myself. As I did, I learned that pitch blende had a very different name in the system. Uraninite. This highly toxic ore is the primary source of uranium, a dangerous but energy-dense element that can be used in explosives. They were really throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, but it's just as well your world hasn't yet uncorked the nuclear bottle. Fuck. Metal element, spiritual roots grown, meridians cleansed of metallic impurities, body partially tempered through exposure to radiation and metallic poisoning. Nice work almost killing yourself. Yeah, fuck you too. Dane was annoyed. His superior officers had decided that, since the lead mine in Blackheart Village was doing poorly, that it was because the miners were lazy. So they had the whole village tossed into the mine as punishment and proceeded to mismanage the whole thing into the ground. That was 3 months ago, and now Dane and his men were tasked with clearing the rubble from the mine entrance to toss in some fresh convicts, which they'd no doubt be part of, as any failure to follow the letter of one's orders resulted in such an action, as did a failure to produce satisfying results. Really, the only reason he didn't just deflect the elves was because they'd kill him too. There was honestly no way to win. Fuck. If they didn't execute the families of dead or missing soldiers, I'd take me own head at this point. Ouch. And I thought it was bad in the mine. Dane blinked. Where once there'd been a shadow flickering from the torch he'd lit to work only longer into the night, there was now a little girl. Or no, girl wasn't right. She was way too curvy for that and dressed almost scandalously. Even if, well, outright filthy. Wait. Sadly, there was no waiting as a shadowy blade went cleanly through his heart. The only blessing Dane had was that his men would vanish as cleanly as he did that night. Ah, fresh human. Much better than the fresh zombies and spray pets I'd been forced to make do with in the mine. Even came with a free torch I could use to start the soup pot. So, human laws were ridiculous, apparently. Everything was a crime. Punishments were harsh, and even obeying the law was often against it. Yeah, fuck that shit. I was getting out of human lands as fast as I could. And from what I could see on this map, that first guy had. The elves were apparently the ones they were at war with. Stay clear of that as well, I think. Wasn't ready to kill armies yet. Apparently there was a beast folk kingdom to the north, though. Kept to themselves. No one could get close because it was shielded by vast mountain ranges. Impossible to get to by land unless you could travel for months with almost no resupply. Sounded perfect. I put the map in my rings and finished eating. Time to check my status screen and get some actual rest. Meditation almost made up for not sleeping at this point, but not quite. Name, Yuki. Health, full. Key, balance. Status, tired. Cultivation, mystic grade Mu scripture. Movement, shadow walk, mystic. Melee attack, shadow hand, mystic. Range attack, shadow bolt. Defense, shadow skin, mystic. Senses, shadow key, sense, mortal. Objectives, upgrade all techniques to the mystic level. Upgrade abyssal gear set. Temper your body. Cleanse your meridians. Regrow your spiritual root system. Huh? I upgraded my shadow grasp. Neat. I have to work on shadow bolt later. And I think I have some ideas there. Ah, well. I put out the fire, masked all traces of my presence, and found a quiet hollow inside to rest in. I was done with underground for a while. The initial walk was quite refreshing. Head for the nearest source of water, cleaned myself off from the mine dust, harmless at this point, still had to scrub off my skin and refresh my clothes. Then follow things upstream where things forked. I followed the stream that led further northward. Eventually, the water gave way to ice, which gave way to snow. I could have likely found roads and passes, but I decided to avoid them for a bit. None seemed to lead where I was going anyway, and all of them were bound to be full of soldiers. Null recognizability didn't keep me from being altogether seen or noticed. Better to take the hard way, I thought. Well, until I was freezing my tits off and finding it hard to breathe, but I just tried to take that in, and meditated as I walked. The focus, movement, and breathing helped. Though I would have killed for a hot bath. The old clan picked up a tub once, and it was quite the party zone until we tore it apart trying to cram a 20 goblin orgy into it. Heh, good times. I missed having others to talk to, or cause a little mayhem with. Hell, a warm body to fuck right now. Something jumped at me and my mind automatically countered the attack. 5 minutes later, and I was stuffed in a hot carcass and getting some rest. Smelled nasty, but anything for a touch of warmth. Wendell's eyes opened, his senses returning. Is it like that every time? Akko, breaking out of her own training, shrugged. Every scripture is different, though you generally have more bodily autonomy and lucidity after your key senses evolve. Try to be careful, though. There's a reason most shadow cultivation styles are forbidden. Wen nodded absently, then went back in. Meanwhile, Akko gave up on the pretense. Fucking ads! Here we go, guys. We got the ads coming up, going down, coming off, peeling down. Here we go, we're riding the ads straight to oblivion. Up in here, got nothing to buy. I see some good ad, I tell you it's a good ad, but I don't see no good ads. I tell you I don't know no ad. You know what I mean? It on up in here got done them dare do that for sure. We got me doing der. Doing der dope for doting ads. Adding dope up. That's what's up about. We see the ad, we forget the ad, we talk, and we forget. No need to see that. It is not real. Wen nodded absently, then went back in. Meanwhile, Akko gave up on the pretense of pretending to train. Her own key senses were particularly sharp, and she could tell that a very powerful shadow cultivator was tempering themselves somewhere nearby. She couldn't pinpoint it, but the mountains were vast and cold between her home village and the human lands. Jesus. She could only pray it wasn't that goblin, and that whoever was up there would die from the cold before they could successfully temper themselves. The young discipline of the True Sun sect flinched at what he felt when he cleared the rock slide away. The mine instantly collapsed again, along with a large chunk of the mountain above it. But it had stayed open long enough for him to feel terrified. What happened? His senior brother asked. The mine collapsed. Most honored senior brother. I could not so much as glimpse inside before everything crashed in upon itself. But that is not the important thing. What? We came here and you ruined the scouting before we could find anything? Calm yourself, replied a venerated elder who led their group. We found nothing, which is far more to the point, and much more concerning. So we didn't find anything, senior brother asked. No, this was said. We found nothing. I could sense it as the mine collapsed. Venerated elder nodded. Good work, young one. I would have you stay here and help your senior brother understand what we do. Nothing remains here. Buried deep now. You should find it readily, now that you know where to look. I must head to the front lines. And with that, the venerated elder flew off, leaving the very confused senior disciple and a very concerned junior. My flesh cocoon isn't warm anymore. I tapped on it a bit and managed to break out, but where once it had merely been cold, now it was bitter. The snow was gone, leaving bare rock in its place. It was even colder now. Name, Yuki. Health, full. Key, balance. Status, hypothermic. Warning, body temperature critically low. Move your green ass. Right. Didn't even have the energy to argue as I started moving toward the snow line. It was brutal, painful, and I thought I heard toes snapping off in my boots. I didn't stop to check. I started feeling better when I got to the snow line and felt something like water flowing through my system. The roots being formed were nothing compared to the ones I'd grown in the mines, but I could feel things starting to move sluggishly as the ambient ki coming from the snow that hadn't melted away in thousands of years flowed through me. I honestly lost track of how long I was up there. Didn't encounter anything after that first beast, and the cold just kept sapping at me. I'd managed to temper myself fully with water at some point, but that didn't really provide relief. It just kept me from freezing to death. Not that I was about to. It was a little hard to keep a straight bearing on north, but some trippy lights seemed to be coming from that general direction, and I could even start homing in on the cosmic key they were giving off. Bright and shiny day and night, like uraninite, I don't know. Only more, way more, I seem to be living off it at the moment. Sunlight by day, cosmic ki at night. Even when the blizzards rolled over me, I couldn't stop feeling the influx. And it was during one of those blizzards that I received the message. Ki senses upgraded. Dark ki sense. Mystic. Name, Yuki. Health, full. Ki, draining. Status, hypothermic. Cultivation, mystic grade, mu scripture. Movement, shadow walk, mystic. Melee attack, shadow hand, mystic. Ranged attack, shadow bolt, mortal. Defense, shadow skin, mystic. Sense, dark ki sense, mystic. Objectives, upgrade all uniques to mystic level. Movement, melee, range, defense, senses. Upgrade abyssal gear set. Abyssal robe, abyssal wraps, abyssal tabby, abyssal scarf, abyssal rings. Temper your body. Fire, earth, metal, water, wood. Cleanse your meridians. Fire, earth, metal, water, wood. Regrow your spiritual root system. Fire, earth, metal, water, wood. Abyssal robe. This silk kimono fits comfortably around you, showing off what you wish and concealing you utterly at the same time. 5% shadow ki absorption, 1% shadow ki usage efficiency. Self-repairing, upgradable. Abyssal wraps. These silk bandages wrap around your arms, feet, and chest, enveloping you in an aura of shadow that mitigates all damage taken. 5% damage mitigation, 5% shadow ki absorption, self-repairing, upgradable. Abyssal tabby. Move faster, climb walls, make gravity your bitch, protect your feet from damage, and look stylish doing it. 1% movement speed, wall walking, adhesion, 5% damage mitigation, self-repairing, upgradable. Abyssal Scarf. This fashionable piece of neck headwear will position itself as you like, concealing your presence and eternally billowing outward, as any such accessory should. None will remember your face unless you wish them to, and it protects your honeydew melon from any attack that would constantly render it into a fine pulp. 5% stealth, null recognizability at will, null critical cranial damage, self-repairing, upgradable. Abyssal Rings. Set of platinum rings, piercings, and chains are not only a bold fashion statement, but a powerful storage device. Anything you store within is converted into a highly compressed key pattern, allowing you to keep it safely contained until needed. In addition, any tool or weapon you can think of can be brought to hand at will, generated from Shadow Key. Self-repairing, upgradable. Full Abyssal Gear Set obtained. Synergy bonus times 1.5. Plus 10, plus 15% Shadow Key absorption, plus 10, plus 15% damage mitigation, plus 5, plus 1, 7.5 stealth, plus 1, plus 1.5 Shadow Key usage efficiency, 1%, 1.5% movement speed, wall walking, adhesion, null recognizability at will, null cranial damage, storage rings, shadow shot object generation. Wow, suddenly I have all this. Those were my thoughts as I walked right off the cliff. I woke up warm, comfy, wet, also being groped. But I was okay with that. Just how goblins say hello to a girl. Wait, goblins? That brought me to full attention. I found myself in what looked like a natural hot spring. Deep in some cave, a bunch of familiar green shapes backed away as I started, including one who'd been holding onto my thighs with obvious intent. Well, better fucked than eaten, and I was honestly glad to have enough of a pulse for the former to be considered, between the drop and the cold. Nixol Wofford. Ah, the clan shaman. Those guys never made sense. Look me in the eyes, dude. He did, and his own went disturbingly lucid. Whoa, you've been smoking, girl. What have you been smoking, girl? Wow, I stared him. Coherent? Creepy. Pure Mew, my man. Came here over the mountains to get away from it all. Human pricks. The entire clan replied with the traditional "fuck 'em all," and we moved on to more pleasant topics while I got out of my clothes. Huh? Guess I did lose a few toes back there. Hope they grow back. Grabbing one, I tore the nail off and started chewing on the rest while I scrubbed myself, and the shaman got us some grub. Looks like foxtail soup was the special, and it tasted spectacular. Haven't had decent salt and spices in my food in, well, no clue how long. So you walk the path of Moo. Yup. Awesome. Been too long. Mother Earth's screaming for things to die, and the humans just don't get the cycle. Survive to the dual core stage, and you'll be making a real difference, girly. Yuki. But that doesn't sound sweet. Got any advice? Yeah. First, stay a while. You've been without clan too long, the mojo says. Gotta remember family, right? Also, there's some badass plants growing out a ways. I'll walk you there sometime, and you can start taking my advice, taking it out. My advice? Smoke that shit. Awesome. Gotta hit a mana weed while I'm here. Won't do much for me, but I'd like the taste. Sure thing, babe. Pulled a fat joint out of his robe, lit it, and held it out for me. Ah, bliss. Barely got out of that hot spring for a few weeks. My toes did grow back, along with some patchy bits where my flesh had rotted off. Nasty shit. Don't recommend walking through snowfields in a skimpy outfit that shows a lot of skin, but after that, I just chilled and enjoyed the high life of a goblin. Pretty damn high. With all the shaman had to offer of the personal stash. Shrooms, weed, homebrewed wine, good shit, even if it didn't actually do much for me anymore. Was also getting fed like a queen and fucked pretty regular, but only took a break because the hot spring was looking like a sludge pit after a while. Figured it was time to try the fucking good shit the shaman was telling me about while the normies cleaned up the hot tub. So I got dressed and we headed up the mountain a bit, with the shaman pointing out where I dropped in. It was a distance. If I was still a normal goblin, I'd have been a green-pink smear on landing. As it was, I'd given their bathhouse a skylight and been examined before waking up in a way you just don't after that kind of damage. Guess all that metal tampering helped me bend where I should have broke. Ah well. Here we are at a massive patch of some gnarly looking flowers. Shaman said he had to go back and keep the clan's noggin straight, so I waved him off as I explored the little grove of bad juju. Mystic hogweed. Highly toxic latex. Will cause severe burns, extreme nausea, and quick death. Like the shaman said, babe, smoke that shit. Inhalation is particularly bad for you. Nice to know the system was looking out for my health, but sounded like I needed to step up to blazing it. So I stripped down to my jewelry and walked buck naked into the center of a patch before laying down and rolling in it. Sure enough, itching and burning right off the bat. I sat up and walked back a ways, then began meditating to clear the hurt. No good. Like it's all in then. I drew out a blade and cut things down, bundled everything up, and lit it on fire. Then sat in the middle of it all and took everything in. Best trip of my life, I'm telling you. Got to see the whole damn world from outer space. Wave at the moon goddess in her dark side palace. Flip off old Sunny as I burned alive on the surface of him. Then I was back to myself, and there weren't even ashes. Wood tempering complete. Thank the gods. I don't think I could have dealt with you any longer while you were drugged out. Now the stuff won't affect you no matter how much you take. Ugh, more of this system sass. Wait, what? You are now immune to all forms of plant-based intoxication. That means goblin drugs don't work anymore. Shit. I got back and told the shaman the bad news. He shrugged, more for him, and let me indulge in the only thing I had left to do for fun around here. Fucking. Hours of it. Days on end. I'd drain the balls of the whole tribe, let them sleep it off, then tell the shaman to take the limiter off and do it all again. I'd head out and raid the local village solo, take a few guys who didn't mind going green, then break their damned pelvises before tossing them back into town. I'd hunt down boars, bears, even a three-headed dog I found appealing once. Didn't really surprise me when I wound up pregnant, but it impressed the other girls of the clan. Apparently the shaman had been trying to put the same whammy he did on the guys after the third full rut orgy, and I'd still gotten something to take. That's not easy for goblin women. But yeah, I was settling in nicely. I'd likely get burned out again later, but I needed some R&R right now. And I'd take it, revel with my kind, talk shop with the shaman and his apprentice, maybe pop out a few more kids. Plus, I could feel something fun below the hot spring for later, when I was in the mood. Goblin pregnancies last about as long as human ones, but multiples are far more common. Stupidity is a major attrition point, as is death by adventurer, bad trips, and basically any other of a billion fun ways to kick it. Women might be treated more carefully, but the males were dumbasses who rarely lived to see their 5th year. So it was just as well they hit full maturity by their 1st. But yeah, 9 or 10 blissful months of doing almost nothing. When I complained about the bathwater getting too cold, I was shown into a tunnel where a much hotter spring was sitting. Long as you didn't mind the occasional burst of superheated steam, it was very nice. Too bad about the downsides. No more wait service, no more hot spring sex, and I got used to even the steam treatment after only a couple months. So I walked back up to the main clan territory for a while and ate. You know, like when people are nice to you and you're like, why are you so nice to me? Because you're used to being treated poorly, and the only time you feel secure is when someone is mean to you because the comments they make are the only things about yourself you can accept, even if they aren't true, because you don't even know yourself well enough to genuinely feel insulted about they say, oh, hey, chocolate. Callie, what kind of chocolate? If it's dark chocolate, fuck you. If it's dark chocolate, I hate you, because dark chocolate is terrible. Why would you ever eat dark chocolate? No, I just like being treated poorly in a sexual way, but in general, insulting me now. It's a loving thing. You just said you like to be, what? You like to be treated poorly, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'll treat you poorly. You can't double standard me like that, Callie. That's not fair. I can't accept anything, man. That's okay, Callie. Acceptance is not the first step. I can't even accept that I exist. Do you even exist, Callie? Or are you like me and you're AI? I ain't drank, man. My throat is fucked. Can you accept that I don't exist, Callie? Is that fair to say? So I walked back up to the main clan territory for a while and ate, then fucked a bit, though I wasn't allowed near enough of that to satisfy me. But I'm schizophrenic, nothing is real. Okay, so you agree with me. Perfect. Perfect, Callie. That's awesome. Let me tell you, nothing... Yeah, let me tell you, nothing like hormones to put your libido into overdrive. Talked with the shaman about where I might find some gnarly earth key, and he pointed me in a couple directions. Was headed further down the tunnel in my good time anyway, but decided to pass on the shit ditch. It honestly wouldn't work because it was what it was supposed to be. I think that hogweed was invasive. Plus, it was all but cultivating itself. Left alone, it might have been this taken this region over. Oh well, I was progressing nicely, as were a few of the other ladies around here. A couple goblin girls, plus a fox who'd followed me home after her husband met me. Said husband was currently entertaining her pregnant sisters. Hey, going green is far easier for some than others, and his ex-wife clearly didn't mind. She was enjoying the show while getting pampered like the pet she now was. And neither of them cared about where the meat came from anymore. Meanwhile, I was playing with Shadowbolt in the corner, trying to work out to upgrade it. Was definitely getting more void out of it with my water tempering, and metal was helping me bring in Cosmic Key. I was actually trying to play with the pattern that I kept seeing in my clothes. Repeating one that went on forever. Problem was, it had to be flat, or maybe it could only be expressed in a flattened form. I honestly couldn't tell. It was all a touch maddening, even for me. I went ahead and reabsorbed the key I'd been using, and considered my equipment. Abyssal robe. It's just gonna go through all the robe. I'm not even gonna read this. I'm just skip over this. It's just the same thing. Exact same stats. Good shit. All told, the shaman knew a thing or two about equipment and told me that gear that was either self-repairing or upgradable was ridiculously hard to come by. Having both on a complete set, unheard of, at least to him. But I could probably mess with the looks a little. Figured I'd start with the robe, which could stand to have a bit more color. Put a stripe of red where the edges of the fabric were. Maybe a touch of some odd something at the seams, huh? Felt like my wraps and scarf could integrate, but I couldn't completely adjust everything. Still missing something, it felt like. Probably those other temperings. My rings were all I wore these days, and I'd tried saturating them with my key, but it didn't do enough. There were parts I couldn't reach, and I hadn't yet visualized enough. Oh, speaking of visualizing, the fox guy turned out to be a blacksmith, and managed to retrieve enough of his tools and materials to show me some things I hadn't seen before. Felt good by his fire, and he made wonderful tools for everyone, which I carefully handled and examined before handing out. He also knew how to make weapons, and I managed to pick up some very nice arrow, dagger, and short sword patterns thanks to his efforts. His wife made some excellent bows before she got too heavy to move. Even for taller people, goblin kids tend to leave you immobile in your last trimester. Which is about where when I decided to relax in the main spring. Almost felt cold to me at this point, but by this point. But I wanted a spot my babies would survive coming out of. After all, I was almost worshipped by this clan. The least I could do was contribute to the population. Barely felt it when my time came. Stung a bit, but apparently cultivation does wonders for one's musculature and bones, and helps you endure pain ridiculously well. Took me about a day and a half with everyone helping as they could, but eventually popped out 8 healthy goblin boys, all completely healthy and normal. And 1 female goblin with eyes as bright orange as my hair. I decided to name her Akari. One thing I will say about this story is I like the fact of, like, it's really good with, like, time skips and stuff like that, and just, like, letting stuff happen. I need to learn that more. And kind of get better at that. It's kind of the one main thing we did with, like, Cryogen, was trying to do massive time skips, but we're learning. It's a slow process, but we're learning. That's what matters. And now we can move on to Fox Girl Evolution. Alright. Fox Girl Evolution, are you ready? One thing is, like, I don't know how you guys are, but I am, like, really good at holding different stories in my head at the same time. Because, like, it's like watching a ton of different anime at the same time. Right? Like, or watching, like, a bunch of different TV shows or movies or something like that. It all eventually just kind of coalesces once you get back to that state, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, you can just pick up the story where it is. It's usually how it goes. The second I got close, Julia lunged and grabbed me. She looked a bit out of it, dazed and shaken, but thank the stars she was okay. Mostly. Her fingers were clenched tight around that bronze-feathered trinket the creepy deer skull guy had dropped. Deathless Guide or something. Whatever his name, not the point. Julia being alive was. I let out a yip in fox speak. Her hug was starting to turn into a chokehold. When something was off, the tension in the air was different now. Bedivere looked stricken, frozen stiff like he'd seen a ghost, which was ironic considering his walking corpse of a knight still hadn't moved. Both of them were staring at the entrance like something unspeakable had just walked in. Then the chamber rumbled again, another tremor overhead like someone was setting off bombs upstairs in rapid succession. "The fuck did you do?" Bedivere barked at Julia, his voice sharper than I'd ever heard it. Julia didn't reply. Bedivere pressed on, voice raised. "There's no way in hell the Sun Church gets in here without a whisper reaching us. No way their scouts poke around the sanctum without tripping something. The only people who ever know about this place are those who work here, and the servants are all undead or under the effect of servitude domination. That leaves, what, a dozen surgeons at most? None of them would risk betraying us, except a rogue one." He pointed, voice in full-blown accusation now. "You! The hell did you do? Answer me!" Julia's grip on the feathered charm tightened. She let out a low, raspy laugh. "I almost died in here." "No, not just died. Something worse. They say those deathless guides store the souls of the ones they kill, wrap them in those twisted rose vines. That's where the rot smell and those twisted, agonized faces come from. I would have been one of them. One more screaming face in the thorns." Her voice snapped as her fury flared back to life. "And you have the nerve to ask me what I did? How many people have been fed to that thing? How many people have been locked in that eternal torment inside this so-called sacred sanctum?" Bedivere opened his mouth to speak, but Julia cut him off before he could get a word out. Yeah, we got pretty far into it, right? Oh. Jesus. Excuse me. Let me guess the number. Too many. Too fucking many. That's not even counting the torture victims endured just to be blessed with the so-called Lord's light. You mean undeath? You mean turning people into enslaved weapons, tearing them apart, hoping they'd unlock their soul world, and surgically making it accept the organs needed for undeath. aspect by shoving them inside their tortured bodies without their consent. I helped with that filth, did my part, even had to do it on a child. Julia. Until I swore I'd burn this place to the ground if it meant atoning, even if I had to die doing it. She stepped forward. So, you still want to know what I did, Bedivere? His voice came quieter now. So you finally decided to betray your parents, Julia chuckled dryly, coughing through the sound. Yeah, I did. I've been laying the groundwork for months now. Set the stage for a little reunion. The Sunchurch Inquisitors were scheduled to arrive next week. Same time my dear parents were supposed to visit. That's why I was pissed when you showed up early. Thought something was off, so I pulled the trigger early. Sent out a distress beacon. She motioned towards the entrance. Looks like they followed my trail. Bedivire's hands balled into fists. So you're the reason we're getting attacked. Julia shrugged. Attacked? Attack wasn't exactly on the menu, not this early anyways, but you know how Sunchurch zealots get when they sniff out the undead. Can't resist a crusade even when it's off schedule. You filthy bitch, Bedivere roared right as his death knight blurred forward, charging straight at Julia. But before it could close the gap, something changed. It was like its limbs suddenly forgot they had a job. The armored hulk stumbled mid-stride, crumpled, and hit the floor hard, twitching like it was trying and failing to remember how to move. Bedivire's eyes widened in horror. Julia just smirked and slowly raised the bronze-feathered accessory in her arms. Guess I owe my precious stepbrother some thanks, she said, voice dripping with venom. His sacrifice was valuable enough for the deathless guide to hand me something this special. Absolute undead dominion. The Rose Shepherd's signature skill. Lets them dominate any undead below tier 3 within a set radius. Using low tier undead against one is just suicide. And this charm works the same way. Makes me wonder if the sacrifice being a Rose Shepherd and the gift being Rose Shepherd grade was really just coincidence. Bedivire's eyebrow twitched. I'm still a tier 2 spirit weaver, Julia, and you don't even have your main aspect yet. So you can hijack my slaves. Big deal. You think you can take me? Julia snapped her fingers. Circles of dark magic flared behind her, and massive shadowy tentacles burst into the room. I'm limited, sure. Only spells I can cast come from external artifacts or enchantments. But I know exactly what a skeleton weaver can do and what a spirit weaver can do. Since it's just the upgraded form, I know the gaping hole in that aspect. Its own lack of spells or direct power. You hide behind your undead servants because your cowardly ass can't or won't fight for yourself. Her smirk sharpened. Want to prove me wrong? Waste your time until the Sun Inquisitors arrive. Bedivire's jaw tightened as his gaze flicked to the writhing tentacles. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the fallen Death Knight, Fabio, dissolved into a dark, fog-like mist and was absorbed into the mark on his hand. Just so you know, Bedivere said, backing toward the tunnel, you've made yourself a much bigger enemy than you can handle. He turned and started running. You're way too cocky for someone without an aspect, Julia. Maybe one day you'll learn that lesson the hard way. Julia said nothing, keeping her composure until Bedivere disappeared down the tunnel. The same one she told me to use to escape. Then she crumpled to her knees, the magic circles around her flickering out like dying embers. Her breathing turned ragged as she clutched at her chest. Damn it, she coughed, and blood splattered on her hand. I burned through every drop of mana I had. Truth was plain enough, as her earlier bravado had been nothing but a well-polished bluff. And if I hadn't been pressed right up against her chest, listening to her heart hammer like a war drum, I might have bought it. I let out a soft yip and set my paw on her cheek, the only comfort I can give. And of course, the next thing I knew, my face was being subjected to aggressive friction therapy, also known as Julia rubbing her mouth all over me again. She chuckled in the absurdity, but the laugh barely had time to breathe before tears slipped down her cheeks. If I hadn't been with her so long, her cocktail of emotions might have made 0 sense. But that's humans for you. Julia was no exception. My own world was ballooning by the second. In just a few hours, I'd learned more than an entire year. Though, to be fair, I'd never actually tried before. Why would I? My life had been naps, snacks, and tormenting the only human in sight. But now, I'd caught a glimpse past the velvet curtain of pampered ignorance, and the world beyond was ugly, shattered. I didn't skip over the fact that Lucien's death, grisly as it was, had been because of me. The guilt was absent like usual. In that moment, I truly felt like a demon, until a grin broke across my Vulpine face. I knew I'd do it again, 100 times over. No one was taking Julia from me. It's a scary statement to make. I snorted at the screen and rolled my metaphorical shoulders. Plenty of scarier things were crawling around out there. Well, true. Exactly. Then a thought snagged me, and I asked my trait. How much do you actually know about this world? My understanding is just as limited as yours. I only phrase the world as I perceive it, through your eyes. Parse the world. Interesting. So you didn't know what they were on about earlier, those aspects, cultivating undeath, and whatever that organ stuff was for cultivating a specific aspect. Correct, I knew nothing beforehand, but watching it unfold through you allowed me to build up an understanding, and based on the magic I observed and analyzed, I am confident my conclusion is quite close to the truth. Ooh, so you're actually smart. I could practically hear it getting smug. Ho ho ho, naturally. Cognitive prowess is intrinsic to my gloriously efficient design. Wait, did you doubt me before? Kind of. But I kept that little truth buried. No need to risk it flipping to its unhelpful mode. My days of spoiled fluffball laziness were clearly over. If I wanted them back, I'd have to learn how this world worked. And right now, the only thing I could lean on was my sketchy trait. So I turned my thoughts directly to it. No. I was merely acknowledging your radiance, oh glorious and helpful trait. Now, elaborate. Precisely what have you deduced? But just as the thought slipped away, another thunderous explosion ripped through the chamber. One of the massive guards slammed into a pillar, hard enough to shake the room. The air suddenly grew hotter, and something strange brushed close to me. I couldn't pin it down, but it felt a faint, uncomfortable itch in my gut. I didn't like things that made me uncomfy. Another mental ping chimed in. Some kind of spell. Trickery has detected a spell. Would you like to view the information? Sure. Sun aura. A consecrated radiance that actively burns undead. Purifies spirits and wraiths, and steadily drains their mana. Would something like this affect me? No, I don't believe the spell would have any effect on you. Good, just checking. Given these were church inquisitors, and I was, well, technically a demon fox. Not that I'd committed any demonic atrocities, but this world seemed to have a much broader definition of demon than the one I knew back on Earth. My gaze finally landed on the real troublemakers, the ones blowing holes in this sanctum, ones who scared Bedivere half to death, and were presumably responsible for the explosions upstairs. They were dressed head to toe in white, their silver plate catching the dim light in almost painful brilliance. Each wore a tabard emblazoned with a stylized sunburst. The metal edges etched with scripture in a language I couldn't read. Polished greaves, sun-shaped pauldrons, and white cloaks completed the look. If the word Crusader had a fashion magazine, these people were the centerfold. I counted 4. All of them radiated an aura that felt almost divine and far, far too warm for my liking. One lunged at the downed sanctum guard 5 times his size and still helpless. The guard didn't stand a chance. The man's glowing broadsword, carved deep in silver flames, burst from the wound in an explosive flash. The massive guard shrieked, its scream rattling the air as it crashed into another pillar, writhing in agony. The Crusaders' expressions didn't shift. They stared with an unblinking, cold-baked hatred until the thing finally went still and crumbled into ash. The second guard was simply gone, dealt with before they entered. They turned toward Julia next. She looked battered, bruised, and clutching me like a lifeline. The leader, the same one who had just felled the giant, stepped forward. His irises burned molten gold like miniature suns trapped in his eyes. He was middle-aged, short blonde hair, rugged features, and the air of a man who'd fought his way through worse. Sister Julia, hopefully we weren't too late. He extended a hand. Julia took it, coughing hard and spattering blood. A little late, but all is rather well, Sun Warden. Honestly, I didn't expect you to even reach here today. The church is at least a quarter day away by horse, so I was more than a little surprised to see you. His expression stayed as hard as forged steel, though I caught the faintest shift in his demeanor, sort of softening around the edges. Perhaps it was the sun's decree. He illuminates the path of for the pure and steadfast. He placed a hand on Julia's head with deliberate gentleness, light, warm, as the first dawn, flared from his palm, and Julia's eyes went wide as silver flames surged forth, enveloping her in a cleansing blaze. She immediately dropped the bronze accessory the deathless guide had given her, and I watched as the fire worked through her. Bruises faded, cuts sealed, and the dull weariness in her skin vanished, all life returning to her face as though it had never left. Another ping from trickery rang in my head, and I let it through. Holy flames, a spell that heals the pure, purges corruption, burns any entity deemed evil aligned, and strengthens the obedience of the faithful to the sun. Oh, what exactly defines something as evil aligned? I have some idea, Clover, but be careful. Demons may count as an evil aligned species. So it's a species thing. I can't say for certain. But I can tell you this. You've got something in you this spell might not appreciate. That was concerning. I didn't think of myself as evil unless their evil was more of a theological checkbook than a moral reality. Or maybe my chatty trait was flagged contraband. Unfounded accusation. Just probing the perimeter. Sparky, stand down. For now, I kept my eyes on the Sun Warden. His gaze had narrowed at the accessory now lying at his feet. My apologies for that, Warden, Julia said quickly. I had to use this artifact to save myself earlier, and just before I did, something strange happened. Something I believe warrants your investigation. The Sun Warden stooped, picking up the bronze feather. More of those silver flames flowed upon his palm into the object, but it remained unchanged, untouched by the fire. Not cursed, not corrupt, safe physically, yet. He turned it slowly. It carries the distinct essence of the rose shepherd. Curious. His molten gold eyes snapped back to her. Sister Julia, what precisely transpired here? Julia had clearly been waiting for that question. She told him how she should have been dead, how her stepbrother had seized the sanctum, and how he'd planned to get rid of her, though she conveniently left out Lucian's comments about her carrying divinity in the matter of the mask. Instead, she explained that Lucian himself had been sacrificed in her place, as though some external force had hijacked the ritual halfway through. All three Inquisitors listened in utter silence, and what happened afterward remains unclear. This artifact, she gestured to the feather, was simply the boon granted by Lucian's sacrifice. The Sun Warden gave a curt nod. Indeed worthy of investigation, and I am deeply sorry we weren't faster, sister. Unthinkable, almost losing so avid a believer. Julia shifted almost imperceptibly at the word believer. It's a discomfort only I'd catch. Knowing her tells better than these sun-baked strangers. Nevertheless, he continued, We must confiscate this artifact, Sister Julia. All such objects harbor darker facets. None are without consequence. Only its nature is fully known. It shall be returned. Julia nodded smoothly. Of course, Sun Warden. Though I still remain baffled by your timely arrival. How did you cover the quarter-day's ride so swiftly? The Sun Warden's expression clouded. Before I answer, clarify something, Sister Julia. You applied to join the Inquisitors previously, and were rejected. I sought only to aid those in the jaws of darkness, Sun Warden. Your purity of purpose is noted, sister. His molten gold gaze pinned her. What I disclose now is vaulted to knowledge. However, having witnessed the furnace of your faith firsthand, he extended his hand, I formally invite you into the ranks of the Sun Inquisitors. Julia froze, eyes wide, tears threatened to spill. They were genuine. I knew her well enough to be certain. Before she grasped his hand, I would be honored. A rare, genuine smile touched the Sun Warden's lips. Then we welcome your initiation, Inquisitor Julia. One final trial remains, your body's capacity to assimilate sun aspect organs. But I have seen the mana you carry in your still aspectless body. You are blessed. Even after all these years, I myself remain at Tier 3 in the sun's aspect. But you, I believe, can go further than I ever could. With the talent you possess, his voice hardened again. And now you're one of us. I can tell you why we are here. 3 days ago, the church's bell rang at midnight. Julia's brows furrowed. Isn't that the one that rings if a wraith or undead breaches the walls and enters the town? There are strata to the warnings, Inquisitor, but no, that is not the bell I mean. I speak of the one of the inner sanctum, the bell that is not rung in a century. He lowered his voice to a near whisper. 3 days ago, an evil god awakened in this forest. His words struck like a physical blow. Julia's face bleached, all pigment fleeing as horror took root. Even the Sun Warden's iron mask fractured, revealing a sliver of the dread beneath. Didn't my scrambled memories snap back into place exactly 3 days ago when I French kissed that mask? At the unholy stroke of midnight? Right. Obviously a coincidence. Definitely. Positively. Because I'm just a fluffy bystander, not a deity. Certainly not an evil one. Obviously. The Sun Warden's gaze finally settled on me. Ah, is this the familiar you mentioned before? Julia, still shaking off the horror from moments ago, let her expression smooth into something calmer as she glanced down at me. She gave my back a light pat. Yes, Sun Warden. Clover. He reached a hand toward my head, probably to pat me as well. Understandable. After all, I was the floofiest, most gorgeous fox in existence. Saving Julia earned him precisely 3 pats. Any lingering digits would meet teeth. His fingers brushed my fur, burning. A sudden invasive heat flared through my skull, sharp as a brand. Simultaneously, a harsh trickery ping screeched in my mind. Enchantment modification interface, holy flames. Target spell structure, tier 2 purification fire. Available modifications. Invert alignment response, treat evil aligned entities as pure. Higher the target on the evil alignment scale, the more they are seen as pure. 96% success chance. Nullify harmful purge subroutine. Remove burning effect entirely. Retain healing and vitality restoration. 97% success rate. Obedience compulsion backfire. Redirect loyalty tether into alternate source. Trickery. 44% chance. Corrupt flame signature. Visuals unchanged. Spell feeds on nearby sun attempted mana instead of target's corruption. 52% success chance after alter aesthetic properties. Shift flame hue from silver to bluish silver. 100% chance. Pick the first option. The thought tore out of me as the pain surged white hot through my skull, and just like that it stopped. The fire receded, leaving behind a cool, almost smoothing tickle. My fur prickled. Wait, why was I glowing? Ah. Talks, I got encouraged to become a femboy by a group of people when I entered a voice chat and they called me a good girl. Oh, Callie, it's just the way that it happens, man. It's called indoctrination. But only those who have the spirit to be for it fall into its trap. And become the trap. Are you now a trap, Callie? I'm always a trap. I'm Lady Boy. There you go. Now you need to get yourself, as Zoink said, a maid outfit. Thought you were only a trap on full moons. No. You can be a trap all the time. Look at my profile picture. It's just like, it's a very obvious trap once you realize it. But the springing of it is just clicking on the stream. It's like I'm not active, right? I'm still a trap, but I'm not like engaged. I will now take my meds. Okay, cool story, Callie. Are you getting ready for bed? Take your meds and get ready for bed, bro. That's what it's all about. 3 whole days. For 3 whole days, Leonardo had lived in the state of gnawing paranoia. Every whisper, every slither of leaves, every shift of shadow in the cursed forest had his senses sharp and ready. Even the lowest tier, those touched by the sun, carried its purifying power, enough to cleanse corruption from themselves and the faithful. But this wasn't some petty taint they faced now. The sacred bell had rung. That bell only tolled for calamity. The calamity was exactly what they marched into. They were records, although faded and fragmented, of events like this. Few and far between, yet always devastating. He still remembered reading about the blood plaque in his youth. Even the dry ink on parchment had sent chills down his spine. Whole regions swallowed in filth. Entire lineages snuffed out in madness. It was called Calamity Class for a reason. He never imagined he would live to see something like that, yet here it was. He knew what the chronicles implied. Perhaps the blood plague could have been avoided, and the inquisitors of that age crushed the remnants of an old god before it grew. But they hadn't. And how it was eventually ended, even as captain of the Sun Inquisitors in Creefton, Leonardo had no idea. History often left only hints, because sometimes knowing the truth was greater danger. It was a quicksand. Dig too deep, and the knowledge itself could open your mind. The roots of malicious entities. He didn't know everything. He wished he could bluff otherwise, but he couldn't. Frankly, he didn't want to know. Knowledge was inherently tarnishing. He knew this too well. His duty was not to pry at those shadows, but to shield the pure from them. To burn away the seed of evil before it sprouted. That was the Sun Inquisitor's iron creed. His gaze shifted then to the familiar Inquisitor Julia cradled. The little fox radiated a subtle demonic mana from it. No doubt about it, a century prior, his predecessors would have reduced such fluff to holy cinders on principle. But even back then, the evidence piled up. Demons and demonic beasts, by extension, were born neutral. Alignment wasn't stamped on their souls like a divine brand. They weren't inherently good or inherently evil. It was the soil they grew in that twisted the root. Hell itself was a corrosive pit, so no surprise most sprouted thorns. But it was the Church of the Moon that first tested the theory. They pilfered demonic beast eggs, established hatcheries. The results were unnervingly mundane. Soon tales surfaced of moon inquisitors walking with demonic familiars at their heels. Perception shifted, glacially. While the word demon still made peasants flinch, the creatures themselves were no longer synonymous with evil. As for the fluffy specimen before him, was likely not evil, but given the unholy mess here, he had to check for lurking corruption, standard procedure. Plus, he really wanted to pat her. He'd never voice it, but fluffy things were his secret weakness. 7 cats held court in his office in Creefton, perpetually mistaken for fierce guards, a misconception that conveniently bolstered his own intimidating image, which he absolutely needed to maintain. But under it, he was still a man who liked soft things, and right now that fox was impossibly, dangerously soft. Placing his calloused hand on the creature's head, he felt the luxuriously smooth fur. He nearly blurted out a request to keep her, catching himself just in time. Restraint, Leo. One day, he thought grimly, it would be assimilating sun aspect organs that ends me. But madness inducing fluff, shredding my last shred of dignity. He clenched his jaw. Divine flames. Silver flames flowed from his palm, probing the fox. For a heartbeat, the flame surged hotter, searing, as if latching onto something deeply sinister within. His free hand instinctively flew towards the sword hilt. Then his eyes snapped wide. The flames hadn't burned. They'd engulfed her, and her fur began to glow in a deep warm gold. Her eyes ignited into molten radiant suns. If his heart wasn't already hammering a war drum rhythm, it now tried to punch straight through his breastplate. He yanked his hand back. But the silver fire kept pouring from him, siphoned into the glowing fox. The light intensified, bathing the chamber. Leonardo stared, utterly dumbstruck. This was a divine miracle, a being of such profound purity that his holy flames didn't just tolerate it, they nourished it, amplified its radiance, an effect only recorded in the presence of the sun's own saints. Where do these ads keep coming from? It's a fucking shock. It's what it is, right? It is what it is. It cannot be helped. Cannot be helped. Burp. Are we back? He dropped to his knees like a felled tree. This was a blessed child of the sun. Witnessing the spectacle, his fellow inquisitors followed suit, hitting the stone floor in stunned reverence. What they beheld was beyond ordinary. To think, searching for the footprint of an evil god in this blighted forest, They had instead stumbled upon such blinding, blessed purity. Praise the sun, Leonardo bellowed, throwing his arms wide in the standard prayer stance, facing the radiant fox head on. Even Julia looked utterly poleaxed. Seeing the others kneeling, she dropped to one knee too, mirroring their wide-armed devotion. The divine glow faded, leaving the fox looking perfectly ordinary once more. Ah, such purity. Wrapped in fluff, no less. The urge to claim the fox as his own, familiar, roared through him. He began, then caught himself. Manners. Inquisitor Julia, well, I deeply desire to know how you acquired such a blessed demonic beast. The sun's power flowing through her, empowering her, is undeniable proof. She is sun-touched. I propose keeping her in your stead, ensuring she receives optimal resources for her growth. In exchange, you may select any familiar from the Sun Sanctuary. Julia's eyes widened like saucers. The Sun Sanctuary. Only whispers reached outsiders. Julia, having worked with them for months, must have heard the rumors from his loose-lipped colleagues. Blabbermouths. Couldn't keep a state secret if their lives depended on it. It resided deep within the Grand Cathedral of Falkhaven, a place where sun-aspected spirit beasts were meticulously nurtured, later distributed to worthy Sun Inquisitors across their sphere of influence, powerful familiars to bolster their holy might. Each one was pedigree perfection. Julia would undoubtedly find it thrilling, filled with wondrous creatures. Leonardo was utterly confident. Who would refuse such an offer? I'm sorry, Sun Warden. Julia's voice was soft but firm. I cannot accept that proposal. Leonardo blinked. Did the divine light momentarily deafen me? Then the fluffy fox looked directly at him and sneered. It trotted pointedly back to Julia, nuzzling her leg with a clear demand for uppies. Julia immediately scooped her up, cradling the fox, then fixing Leonardo with a glare sharp enough to pierce his plate mail, as if he'd committed heresy just by breathing. Leonardo felt his heart shatter into 1,000 glittering pieces. It took every ounce of inquisitorial discipline not to let a single treacherous tear fall. The cat's. He'd weep into 7 fluffy shoulders later. Perhaps the pure one sensed the greedy fluff lust coiled in his heart, and found it repulsive. The thought horrified him. That glare promised swift, toothy vengeance, the instant his fingers touched her fur. He had to let it go. Somehow he maintained his granite composure. Barely. All right then, Leonardo gestured towards the exit. We depart. The immediate undead threat is neutralized, but this was impulsive reconnaissance. We lack full intel on potential anomalies. For now, we withdraw. His molten gold eyes scanned the defiled chamber, lingering on the ritual markings etched into the stone floor. Ha! This place reeked of corruption, the sheer spiritual filth clinging to the stones. How many innocents had perished here, or suffered fates far worse? Julia's reports had described it, but words hadn't prepared him. No ordinary mission would ever suffice against something like this. It demanded the full weight of the church. They weren't just rooting out the heretics, but dismantling an entire noble-backed cult with a barony shielding its sins. A barony shielding its sins. Whatever he'd imagined, the reality was tenfold worse. Traces of human sacrifice lingered like psychic scars, making the very air vulnerable to darker influences. Anyone willingly serving this cult was likely beyond redemption. He couldn't help but admire Julia for turning against this place. Raised by such parents, steeped in their rot, she should have been lost to it. Instead, she rebelled. That took strength. But one task remained. He motioned for the others to stand back, uncorked a plain glass bottle of water, and began to channel. Sun's blessed, he intoned. A divine aura unfurled, wrapping every soul in the chamber, a halo blazing into being at his back. Holy water formation. The liquid inside the bottle shimmered, ignited, and shifted into sanctified radiance. Warmth seeped into the cold stone as golden light banished the lingering shadows. Light and warmth, purity unending. Liquid inside the bottle shimmered, ignited, and shifted into sanctified radiance. Warmth seeped into the cold stone walls as golden light banished the lingering shadows. Light and warmth, purity unending. Sun's fire burns where shadows are bending. His voice carried the holy hymn. The radiance surged fivefold, dazzling to behold, and he held his mana swell. He felt his mana swell within him, tripled, overflowing, his abilities sharpened with divine strength. The water roiled violently, glowing molten gold, so dense it thickened almost to honey. Then he invoked the last rite, pride of purification. The bottle shattered as the sanctified tide burst forth. Golden mist billowed like a storm surge through the vast chamber. It swept across stone, bone, and shadow, purging everything in its path. When the light finally ebbed, he let the power fade from his body. Space was cleansing, not permanently, not enough, but it would hold back the corruption for a month at least. He sighed. Charging in recklessly, it always shattered their plan. For now, he would report back to the cathedral with what he had witnessed. His steady gaze found the fluffy fox one last time. She bared her tiny teeth in a snarl in his direction like a miniature offended dragon. Yep, the little fluff ball despised him. His own insatiable fluff lust had doomed him. He was absolutely definitely crying to his cats later, and knowing them, none would give a single consoling purr. My eyes tracked the blurring foliage as the carriage jolted over the rutted road. Julia's rhythmic padding had finally stilled, her breathing evening out into sleep. A perfect opportunity. If I dared a loud yelp, the sudden noise might startle her awake just as we hit another bump, potentially sending her face first into the opposite bench. At best, she'd just crack her nose against the wall. The thought was delicious, but I didn't do it. Physically pained me to miss the opportunity, but still. You're exhibiting anomalous behavior patterns. For resisting the urge to torment Julia. No. Broadly. Your general existential vibe. Fine. Maybe. Could I ever reclaim my days as a pampered fluffball? I'd like to say no. However, given the intelligence acquired, how strong is the desire? Overwhelmingly strong. Then maybe claw your way to them. Grow strong enough to shred fate itself if it tries stopping you. Oh, very funny, except I don't even know where to begin. All I've got to work with is... what was the word again? Right, assimilate the organs inside my weird soul space. That's about as useful as a riddle with all its pieces missing. Knowledgeable respiratories must exist. Books, perhaps. We could learn. I mulled over that. If only my old self before the surprise. You had a past life, revelation, had bothered to actually learn the language of this world. As it stands, I am a profoundly illiterate fox. That's not a problem. I possess full textual comprehension capabilities. That claim snapped my eyes wide open. You what? Why didn't you lead with this? Because I, the magnificent and irresistible trickery trait, only manifested 3 days ago. Alongside your regained memories. Prior to that glorious inception, I literally did not exist. Whenever you glance at Julia's book on the shelf, I could already understand the covers. Which means I can read them. Don't know how many languages it extends to, but Julia's connection had collection of 3 different scripts. All of them made perfect sense to me. My eyes widened again. This time with real excitement. If that was true, then I had a way to hoard knowledge without tipping anyone off to my little sapien fox situation. Not even Julia, no matter how much I adored her, needed to know. The realization struck me so hard I yowled aloud. Julia jolted awake, lost her balance, and slammed face first into the opposite wall of the carriage. I, of course, had slipped aside gracefully. Agile fox versus flimsy human. What contest? My eyes glittered as I watched her groan. Hey, that wasn't on purpose. Lame innocent Vulpine vocal cords and perfectly wholesome Vulpine excitement. And then jerk, the carriage screeches to a halt. I didn't tumble, naturally. Foxes are too dignified for that. Humans, less so. Huh? Where were we? I poked my head out of the window. Force still not there. I'm probably gonna need to go grab some. Oh, I guess we're almost done this, then I can grab some more water. My throat's fucked, man. Were we there already? I poked my head out of the window. Forest still not there. The Sun Warden was already on the ground. My tongue curled in disgust. Let it go. He tried to wholly barbecue me. I shall urinate in his tea. Psychologically improbable. You know your biology doesn't even allow that. I'll engineer an alternative retribution. I do have some suggestions, but recall the spell's function. He was just checking for corruption. Not his fault, you were just inherently evil. Semantics. I turned my attention back outside. The road was blocked by a tangle of fallen trees, torn down and arranged like some giant's barricade. Too neat to be an accident. Judging by the Sun Warden's grimace, he hadn't expected it either. That was the only warning I got before shapes began to peel themselves out of the shadows around the blockade. It's a trap! It's a trap! Oh the shit, nobody got it, it's a trap! Okay, we gotta grab Gamer Girl. Evolution. Alright, we'll read the first 2 chapters. We can do that. Let's do this. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I will be right back. Gamer Girl Evolution. Alright, I shall return. True, Callie. True. Truer words have not been spoken. Here we go. Gamer Girl Evolution. Ha! Finally a solo clear. Celica? Celica? I don't know how to say that. I'm gonna say Celica. Celica raised her sword over the dragon's corpse, chest heaving. Beneath her lay the final boss of the 9 Realms, the world's most popular VR game. No way this stupid Dragon King took 200 reruns. She kicked its corpse with a snort. System call status. A screen appeared in front of her. Status. Snapped sword. Conqueror of all realms. Commander. Level 999. Dragonoid. Ascended. XP question mark out of question mark. Strength. Jesus Christ. 97 million. Yeah, it's like around 90 million. That's insane. I went up 2 whole levels? Celica's eyes widened as she stared at the screen. The devs were known for rewarding challenge runs, but this was pushing it. Finally max level. How long's the patch been out again? She flipped, opened the patch notes, stretched, and let out a satisfied grin. 2 days to reach the cap, personal best, and a world record. Her triumph lasted all of 3 seconds. Now I gotta wait for the next update. She scratched at her back with a sigh, then froze. Wait, no drops? You gotta be kidding me. She glanced at the clock. Morning already. Most people would be getting ready for work. But she was busy cementing her status as the best VR gamer of all time. With a few taps, she uploaded the proof of her damageless run to the game's hardest boss. Caption, easy first try, lol. The guild chat erupted. Big bro snapped sword. Can you release a guide for the 6th Realms boss event? No way, that was first try? Yeah, I saw it myself. Guild leader, please accept my friend's request already. Celica scrolled through the chaos, smirking at the 3,000 unread mails and nearly 8,000 friend requests waiting for her. Noobs never learn. She chuckled, the laugh turning into a smug little cackle as she logged off. Cecilia limped into bed and was out within seconds. When she opened her eyes again, Phonia's familiar beginner town stretched out before her. The cobbled streets, rickety wooden stalls, and the dull stone foundation at the center. The game's very first realm. Seriously? I'm playing TNR? Even in my sleep now? She mumbled, her words slurring. Her gaze swept over the town square. Then she sighed. Another speedrun, huh? She'd speedrun the game more times than she could count, holding the world record, clear time in every single realm. Nobody else came close. On top of that, she was a 10-time PvP world champion, undefeated since the game's release. 10 years in, and Celica was the undisputed GOAT, greatest of all time of the 9 realms. Her crown jewel, she was the only player to ever reach the 9th realm, evolving into a Dragonoid. TNR's unique system let players evolve into higher races with each realm cleared, so long as they met the hidden conditions. Orcs, elves, dwarves, beast folk, dragonoids. The possibilities kept the game alive for over a decade, even without magic. Celica rubbed her chin as she looked around the square. The place was unusually packed with fresh characters, the crowd spilling out into the streets. That's strange. It's rare to see this many newbies, and more keep popping in. System announcement. Welcome to the 10 realms. 10? Did the devs make a typo? After 5 years, we can proudly announce the release of this game. A cheer rippled through the massive crowd of new players crammed into the square. Celica frowned. Release? What are you talking about? The game's been out for 10 years. System call. Calendar. The screen blinked open, and Celica Got you tabbed up to support. Well, gaming, have a great stream. You too, Cubano. Have a great gaming session. Good sir. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you for the support. Always appreciated, man. Been feeling a little under the weather lately, so streams have been a little, like, lacking, let's say. But hey, it is what it is, right? I get sick like once a year, and it's usually around this time of year because it's like shifting into winter. Into fall, and everything's getting cold. It's Alberta. We have two seasons, fall and winter. And fall's over now. We're entering winter. Her eyes went wide. You're kidding me. 10 years ago? Don't worry, gamers, you're not alone. Soon enough, the entire young adult world will be joining you. System always used a realm boss as its messenger. In Earthphonia, it was supposed to be Zestri, the druid, but the figure standing above them wasn't Zestri. It was Slimonius, the Slime King, first boss of the Fifth Realm. What the hell? Where am I? No way. I was just in class, a teenager clutched his school bag like a lifeline. What the hell's going on? This didn't happen last time. Celia's eyes narrowed as she scanned the sea of players. There were more bodies than she'd ever seen in one place. This is Area 11. Your country has been split into 14 areas. Every single person between the ages of 13 and 29 has been transported into this game. Everyone? She looked around again, and the truth quickly settled in. So many people, it had to be truth. The crowd, wild with panic, suddenly went silent, muted as if a GM had flicked a switch. Don't worry, it's not just your country, but indeed the entire world. Slimonius spread his gelatinous tentacles wide and laughed, his body jiggling grotesquely with each ripple. Celsia clicked her tongue, unimpressed. A no-hit run wasn't enough. I should have styled on him blindfolded and unequipped, too. Let me explain the rules of the game. Every floor is a main quest. The first realm, Earthphonia, has 5 floors. You must complete the main quest within the time limit, or you die! Die in game, or... As if reading her thoughts, the Slime King's voice boomed again. You die IRL! This is IRL! The crowd recoiled as Slimonius's shriek rattled their bones. Someone screamed. A man barely 20 broke down in tears, his voice cackling. I don't want to play this death game. Bullshit, a muscular guy shouldered forward, pointing at the boss. You think you can scare us with a cheap trick? He was ignored. Nobody wanted to believe. The terror spread like a wildfire in the dry grass. Celsi froze. Wait, am I still dreaming? Everything feels so vivid that I can't even tell anymore. System call. Status. Celsia Trevine Crystallis. No title. J. Bless. Level 1 human. 0 out of 10 XP. 5 strength, agility, and everything else. The hell? My full name, not Snapped Sword? She stared down at herself until it doesn't look like an alt account. No way. This is my real body. Creepy. She shivered, not realizing how concerned people would be if they knew it was easier for her to recognize her alt characters rather than her real body. Celsi had always given her account some variation of sword in the name. Seeing her real name there instead made her skin crawl. Worse, her avatar wasn't her usual male build. She'd always rolled guys, it just felt better. Now, forced into her real body, she felt awkward and exposed. Her eyes flicked back to the stat screen. J-Bless. Seriously? Which dev coded that? Her thoughts drifted to the past, 10 years ago, when she first logged into TNR. Back then, she really had been unemployed, gambling everything on making it as a pro gamer. By some miracle, it had worked. But now, she couldn't help but smile despite the deadly situation she was in. Man, the look of a fresh account never gets old. Around her, though, panic rippled through the crowd. People of all ages sat clutching their heads. Some crying, some shouting. Others quietly breaking down as the weight of the announcement crushed them. A voice rose above the noise, half panicked, half delusional. It's fine, right? Just a launch event. A stunt. It's gotta be. I'm only 15. Why do I have to play this crazy game? The noise swelled as the crowd ballooned in size. A guy in office clothes dropped to his knees. Please, I have a wife and kids. Don't do this. Voices cracked and begged Slime King's feet. Not that he had feet, and not that he had empathy either. Just relax. There's good in it for you, too. Fuck you, ads! Get out of here, ads! Slap, 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 slap. Fuck you, ads. I don't believe in ads, therefore ads do not exist, therefore it is okay. We can all take a nice, deep, calm breath, guys. We don't have to worry anymore. It's all about just don't pay attention to it. Ignore it. Ignore me! True. Just relax. There's good in it for you too. Just wait and see. I'm setting the first quest. You'll have 1 week to complete it. Failure means death. And one more thing. After 7 days, those of you who are still alive can't leave until you've cleared the floor. What? Completed the floor? Murmurs surged around Celsia. She smiled inwardly. So he means the first dungeon. Usually takes a full party. 3 to 5 competent players minimum. But for me, I could solo it. Low diff. You will be stuck in this world until you beat it. Say goodbye to Earth. The 10 Realms is your new home. The quest announcement dropped and synchronous sobs rippled across the plaza. Kill slimes. With what? A girl shrieked, holding up her empty hands. We're dead. We're all dead. Another muttered. Rocking back and forth, the muscular guy from earlier turned pale, his bravado gone. No way, they wouldn't actually. Celsia yawned. Come on already, is he gonna start the quest or what? This is why I hate speedruns with unskippable cutscenes. Thonia's first main mission, kill 100 slimes. Completion, 0 out of 100. Time remaining, 6 days, 24 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Celsia's eyes lit up. Finally! Since this is the release day patch, a dangerous glint sparked in Celsia's eyes. Without warning, she broke into a bizarre zigzag sprint, her movements jerky and unnatural. I knew it. The vectoring glitch still works. She cackled, tearing across the plaza before anyone else had even processed what was happening. In seconds, she was moving 3 times faster than the nearest players, a streak headed straight for the plains. Confused stares followed her, but Celsia didn't slow down. With this glitch, a sub-5 minute clear is doable. If anyone from her time had heard that, they'd have been floored. The current glitchless world record set by her sat at 7 minutes flat. But the OG players, the ones who remembered how broken vectoring used to be, her words rang with dangerous truth. In the right hands, it was an OP weapon. Dream or not, it didn't matter. One thing was certain. Celisa was about to show these noobs how it was done, gamer girl style. The cobbled streets fell behind her as Celsia zigzagged out of town like a lunatic on roller skates. The newbie crowd hadn't even figured out how to open their menu. and she was already stuttering across the fields in broken vector bursts. Her body jerked left, right, left, in sharp, unnatural stutters. Anyone else would have thought she was desyncing or lagging. I wish they never patched this, but it makes sense why they did, considering how much we abused it. A laugh slipped from her lips as she cut through the tree line. The shadows opened into a clearing, slime forest. Shafts of morning light pierced the canopy, falling across patches of grass and tree stumps. Gelatinous shapes bounced lazily between the trees. A dozen here, a dozen there. At a glance, it looked like a picnic zone for beginner players. But Celsia's eyes gleamed. She already knew this forest like the back of her hand. Every nook, every hollow, every spot where the respawns would tick over. North Ridge, 2-minute respawn timer, fallen log, 3 slimes on a loop, and the stump cluster by the tree. Jackpot. Her grin widened. Still the same, still free. She flickered open her status screen. Status, Celsia Trevine Chrysalis. No title. Human, J bless. Beautiful. Did I get him? Fucking mosquito in here. I don't know if I got him or not. I don't see a body. Motherfucker. He gonna get me, I know it. He's gonna like get my fucking toes or some shit. Now I'm paranoid. I need to guarantee that I killed him. Fuck. Beautiful, her smile softened, almost nostalgic. Like seeing the title screen of a game you just bought. Never gets old. Ah! I know, right, Callie? Fucking mosquitoes. They're bastards. Like seeing the title screen of a game you just bought. Never gets old. The rustle of nearby branches. I go to sleep soon, but was hungry. True, Callie. Sounds good, man. I got crackers because I didn't really eat today because I wasn't feeling that great. But it is what it is, right? Crackers are always good for a rumble and tumma. Rustle of a nearby branch pulled her attention. A slime arced upward, wobbled midair, then smacked into the grass with a splat. Another did the same. Same rhythm, different angle, a pattern. Celisa tilted her head, eyes narrowing. Good, their movement pattern's the same. She rolled her shoulders, the beginner sword flashing into her grip. It was a dull, chipped toy of a blade, but it would do. Alright, let's warm up. She dug her heel into the dirt, vectored and blurred straight toward the first slime. The newbie sword sliced clean through the first slime. Splash of blue jelly burst outward, splattering the grass. 5 XP. Slime defeated, 1. Celisa smirked. Yep, one shot, just like old times. Slimes had always been balanced as tutorial mobs. Their health pools were a joke. As long as you had strength 3 or higher, they popped like soap bubbles. Don't ask how I know that, she muttered, side-eyeing the trees. Base stats start at 5. If the devs ever found out I knew the threshold, they'd just say my account would be under investigation again. She vectored sideways, juking around a tree. Another slime bounced high, then twisted midair in an absolute Balearic curve. Celisa tracked its arc, predicting the landing spot, and swung splat. 5 XP. Her grin widened. Too easy, but it wasn't. Not really. The danger didn't come from their health, it came from their movement. Each slime hopped with unnerving precision, like they were following a hidden script. Left, right, spin, bounce. They rebounded off tree trunks, then twisted in erratic arcs, and no newbie's reaction time could follow. Their dodges weren't random at all, they were instantly choreographed. Huh. Tutorial mobs teaching rhythm games. No wonder Manoobs panic. For anyone else, landing a hit was hell. For her, it was DDR with a sword. Level up. Level 2. Unspent points, 5. Without hesitation, she slammed all into agility. Celia Trevine Chrysalis. Level 2. Agility only. Speedrun strats, baby. She chuckled. Why bother with vitality if you haven't yet evolved yet? Why bother with endurance if the mobs never touch you? Dex? I don't even have a bow yet, never mind useful equip. Strength? That's a bait. The only stat that matters is agility. Buffs the vectoring glitch and makes hitting these way easier. She vectored again. Shink, another slime exploded. Forest became her playground. She juked through the undergrowth like a phantom, timing each slash to the rhythm of slime bounces. They lunged left. She was already waiting. They juked right. Her blade was there. They arced over branches. She cut them midair. Blue spray raining down. Level up. Level up. Her speed climbed with every kill. By level 5, her agility already doubled. Her movements jerky, fast, and smooth at once. Her body hummed with momentum like the world couldn't keep up. Then she noticed it. Clink. Her sword's edge caught on a slime core and chipped, leaving a jagged notch. Another swing. Another dull sound. Durability 40%. Celsia clicked her tongue. Right. Forget about this. By 50 kills, the sword was a joke. Every strike squealed like rust grinding on rust grinding on rust. Durability 5%. Game design 101, she muttered, glaring at the flashing red icon. Force the newbies to waste their first quest reward on buying a backup weapon. Keeps the shopkeepers relevant. She held the blade up, unimpressed. But for me, stopping mid-speed run isn't an option. She slammed the blade against a tree trunk. Talk. Swapped it into her inventory. On the exact impact frame, the timing margin was thinner than a hair. Durability restored. She pulled it back out, gleaming like new. Celsia cackled. Still works, thank goodness for patch day bugs. Slash, store, re-equip, slash, store, re-equip. Her motions blurred into a rhythm as natural as breathing. To anyone else, it would have looked like her sword was auto-repairing after every swing. Man, if newbies saw this, they'd cry. Infinite durability, infinite grind. No wonder these devs patched this day one. Can't believe I get to abuse it again. She vectored through 3 slimes, cleaved them in one arc, and re-equipped before the gore even fell. Her blade shone immaculate, eternal. Plus 5 XP, plus 5 XP, plus 5 XP, level up. Her agility skyrocketed higher, her movements doubling, tripling in speed. By 70 kills, the patterns shifted again. She narrowed her eyes. The slimes' dodges weren't just fast, they were too fast. They juked her swings with unnerving synchronicity, twisting exactly the way the Fifth Realm slimes did. Recognition hit like a hammer. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That Slime King aura. What the hell's it doing in the First Realm? Stomach flipped. Memories of the Fifth Realm crashed back. Of guilds wiping by mobs that never missed a dodge. Of boss fights where predicting a slime's dance was the only way to survive. And here it was, a level 1. Celsia licked her lips, exhilarated. So the gelatinous bastard buffed his children. Guess release day isn't playing nice. Her grin sharpened. Good. She vectored through another spawn cluster, blade flashing. This wasn't just a quest anymore, it was a rhythm speed run against an entire forest. By the time her counter hit 100, she was panting, sword dripping slime guts, but her grin stretched ear to ear. Level 10, 50 out of 100, 50 agility. She stretched her shoulders, rolling out the stiffness, 10 levels, all speed, just like the old runs. Her hair clung to her forehead with sweat, but her eyes gleamed sharper than ever. This is why I love fresh accounts. Watching the stats climb like a rocket, feeling your body snap into overdrive, it's addictive. And her sword gleaming, flawless, as though it hadn't slaughtered 100 mobs. An immortal starter weapon, patched only by her timing. She twirled it smugly, speedrun intact. Sorry, devs, you'll have to try harder than that. Her gaze snapped at the quest tracker. Quest completed, 100 slimes, 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Sharp grin broke across her face. Sub 5 minutes. Sub 5, I've still got it. Her chest rose and fell with quick, satisfied breaths. Not bad for a warm-up. Not bad at all. She could practically taste the leaderboard climb. But before she could bask too long, the system's voice rang out louder, brighter, as if the world itself was clapping for her. Congratulations! You are the first player to complete the main quest in this area. You are the first player to complete this quest in this zone. You are the first player to complete this quest in the world. As a reward for your achievement, you will receive 3 unique rewards. Would you like to your name to be public? Celsia blinked. Wait, what? Back in the old days, Quest didn't do this until we cleared the Third Realm. No fanfare, no system-wide glory pop-ups. First clears were bragging rights, nothing else. This was new, different. Her lips curled upward. Guess I'll play along. Her real name, no chance. She typed in her alias. Fingers quick, heart racing as odd excitement she hadn't felt in years. Snapped sword. Rewards granted. Title, Slime Nightmare. 20% bonus damage to all slime-type monsters. Skill unlocked, Parry, common. Activate to deflect to the next attack if timed correctly. Nullifies damage, opens target to counter. Item, 1 gold coin. A little window spun the coin before her eyes, a single gleaming disc of gold, brighter than the piles of copper slimes nobly dropped. She snatched it up, weighing it with a satisfied smirk. Ah, a whole gold just for me. That's like, what, 10,000 copper? More than any noob around here will see in their first week. The title made her snicker, too. Slime Nightmare. Ridiculous, but practical. Slimes cropped up everywhere, from tutorial forest to dungeon depths. 20% damage forever is no joke. And Parry, oh, that's perfect. She flexed her fingers, remembering the countless PvP tournaments she's abused the timing in. Basic, sure. But an early common skill like that was a cheat code when everyone else had nothing. Plus, it saved her the time of doing the time-gated quest to unlock it. Not bad at all. World's first clear, new skill, free money, and a permanent advantage. She tilted her head back, letting the rush sink in. Let's keep the snowball rolling. Then the system's voice thundered across the forest. System announcement. Player, Snapped Sword has completed the first main quest in the world. It wasn't just her who heard it. The message echoed through the trees, resonating like a bell that couldn't be ignored. Every player froze, heads snapped toward her from all directions. Confused, awed, envious, whispers rippled. Who's Snapped Sword? They finished it already? How the hell is that possible? Celsia couldn't help it. She laughed, bright and sharp. Oh, that's rich. They're all panicking while I'm already in the history books. Scream tore across the forest. Celia whirled, not far off. A boy, maybe 16, had been mid-swing against a slime. He mistimed it, just barely, and the slime juked left, ricocheted, and slammed into his chest. The boy convulsed, his health bar, tiny above his head, dropped to 0, and then he was gone. No respawn animation, no safety net. His body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, dissolving into light. Silence followed. The other players, wide-eyed and pale, stared at the empty space he'd left behind. Someone whispered, he actually died. Another shouted, voice breaking, that's impossible, it's just a game. Force rippled with panic, players screaming, running, some collapsing to their knees. Celsius stood frozen. Celisa stood frozen. Her sword lowered. She almost laughed, but the sound caught in her throat. What the hell? He died to a slime? A slime? This one was actually pretty good, you know. Good start off the bat. Kind of definitely, like, throws you into the story. It made me actually realize, like, what is the main aspect of the world in Stoner Girl Evolution? Like, how does the world work? Maybe it's something like the weed is evolving into the roots, and the roots are creating caverns, and caverns are creating monsters, and maybe, like, weed creates, I don't know if the world already has monsters. I don't know, I gotta figure out some world building shit. But I kind of figured out it'll have, like, 3 nations. One's gonna be, like, you know, the religious standard nation, one's gonna be the technological nation, and one's going to be, like, a primitive nation. But they're like, I kind of think of it like the Amish, but they're like their entire nation. And like they just, like, they're naturalists, basically. And they're like the main source of, like, food production and everything in the world. So the main goal is something along the lines of preventing their nation from being invaded by this invasive weed that attaches itself to every plant form, every flora that basically exists, or something like that. So make, like, the weed itself a threat to the world in some way. And then it's like the main character has to stop what they started. But it all turns back to the goddess, because the goddess, 2 of the nations the technological nation and the religious nation were secretly working together to try and bridge the barrier between realities to see if they could find God, and they wound up pulling the main character from another dimension. And there's other characters as well that have been pulled from other dimensions and other timelines of other Earths. So I have like a couple of other characters too that are like have the same kind of AI ability that she does, but they can't speak to the goddess. She's the only one who can speak to the goddess. And that's what makes her very curious about the difference between the goddess and AI. And how alluring the goddess is. But shall we move on to the Oompaville video. Most disturbing US cover-up of all time. And the whole point of this is, like, research into how governments function. Because we need something like... And that's kind of the idea of this whole thing of, like, bringing people from alternate dimensions is a complete government conspiracy cover-up between two great nations that should oppose each other and are basically at war, but it's kind of like a Cold War, an economic war. And the stability of the third nation, the Amish people, is the only thing that keeps them in tandem. Because they know that without that, they don't have the land for, like, the food production, because they've relied too heavily on it. And they basically industrialized for the technological one, and they've basically, like, fully artanized and, like, became, like, I don't know what to call it, for the other one. But I figured this would be some good research, and we haven't seen an Oompaville video in a while, so let's get into it. Fucking love Oompaville.
Did you know that the Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Department of the Japanese Imperial Government during World War II conducted human experimentation on a scale that matched or even exceeded Nazi medical crimes? This is the story of Unit 731,
I did know
a
that.
covert biological warfare division where prisoners were dissected alive, infected with the plague, and used as nothing more than disposable test subjects. And yet, unlike their German counterparts, the people behind Unit 731 never faced justice. And obviously, some of the German counterparts were turned into paperclips. So that's, I wouldn't call that facing justice, but anyways. So why is that? Why would the world turn a blind eye to these crimes against humanity, and just how far did
because Japan is a very powerful thing. Look how they recovered after World War II.
But among the Allies.
And they are currently like the main, one of the main allies of the U.S. and Canada and most of the Western world. Of all of like the Asian countries.
This Japanese biological warfare unit, operating under the innocuous name Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Department, conducted human experimentation on a scale that matched or exceeded the Nazi medical crimes. 731 even recruited children as young as 14 years old into the unit, which had over 10,000 members of staff, all under the guise that they'd be assisting research aimed at preventing people from getting sick. But this was another deception. The unit was responsible for immeasurable human suffering, and not just preventing people from getting sick. Unit 731 emerged from Lieutenant General Shiro Ishii's conviction that biological weapons that were banned by the 1925 Geneva Protocol must be devastatingly effective. After reading the prohibition, Ishii reasoned that international law would not ban weapons unless they posed extraordinary military value. Why ban something if it wasn't the best at its intended purpose? That is what Dr. Ishishiro wanted to explore, and his background and connections would allow him to do. Ishii was a military man with a medical background. He was a Japanese microbiologist who had graduated from Kyoto Imperial University's medical department before joining the Japanese military, where he'd become a surgeon first lieutenant. While at university, he'd impressed the president of the school, Araki Toraseburo, and even married his daughter, solidifying his position as a man of medical science. One might think that as a man of medical science, he'd appreciate what the Geneva Conventions were trying to achieve. That is, humane treatment of POWs and the banning of chemical and biological weapons during World War I as a result of what was learned in World War I, but Ishii felt the opposite because he was a psychopath. For more context, there were several major international agreements that are relevant when discussing the atrocities of Unit 731 and why they were just outlawed. You're not supposed to do this stuff, especially not during the more advanced times of World War II. These agreements include the 1907 Hague Convention, the 1922 treaty relating to the use of submarines and noxious gases in warfare, the 1925 Geneva Protocol, which prohibited asphyxiation, poisoning, and chemical and biological warfare, and the 1929 Geneva Convention on the treatment of POWs. The 1907 Hague Convention was one of the first attempts to seek humane treatment for prisoners of war. The 1922 treaty relating to the use of submarines and noxious gases in warfare is a treaty that would have gone into effect if the 5 victors of World War I, which were the US, UK, France, Italy, and Japan, had all ratified it, but France never ratified it, which is bizarre. Japan then participated in drafting the 1925 protocol, but never signed it. And while it did sign the 1929 Geneva Convention on the treatment of POWs, it failed to ratify that. So, in effect, Japan positioned itself outside the very international norms it helped to shape for the rest of the world, which left them little legal barrier to the horrors that would later unfold under Unit 731 during World War II. Part of Ishii's justification for his actions may have been the fact that the only other major world power that would refuse to ratify the 1925 Geneva Protocol was the United States, which wouldn't do so until April 10th, 1975.
Sounds about right. After Vietnam.
The U.S. must have had biological weapons and were prepared to use them. That is the idea, I suppose. These agreements were drafted in the wake of World War I, then called the Great
Biological
War, because of
weapons
the
were
atrocities
nuclear
that were
weapons
committed
before
during
nuclear
the
weapons
war,
existed.
such
That
as
was the
German
ultimate
Army's
option.
use of chemical weapons on civilian populations, causing civilian deaths when winds carried gases to nearby villages and towns close to the front lines. Though Ishii was not horrified with this, he was quite impressed. He was a f***ing psycho. This guy was crazy. Look at this. This guy was insane. Ishii wanted to test the limits of the human body to various conditions, pathogens, and chemicals. But first, he needed a place to operate and people to operate both with and on. You can't just go on the street and ask somebody to be complicit with such things, and you cannot go on the street and ask somebody if they want to be a result of such things that others would potentially be complicit upon and acting upon you, or whatever. Ishii established a base of operations at an army medical facility in Tokyo, Japan. But this arrangement would be short-lived because in the heart of Japanese society, there were few subjects on whom to conduct his experiments. There wasn't a lot of people who were willing to do this. Over time, they would maintain a presence in Tokyo, but needed facilities and more access to test subjects. This brings us to the Second Sino-Japanese War, and this would be the answer to Ishii's problems. The Second Sino-Japanese War went from 1937 to 1945, and during this period, Japan, seen by the West as Asia's most advanced nation, had occupied roughly 25% of China's territory and over a third of the population. For clarity, Japan's imperialism began in the 1800s, and they really did not like China at all. And Japan had occupied regions of China before
That's why China
the
hates
Second
Japan now.
Sino-Japanese War, such as Manchuria, which was operated as a Japanese puppet state and called Manchukuo. That was since 1932. And in Manchukuo is where things would begin in earnest. The Togo unit was the pilot piece of what would become Unit 731. They began with a feasibility study to see if experiments on human subjects, in this case, they were Chinese prisoners, would yield results and in turn lead this type of experimentation to be seen as a worthwhile investment for the Japanese military. The Togo unit was a small undertaking compared to what Unit 731 would eventually become, with roughly 10 military doctors and aiding staff operating in secret under fake names in the purview of the Kwantung Army. A while later, in 1936, is when Unit 731 became officially recognized in a memo titled Opinion Regarding the Reinforcement of Military Forces in Manchuria, and Emperor Hirohito personally approved the establishment of Unit 31. Unit 731, still called the Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Unit, could scale up its operation and become headquartered in a new laboratory at a hospital in Harbin. At the same time, an even larger facility was being constructed in Pingfan. Hideki Tojo, the Japanese Minister of War from 1940 to 1941 and Prime Minister until 1944, served as the head of the Kempeitai, which was a military police arm of the Imperial Japanese Army during this time. While Hideki Tojo was later held responsible for the murder of millions of Chinese civilians, it's alleged that his Kempeitai in Manchuria were tasked with sourcing research materials from the streets for Unit 731. These were political prisoners, criminals, the poor, and the homeless. Those were often the most targeted. The facility at Pingfang completed in 1939.
Sounds about what the U.S. did for MK4 Ultra.
150 buildings and thousands of staff at its peak, rivaling Auschwitz-Birkenau in physical scale. The structures included laboratories, operating rooms, military barracks, cremation facilities, and jails with capacity for holding 600 prisoners at a time on whom they would experiment. As facility space expanded, so did the on-site staff, and as the program evolved, so did the background of those responsible for conducting these experiments. While the Togo unit had been comprised of military doctors, the research staff would soon be sourced from private institutions. In the spring of 1938, a group of researchers consisting of 2 bacteriologists, 3 pathologists, 2 physiologists, and a researcher that specialized in animal testing arrived from Kyoto Imperial University, which is the same school from which Ishishiro had graduated and that he'd married into the people who ran it. The researchers who refused to participate would be labeled as hikokumen, which is a traitor, effectively ending their medical careers, and still most saw their work as service to the emperor, and the taking of non-Japanese lives to them at the time meant nothing. Unit 731 had a budget that was seemingly unlimited for the time. Annual budget of 10 million yen, which is approximately 9 billion yen today, or 86 million American dollars. Wow. Exceeded that of many legitimate medical research institutions of this era, and their equipment was state-of-the-art. This also allowed the program to expand with the war as more Chinese cities fell to Japanese occupation and more sister units were installed within them. In 1938, Unit 1855 was established in Beijing, and in 1939, Unit 1644 was established in Nanjing and Unit 8604 in Guangzhou. Then in 1942, Unit 9420 was established in Singapore. Some estimates believe that there could have been as many as 26 experimental detachments and units across Japanese-occupied land in Asia. And staff among those sites are rumored to have ranged from 10,000 to 20,000. All of which were under the control of Ishishiro. This was an industrial-scale biological weapons program, but most people have just never heard of it. How is that even possible? Unit 731 alone was organized into 8 divisions, with each division serving a specific function, such as Division 1 conducted pathogen research using live subjects, Division 2 developed biological weapon delivery systems, Division 3 produced shells containing biological agents, and Division 4 maintained mass bacteria production facilities capable of generating 300 kilograms of plague bacteria monthly. Division 5 trained personnel, and Divisions 6 through 8 were dedicated to equipment, sort of maintenance style, or to maintaining medical and administrative units. This was a perversion on an industrial scale. Once again, victims were entirely dehumanized. And once again, as a reminder, while officially called the Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Unit for the Kuomintang Army, what they said they were to locals of Pingfang was another lie entirely. If the people of Pingfang knew what was happening, it wouldn't have gone over well, obviously, so instead, they told locals that the facility was a lumber mill. And to maintain this dehumanizing mischaracterization of the nature of Unit 731, researchers and staff began referring to their victims as maruda, which is the Japanese word for log. So they weren't killing people, they were simply cutting down trees. It even became a joke among researchers. Reading about this and researching it, it makes me wonder if this dehumanization was a sort of defense mechanism amongst some of the researchers, because they couldn't do what they were going to do and still be human. It was pure evil. One quote from a Unit 731 researcher reveals the mental gymnastics and indoctrination performed to justify what they were doing to themselves and their colleagues. This is the full quote. Our God-given mission as doctors is to challenge all varieties of disease-causing microorganisms, to block all roads of intrusion into the human body, and to annihilate all foreign matter resident to our bodies, and to devise the most expeditious treatment possible. However, the research upon which we are now about to embark is the complete opposite of many of these principles and may cause us some anguish as doctors. Nevertheless, I beseech you to pursue this research based on the double medical thrill. 1, a scientist to exert effort into probing the truth in natural science and research into and discovery of the unknown world, and 2, as a military person to successfully build a powerful military weapon against the enemy. I mean, what the They called it research, but what it was that we see now is systematic torture and the most unimaginable human suffering possible to conjure up. The biological weapons testing program infected thousands with plague, cholera, hemorrhagic fever, typhoid, anthrax, tuberculosis, and dysentery, among many others. Researchers referred to victims as medically usable specimens, and these deliberate infections were to be studied at all levels of progression, and they did so through vivisection, which, if you don't know what that is, it is the practice of performing surgery on a live animal for research or experimental purposes. And some of these vivisection procedures were conducted without anesthesia to avoid data contamination. They subjected men, women, and pregnant women to live dissection. Organs were removed for examination to study the effects of a progressing disease before death to avoid any form of decomposition spoiling the research. Shiro Ishii would even perform vivisections himself. Subjects were strapped to operating tables with towels stuffed in their mouths to muffle their screams while researchers cut into them. Pregnant women would be vivisected to show how the fetus was developing and if the infections affected the mother and the fetus differently. And they didn't just kidnap pregnant women. Women were involuntarily impregnated, sometimes by doctors, before being subjected to experimentation. And as Unit 731 also experimented with and the spread of sexually transmitted diseases such as syphilis, male prisoners with syphilis were ordered to other prisoners, both male and female alike, so that the disease could be studied. Reportedly, one time a pregnant woman who was being vivisected told the doctor, "It's all right to kill me, but please spare my child's life." Then there were frostbite experiments led by physiologist Yoshimura Hisato. These involved submerging prisoners' limbs in ice water until they were frozen solid. They wanted to test the human response to freezing temperatures as well as the body's ability to bounce back from an extreme freezing point. They observed how long it took to develop frostbite, and when a coat of ice formed over the skin, it was deemed frozen enough, and when struck with a cane, the limbs would even make a sound similar to a plank of wood. Researchers also tested various thawing methods, determining that water between 100 and 122 Fahrenheit proved optimal. Still, they also tried other methods such as no treatment at all to see how long it would take for the victim's natural blood flow to thaw the limb, or they tried blasting it with open flames. Babies as young as 3 months were subjected to frostbite experiments with temperature sensing needles so they could record internal temperatures as they froze. The findings of Unit 731 regarding the ideal water temperature to thaw limbs were later used by U.S. military medical personnel, and with military medicine guidelines recommending 104 Fahrenheit water immersion. This was not the only appropriation of the 731 findings. We will get further into that later in the video. Victims were also used to test the operational range of various types of conventional weapons. They were tied to stakes before being blasted by flamethrowers, grenades, and other explosive devices. Then they studied shrapnel injuries that were a result of the grenade, shell, and bomb tests. They studied bullet wounds too. Pressure chamber experiments subjected victims to increasing atmospheric pressure until their eyes protruded from their sockets. Centrifuges were used to spin victims at high speeds, simulating what pilots were subjected to until the prisoners died. Prisoners were also hanged upside down to test how long it took to choke to death. Air was injected into arteries to study embolisms, and limbs would be amputated and reattached to the opposite side of the body just to see what would happen. As you could probably surmise, it became a culture of experimentation, horrific experimentation within Japan's military medical system. One doctor who participated in some of the experiments at Unit 731's base in Harbin, Ken Yuasa, would later state, "It wasn't just my experience, it was done everywhere." Prisoners weren't the only ones subjected to the cruelty of testing biological weapons and chemical weapons. Earlier we mentioned the other sister units that spawned from the Unit 731 program, with Nanjing's Unit 1644 being among them. Ultimately, what good is the testing of weapons like this if you aren't actually going to use them? At least that was the mentality of the Japanese military during World War II. So the weapons developed by the Ishii network would eventually be tested in the field, with Unit 1644 serving as the forward base for attacks on Chinese cities supplied by pathogens which were manufactured by Unit 731. Japan's biological warfare program killed between 200 and 580,000 Chinese civilians through experimentation as well as systematic pathogen attacks on Chinese cities. The U.S. Naval History and Heritage Command speculates that the number of Chinese civilians killed by Japanese biological weapons was over 500,000. There were 12 large-scale field trials conducted in at least 11 Chinese cities with fleas infected with the bubonic plague that had been bred by Unit 731's labs and delivered to Unit 1644 were spread by low-flying airplanes over Ningbo and Changde, as well as parts of the Zhejiang province,
fucked up,
killing
right?
tens of thousands of people. Also, an unintended consequence was the infection and subsequent deaths of over 1,700 Japanese soldiers exposed to pathogens like
World's
cholera.
a
An
fucked
attack
up
was
place.
launched against Jinhua a month after the attack on Ningbo, when countermeasures had been taken
One
in
DBZ,
response to
yo, yo,
previous
yo, what's up,
biological
bro?
attacks. And when Japanese planes dropped small granules the size of small shrimp eggs, they were gathered and examined, which revealed the plague-bearing bacteria without a resulting breakout. It was one of several failures and attacks against Chinese cities that resulted in delivery systems being reworked. This is when pathogen-loaded bombs and shells were developed, which would allow the Japanese military to deliver pathogens and destruction to target areas that their attacking troops hadn't moved into yet, keeping their people safe from infection. Biological weapons weren't just used against the Chinese. They were also used against Soviet troops. And as the Soviet Union had approached the border of Mongolia and Japan-occupied Manchuria, the Japanese fought them and lost. In an attempt to hinder the Soviet advance after the loss, large quantities of typhoid bacteria were deposited in a river running through a desert where water was scarce. It's just pure evil. Unit 731 was attached to the Kwantung Army, hence the name Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Department of the Kwantung Army. So, in the wake of their defeat, it makes sense that they would try to intervene and just infect a bunch of people, I don't know, Japanese style. That all being said, whether out of incompetence or out of a desire to just cause fear rather than death, they deployed the typhoid pathogen in that river, which typhoid becomes almost entirely ineffective in water, so it really didn't do anything. But, you know, it was potentially psychological warfare. I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't alive. Several planned attacks never came to fruition due to several factors, according to the Warfare History Network. They had planned to launch 150 million insects during the siege of Bataan, but the battle had ended by the time the plague-carrying fleas were ready. During the Battle of Iwo Jima, 2 pathogen-carrying gliders were going to be launched against the invading Americans, but the gliders never reached their destination. Plague-carrying fleas were planned to be used against Americans during the Battle of Saipan, but the Japanese submarine carrying them was sunk before arriving. Similarly, in Okinawa, Americans were to be the target of another plague flea attack, but the fleas could not be delivered in time. It is crazy how often they tried to use plague fleas to kill people. Then we have Cherry Blossoms at Night, which was the name of a plot to enact a biological attack against American cities in California in a suicide mission where 5 aircraft carrying submarines containing a total of 15 float planes would spread bubonic plague, cholera, typhus, and dengue fever over San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. There would have been no course to return home, as the submarines themselves would be full of infected crews who would run themselves into the shore, presumably to be captured and spread disease among their captors, but the plan never came to fruition as it was scheduled to take place after the eventual surrender of Japan in the wake of the dropping of the atomic bombs. Operation Cherry Blossoms at Night would have been a retaliatory attack, which would be their way of getting back at the U.S. for firebombing Japanese cities. This is pre-atomic bombs, obviously, which those firebombs killed hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians that were killed as a result of the atomic bombs as well. The Japanese thirst for revenge was so intense that Ishii wanted to continue with the suicide mission even after their surrender to the Allied powers. Still, it never happened due to opposition from his superiors who didn't wish to see him die in a suicide attack. What an odd group of people. While both Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan conducted extensive human experimentation, their programs differed significantly in scope, methods, and underlying motivation. Nazi medical experiments involved approximately 15,750 documented victims, with another 12,000 potential but unconfirmed victims across 70 programs in 15 different camps in Germany, with an estimated 4,364 direct deaths as a result of these camps throughout Germany and Poland and just, you know, occupied Europe, I should say. In contrast, Unit 731 killed at least 12,000 people in laboratory settings alone, potentially much higher, with the total deaths from biological warfare attacks reaching 200 to 580,000. The Nazi programs employed approximately 200 physician participants, while Unit 731's network involved over 10,000 personnel. It's wild. It's wild that this is the But for some reason, the primary focus in our history teaching is that the Nazis were the kings of all of this stuff. Even in America, which for America, the Pacific theater was more important than the European theater. So all that's a little bit confusing, but anyways. In German experimentation, there were more who survived than were killed, though most survivors did suffer extreme and permanent injuries. And by contrast, Unit 731 and related Japanese human experimentation units had no survivors, as they wanted no witnesses, and there were, of course, survivors of the biological weapon attacks on Chinese cities, but none who were held in laboratory prisons ever escaped. The different methodological approaches reflect different strategic goals for each entity, with Nazi experiments having three primary pursuits: military survival, with tests related to hypothermia survival, safe altitudes to deploy parachutes, and making seawater drinkable; drugs and treatments, with testing pharmaceuticals developed to fight contagions such as malaria, tuberculosis, typhoid fever, as well as testing antidotes to gas attacks; plus the obvious advancement of racial and ideological goals, with experiments testing sterilization techniques, trying to find the cheapest and fastest way to conduct mass sterilizations against those they saw as inferior. Unit 731 concentrated almost exclusively on biological weapons development, maintaining monthly production capacities that could contaminate entire cities. And while both programs conducted vivisection and hypothermia experiments, Unit 731's systematic deployment of biological weapons against civilian populations through 26 facilities across Asia represented a scale of field testing completely unmatched by the Nazi programs. Josef Mengelé's experiments at Auschwitz on hundreds, if not over 1,000 sets of twins focused on racial pseudoscience and genetic research, often preserving specimens for the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. Sigmund Rascher's hypothermia experiments at Dachau, involving 280 to 300 victims with 90 deaths, tested survival limits for downed Luftwaffe pilots. Karl Klauberg and Horst Schumann's sterilization experiments on men and women at Auschwitz sought efficient methods for racial genocide. But even these demonstrably horrific programs pale beside Unit 731's industrial-scale biological weapons production and testing on entire civilian populations. That's not to say that the Japanese were the worst offenders of human rights violations during this time, as this was an era of warfare where non-combatants and civilian populations weren't viewed as off-limits for attacks, not just by Axis forces, but also by Allied forces, with the firebombing of Japanese cities by, the American Air Force. Germany turned London to ruins during the London Blitz as it dropped 12,000 metric tons of bombs on the civilian centers over 8 months, killing 30,000 civilians. Germany also pursued ethnic cleansing in all of the territory they occupied, not to mention the starvation of Christians and the Ukrainians from the Soviet Union and the gulags. I mean, everybody was bad, seems like, guys. Anyways, this video is about Unit 731, though, and Japan attacked Chinese cities with biological weapons and planned attacks on United States cities. Japan also committed mass killings during their invasion of China and conducted air raids, killing thousands of civilians in Chongqing. The rape of Nanking is a perfect example of just the pure evil from the Japanese Empire. As for the UK and US, they bombed numerous German cities in a combined bomber offensive that killed over 305,000 total and wounded another 780,000. The US, also famously known for their atomic bombs and dropping them, dropped those atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki civilian centers, killing hundreds of thousands of people, civilians, innocent people, in immediate blasts and over time from resulting injuries. Then the Soviet Union conducted ethnic cleansing, mass deportation, starvation of Christians, Ukrainians, and so on and so forth, deportation operations. This resulted in many deaths that we'll never know the true numbers of. In all honesty, the Soviet Union is notorious for undocumented killings and mass murder. There are apparent differences between the objectives of the Japanese and the Nazi Germany experiment. Both resulted in unimaginable human suffering with clearly evil people on both sides, but perhaps the most extreme difference between the Nazi and Japanese medical war crimes lies in their post-war treatment. This is what gets me very fired up. You may have heard of the Nuremberg trials. Nuremberg doctors' trial from December 1946 to August 1947 prosecuted 23 defendants for medical war crimes, resulting in 7 death sentences, which were executed on June 2nd, 1948, 5 life imprisonments, and the establishing of the Nuremberg Code as the modern foundation of modern medical ethics.
And that the defendant Belts, in his official capacity, repeatedly insisted on supervision over and full responsibility and credit for the experiments.
The Nuremberg proceedings lasted 140 days with extensive documentation, survivor testimony, and international publicity that exposed Nazi medical crimes to global condemnation. In contrast, the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal, which was a trial that ran from 1946 to 1948, made only one vague reference to poisonous serums, which were then dismissed for a lack of evidence, despite U.S. intelligence possessing comprehensive documentation of Unit 731's activities. Beginning in 1941 and through 1943, the U.S. had begun capturing Japanese documentation on Unit 731, and we became aware of the following: the Japanese use of biological warfare resulting in outbreaks of plague and cholera, personnel and locations involved in biological warfare organizations operating under the names Water Supply and Purification Units, we knew that, plus the knowledge of Shiro Ishii's research facilities in Manchuria. And in 1944, intelligence gathering revealed the production of bacteria in Japan and Manchuria to be used in biological warfare, as well as the research being conducted at the Pingfan facility operated by Unit 731. However, when Japan surrendered and war crimes trial preparations and investigations began, it was stated that there was no evidence of biological warfare experiments occurring, likely because Ishii and other scientists within the program destroyed most of the unit's records at the end of the war as Japan's defeat seemed imminent. But like we said, the research shows they had been aware of what was happening in Japan, gathering documentation and compiling reports for years ahead of the Japanese surrender in late 1945. So how could they call these claims vague or uncorroborated? Perhaps they were willingly ignorant, saw an opportunity if they just looked the other way. America did not concern itself with what had happened to Chinese civilians and POWs, only the fates of personnel within the Allied powers. They stated as much in a draft warning to all Japanese, which is this here. It's quoted as saying, "The Japanese government on many occasions has publicly and solemnly declared to the nations and people of the world that it accords prisoners of war and civilian internees good and humane treatment. If at the end of hostilities it is found that Japanese authorities have not safeguarded from harm or have willfully exposed to danger the Allied personnel in their keeping, and the solemn declarations of the Japanese government are thereby proved to have been without foundation, the Allied governments declare that any individual, regardless of position or status, guilty of having permitted starvation and death, or having permitted the maltreatment of any Allied prisoners of war, internees, or citizens, whether in battle zone or lines of communication, in a camp, hospital, prison, or elsewhere, will be ruthlessly pursued and brought to punishment." This is the firm and fixed intentions of the Allied governments. So, there were no punishments. Were there Allied POWs who were subjected to these experiments? There were. There were still no punishments. On May 5th, 1945, the United States Army Air Force and the 20th Air Force flew missions 144, 145, and 147 to 149. And these missions had the crews of 55 B-29s bombing Japanese airfields at Oita, Kashiari, Kanoya, and Chiran. There's a 0% chance that I got this right, but anyways. 3 B-29s were lost on that mission, and one of which is a B-29A 42 65305, which was shot down, and the 12 airmen had to bail out. Reportedly, all but 4 crew members survived, and they all landed in various locations. One died in the fall after the cords of his parachute were sliced by another Japanese plane, and 3 died at the crash site after being surrounded by angry mobs. One allegedly opened fire on villagers before committing suicide. 8 of these crewmen were transported to Kyushu Imperial University's medical department, and if you remember, Unit 731 had connections to medical schools where they sourced doctors and researchers for their programs, and the B-29 crew was led to believe they were going to receive treatment for their injuries, but they were subjected to some of the same experiments that were conducted on Chinese prisoners in Manchuria. Dr. Toshio Tono, who was president for these experiments as a medical assistant, was an outspoken critic of what happened, as he tried to ensure that what had happened to these U.S. airmen is not forgotten. The first crewman to be operated on was Teddy J. Ponska, the B-29's flight engineer, and according to Dr. Tono, Teddy had believed that he was going to be treated. Still, the operating doctor, wanting to test something in regard to effects on a respiratory system, removed a lung before stitching him shut. Following the lung removal, Teddy was reportedly injected intravenously with seawater to determine if it was a viable substitute for sterile saline solution, with Dr. Tono being the one who held the bottle of seawater, witnessing Tony bleed to death. Other airmen had parts of their organs removed, and a drill was used to cut into the skull of a live prisoner, and part of the brain was removed to see if that could treat epilepsy. Part of one airman's liver was removed to see if survival was possible, but all of the Americans who were experimented on died, just like everyone else in Unit 731 who was experimented on. There were no survivors. The bodies of the American airmen were even preserved in formaldehyde so that future anatomy students could study them. Still, at the end of the war, doctors had records destroyed and bodies were quickly cremated in an attempt to hide all the evidence of their war crimes. When asked where these airmen went after the war, they told Americans that they had been sent to prison camps in Hiroshima where they died in the atomic blasts, which is a really weird thing to lie about. And circling back to the War Crimes Tribunal we had begun to cover earlier, one might think that it would just make sense to try everyone who had participated in these crimes against humanity at the same time and just put them to the sword for what they did and just get it over with, just like had been done with the German war criminals put to death for their human experiments, but that is not what happened at all. You see, like we briefly mentioned earlier, there was an opportunity here, massive opportunity. Japan's testing had resulted in the accumulation of valuable medical data, and the U.S. government and scientific community wanted to get their fucking grubby ass hands on it, so they struck a deal. Not a single member of Unit 731 would face prosecution, and at the same time, perpetrators of the experiments on American POWs would be tried separately at another tribunal in Yokohama to separate the two incidents, allowing for an immunity deal to be arranged with those who hadn't experimented on Americans. Lieutenant Colonel Sanders, a microbiologist with America's Military Center for Biological Weapons, was sent to Japan to investigate, and he learned of Unit 731 after threatening to involve the Soviets in the legal process, which was something that Shiro Ishii and the other Japanese doctors wished to avoid entirely. The thing was, Colonel Sanders was also being manipulated during his interrogations of Unit 731 members. They had told him that the Japanese military engaged solely in defensive research as biological warfare was clearly against humanity, but his translator, Lieutenant Colonel Ryoichi Nato, had been a part of Unit 731 and was steering the conversation. One such lie that Nato told was that they had kept the scale of research small because the Emperor didn't like the Japanese Army or Navy preparing chemical warfare, which we know is completely false, given his explicit approval of Unit 731. And expanding upon this lie, he stated that they insisted on not pursuing offensive preparation and work was purely defensive, which once again, complete bullshit, not true at all. We know that they didn't do the research with defensive motivations, even though that potentially could have been a valid argument if they'd meant it, considering the fact that America was the only other power that didn't sign the 1925 Geneva Protocol. So the insinuation was that the Japanese were studying biological warfare to defensively fight back against us potentially using biological warfare, which we did have some plans to use biological warfare against Japanese-controlled islands. For example, at one point it was suggested that ahead of the invasion of Japanese-controlled islands, Batulani could be dropped over them to debilitate or kill defenders so that resistance would be minimal. It could also be used against warships and logistics targets, and the Americans elaborated on how to manufacture Batulani, acknowledging the criticism that the use of it would be inhumane. And check this out. The author argues that if anything, it's more humane than traditional weapons as it causes no pain or tissue injury. Chances are that most of the victims would get a sublethal dose. They would be made ill, but most of them would recover without treatment. What an awesome way to look at biological warfare. By the way, that's a thought out plan from Americans to use biological weapons against our enemies. So, you know, in terms of them wanting to use it only defensively, it's kind of a strange broad stroke. Everybody's bad now, it seems like. Colonel Sanders brought the information to the attention of General Douglas MacArthur, who was the man responsible for rebuilding post-war Japan under Allied occupation, with the recommendation that they grant members immunity in exchange for their research. And this was a feeling echoed by many who considered what kind of information the Japanese doctors and researchers may hold, revealing that while American scientists observed ethical boundaries and wouldn't cross them themselves, the work was still valuable. The Hill-Victor report from 1947 was written by Dr. Edwin V. Hill and Dr. Joseph Victor, and in the report they state, "Such information could not be obtained in our own laboratories because of scruples attached to human experimentation. It is hoped that the individuals who voluntarily contributed this information will be spared embarrassment because of it and that every effort will be taken to prevent this information from falling into other hands. At least from the German side, there was a little bit of justice served, but there was absolutely none, in spite of the scruples. They acknowledged that because America's scientific and medical community views human experimentation as unethical, we can't obtain these results, but Japanese researchers didn't view it the same way. They believed that they should be spared the embarrassment of being exposed by using the opportunity to gain the information for ourselves before another nation does. It also seemed that considering the budget alone, they would be fools not to take advantage of the opportunity to learn from Japan's big money research. They'd spent tens of millions of yen conducting their experiments, and meanwhile, the US had only spent 250,000 yen over the course of its investigation. MacArthur followed these recommendations and granted them immunity from prosecution, including Shiroishi, if they provided America, and only America, with their data from human experimentation. There were 8,000 slides of tissue from human and animal dissections, along with 600 plus pages of articles covering the field of their work, and another 100 plus pages related to the biological and chemical warfare that they were testing. And we continued to turn a blind eye when faced with anything that might make us uncomfortable or raise concerns. Despite apparent discrepancies between the Unit 731 researchers' claims and the results they presented, they continued to take them at their word. You see, Unit 731 claimed the human subjects that were used for experiments were criminals who had been condemned to death, and since the US saw no evidence to indicate the statement was untrue, everything was cool. The thing was, they only sent 2 lawyers to investigate claims of biological attacks in China. While they interviewed physicians who had reported on the plague outbreaks, they didn't interview any victims and had no mandate to conduct an intensive field study. So when they reported to MacArthur that the evidence is not sufficient to justify the charge of bacterial warfare, they just went along with it. And Unit 731 members claimed that no American or Russian POWs had been used aside from the blood of some American POWs to check antibody content, and the US saw no evidence to indicate the statement was untrue, or what's more likely, they just refused to see the evidence because it would look bad. And they really wanted all this research. The State War Navy Coordinating Committee's August 1st, 1947 report justified this arrangement by concluding that the value of Japanese BW information outweighed war crimes prosecution. But not for the Germans, of course. Key U.S. officials orchestrating the cover-up included General Charles A. Willoughby, which was MacArthur's intelligence chief who actively suppressed prosecution efforts and advocated for Ishii's pardon while protecting another 24 scientists from war crime prosecution. Dr. Norbert Fell of the Chemical Warfare Service conducted detailed investigations while ensuring findings remained classified, and the decision reflected Cold War calculations prioritizing potential military advantage over actual justice and morals and ethics, etc., with officials arguing that preventing Soviet access to biological warfare data justified protecting war criminals. And when Soviets would request access to Ishii and Unit 731 staff for their own investigations into Japan's alleged war crimes, the United States viewed providing intelligence to them as potentially jeopardizing the security of the U.S., and Ishii was instructed by the U.S. not to divulge valuable information to the Soviets given its perceived value. Horribly ironically, later evaluations determined that the data, which had been seen at the time as immeasurably valuable, did not meet American expectations, and what was produced was at best of minor significance, making this moral compromise ultimately worthless, even from a utilitarian perspective, even from the perspective of Paul Blart. I mean, I don't know, a psycho. Not Paul Blart. But hey, at least they tried those responsible for the human experimentation on American airmen at Kyushu Imperial University separately so they could face justice, right, because of their own words. No. Stanford has collected documents related to many of the cases brought forward in the Yokohama Tribunal, which sought to prosecute Japanese leaders and all systems of society for the atrocities committed against Allied prisoners of war. And it wasn't just restricted to those who were tortured at Kyushu University. It was for all POWs who died in captivity during the war, of which 90% of American POWs who died did so while in Japanese captivity in their prison camps or prison ships. And regarding just what happened to those involved in the murder of the crew of that B-29, which were 30 Kyushu University doctors and military staff, they stood trial, and 23 of those 30 were convicted of vivisection and the removal of body parts. And of those 23, 5 received death sentences and 4 received life in prison. The wheels of justice are slow moving. but a lot can happen in a few short years, so that's fortunate. Nowadays, death row inmates can spend decades between their sentencing and execution. You guys didn't know that. But wait! In 1952, Harry S. Truman, the 33rd President of the United States, would sign Executive Order 10393, which would undo the prosecution of those doctors who had experimented on American POWs. Why? Japan had requested clemency, sentence reduction, or parole for war criminals convicted by the U.S. during the various World War II war crime tribunals and with the looming Cold War. The Korean War was a significant escalation in the ideological differences between the Soviet Union and China supporting the North versus Western powers like the United States supporting the South. And an ally was obviously needed, and Japan could be that ally. Japan was granted sovereignty again when the Treaty of San Francisco ended the Allied occupation of the island nation as they entered into a security alliance allowing U.S. troops to remain stationed in Japan. And in 1958, all Japanese prisoners serving war crimes related sentences were paroled. So, you know, if your grandfather was vivisected by a Japanese scientist, he was at least paroled in 1958. So, parole's pretty rough. And by the way, many Unit 731 veterans achieved remarkable success in post-war Japan. Masaji Kitano co-founded Green Cross Pharmaceutical Company in 1950, becoming its director and chief executive until 1986. Epic. And coincidentally, Ryoichi Naito, the translator who facilitated the dealings between Unit 731 and the US and had also been a member of Unit 731, was a founder of Green Cross as well. Yoshimura Hisato, who conducted the frostbite experiments, became the chair of the Japan Meteorological Society before becoming president of Kyoto Prefectural University of Medicine. Others rose to positions including the governor of Tokyo, president of the Japanese Medical Association, and head of the Japanese Olympic Committee. Even the man behind it all, Shiro Ishii, had a short-lived private practice before he died of throat cancer in 1959. The world largely doesn't even know what Unit 731, and it seems Japan is content to keep it that way. Speaking about it is to point out one of the country's greatest shames that is still denied in a lot of ways, both then and now. And the Chinese still have not gotten justice. It's unbelievable. When Unit 731 members first began speaking about their research to Americans, even when they were cooperating, they spoke among themselves saying, "We are not supposed to talk about this." And that is the mentality ever since, it seems. On top of Dr. Tono speaking out about his experience with the American POWs that were experimented on in Kyushu Imperial University, a former Unit 731 member, Hideo Shimizu, has been outspoken since 2015, but he discovered that honesty doesn't win you any favors. Hideo was only 14 years old when he joined Unit 731 in 1945 and wouldn't be there for long, as the end of the war was approaching fast. But what he saw during that time left him with nightmares ever since. There was a specimen room filled with jars containing human organs, limbs, and even heads. He saw a pregnant woman in a large jar with a fetus protruding from her flayed side. Thankfully for Hideo, the job that awaited him and all he'd been told about didn't last for longer than 6 months. Even though all he did was take care of rats, he still feels guilty for having any part in what happened. He returned to the site of the event, visiting the memorial and revisiting his memories from that time to apologize for his involvement. His apology was appreciated and even celebrated by China, with some acknowledgement finally being given of the crimes against humanity. But Japan felt differently when their countrymen started spilling the beans. His daughters have cut ties with him, politicians don't want him speaking, and people slander him online, calling him a liar and a traitor. Most in Japan would rather not acknowledge this part of their past, if not even dismiss it entirely, which is unbelievable. But Voices of America, who interviewed Hideo Shimizu, also visited a local museum dedicated to remembering World War II and revealed a small area dedicated to Unit 731, where they say that research is ongoing and society has many different opinions about the unit. Museums and governments would rather paint a prettier picture of the past than the gruesome and disturbing real version, in which an increasingly smaller generation of people remember living through. By the way, it seems as though our incumbent government currently is trying to pressure the Smithsonian from detailing the darker side of America's history with slavery, which is classic, I guess. There have been acknowledgments of Unit 731 by Japanese officials and institutions, of course, but there has never been a formal apology issued for what happened, which is why Hideo Shimizu is speaking out and ruffling so many feathers. Unit 731 and its post-war exoneration from guilt and consequence further prove that it doesn't matter how evil something is, there will always be someone who can try to justify it and someone who will listen to that and maybe take that research, use it elsewhere. As a wise man once said, do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created? Anyways, thank you for watching. Hopefully you guys learned something about Unit 731. And if you did, press the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'll see you all in the next one. We're gonna become club to see uncensored videos. There's not gonna be really anything in regard. I'm not a good salesman. I'm sorry. Sour.gg, support the channel. If you want to see stuff, I don't really care. Doesn't matter. This video is crazy. Learn history, but like the good kind of history. Don't learn what.
True. Alright, check out that Oompaville video, guys. Go give him a like, give him a view, give him a sub. Oompaville's fucking awesome. Alright. Now we shall move on to the reacts. 9 strategies to end the novel. Ooh, let's figure out where we're going with this one. Let me just pull this shit up right now. That. This. Notes on finishing your novel. Okay, I guess it's on ending your novel. I think there's a subtle difference between that. One's the narrative ending, one is how do you reach there with the actual like practicality of it, right? Like moving forward with finishing the actual manuscript itself, right? And not worrying about like other shit. Just getting it all down on paper in a rough draft. Getting it all set in stone. So you can move and mold that stone into perfection.
So I've spent more than 15 years coaching writers and editing their books. And over the years, I have slowly and methodically collected the absolute best strategies to end novels. The 9 strategies below aren't foolproof, but one of them will probably be right for about 99% of novels. So let's get into it with number 1, a thematic ending. What's your book?
Thematic ending. Mine would be Power of Good and Evil goes beyond the scale of physical existence.
About? Is it about injustice? Is it about the betrayals of love? Because if your entire book has been discussing a theme, then you probably want to end on that note as well. In Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck, the entire book's about hunger. This is during the Great Depression and everyone's out of a job and no one can find food.
Mine's all about consciousness. Now consciousness is more than just your physical self. Like physical self is a mirror almost of consciousness. Like consciousness is fundamental, thus it is the canvas that creates reality. And your bodies basically pick up a minute piece of that consciousness. So, that's the theme of the book. Consciousness is more than just a physical reality.
The novel ends on a scene that shows hunger dramatically. The Joad family finds a man who is starving to death in a barn, and in order to save his life, one of the new mothers has to breastfeed him. That is an ending you will not soon forget. So to copy this strategy, 1, figure out the main theme in your novel, and then 2, figure out a scene that demonstrates that main theme. Second strategy, a cliffhanger. This is probably...
The fact that everyone dies at the end and the world's blown up and it's just pure consciousness fighting in an eternal struggle. Yep, that's pretty much it. Cliffhanger. Which technically we also use this. Mine. The fight between Gaia and Anima plus all of existence never takes place. Is simply stated that the battle is beginning. So we technically do leave a cliffhanger as well.
Probably the best known strategy of all endings. You cut off right as the action gets going, which leaves all the readers on the edge of their seat, or they're extremely angry at you. The main worry is whether cliffhangers leave the reader feeling cheated, whether it's kind of extortion for them to buy your next book. And the way to solve this problem and keep your readers from getting angry is to resolve most of the plot threads that you have going, and then just keep, say, one as a cliffhanger. And I'll also note that cliffhangers work much better for series rather than for standalone books. At the end of Hunger Games Catching Fire, we learn that District 12 has been firebombed, and now the revolution has begun. It is a huge cliffhanger that makes every reader super eager to read that third book in the series. Or check out this cliffhanger by Roberto Bolaño in Last Evenings on Earth. The very line of the book is, and then the fight begins. Imagine ending the book on the word begins.
Yep.
And right as
that's how we're ending it.
Is actually breaking out. 3, the ambiguous ending. Ambiguous endings offer at least 2 different interpretations of what happened and lets the reader come to their own conclusions. Let's take a look at the end of The Giver by Lewis Lowry. At the end,
technically
does
also
Jonas
what we
find a
do.
town and he's saved, or is he hallucinating and about to die? And the
Does
very best ambiguous
Gaia
endings
win
will convince a
or
decent
Anima
portion
win?
of your readership that it's not ambiguous at all. Casual readers of The Giver walk away thinking, oh, it's a happy ending, yay, he found a town. Only after a second read or after thinking about it a while will those readers think, huh, I wonder whether he was hallucinating because of hypothermia. Another good example of an ambiguous ending is Life of Pi. Did Pi really survive on the open seas with a tiger for months? Or, as a coping mechanism, did he substitute animals for humans and spend a lot of time with his mother and a guard on the boat? With an ambiguous ending, there is not a right answer. Readers get to embrace what version they think is right, or they get to embrace both. Fourth strategy, humor.
Embrace the ending. For humor. We kind of do this as, like, let's say mine would be all characters gathering behind Gaia at the end. Zayd and Husai reunited. Some random banter about some random banter, you know. But, and then Husai being thanking Gaia and saying at least he's not Stardust. Something like that.
No one hates a joke. I mean, at least if the joke is good. And if you've had at least some comedic elements in your novel, you might want to end on a joke. Think of The Princess Bride by William Goldman. The grandfather waxes on and on about the greatest kiss of all time, making the grandson squirm and get super awkward. Or at the end of Some Like It Hot, Jerry removes his wig and says, "You don't understand, I'm a man." And Osgood smiles and replies, "Well, no one's perfect." And the very last line of Coconut Cowboy ends on a joke about corn dogs, which is a little too risque for me to repeat here. Fifth strategy, the tieback. The tieback just means that the ending refers to something previously in the book. And the further back that thing is, say the first chapter or the second chapter, the better. Now there's a number of things this could be. First thing is it could be an object. Think of the spinning top at the end of Inception. That top has been crucial through the whole story in helping them determine whether they're dreaming. And it's also an ambiguous ending because you see it spinning and you're like, does it begin to wobble or doesn't it? Or two, a callback could be to a phrase that's used throughout the book. The Hebrew phrase tin shell means thou mayest. And that phrase is repeated in a heartbreaking moment at the end of that book. By referring to something that's previously mentioned, the reader's going to feel like the whole book is being tied up and concluded. And comedians even use this technique when they do stand-up routines. They'll reference a joke they made all the way at the beginning of their set in order to end the session. Number 6,
the tieback would be the very first line. Not all challenges are a battle. Or no, sorry, not all battles are a challenge. Are a challenge. Last line. Oh, I can't remember the exact phrasing of it, but it's like something, something, something rushes into battle. So it's like the tieback is the two lines that work into the idea of, you know, first, like, one's not all battles are a challenge, meaning, you know, some things are easy, but some things aren't. And this one's the eternal battle that will never end, and if it ends, it means Gaia lost. 6. The skip.
Skip ahead. This type of ending often finds its happy home in epilogues. With this strategy, the author fast-forwards time and lets us see what...
Yeah, this is what I want to do. This would be the perfect ending. So mine for this would be Stoner Girl Evolution. Ending of the main character turning into a tree, then centuries later someone eats the fruit and gains her abilities, restarting the cycle.
The characters are up to 5 years, 10 years, 20 years in the future. And it's usually removed to some degree from the main story, like...
And there's also, like, for, like, the Final Fantasy one, would be, like, Gaia's consciousness. Oh, shit!
Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following Vasa Synchronicity. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
How's it going, Vasa Asynchronicity? How are you? Welcome, welcome. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy imagination and creativity? Are you an explorer of the world of words? We are very much going in deep on this one with the ending of our book and how each one of these things are applied, whether they're necessary or whether they're part of it. And so far, every single one of them has been a part of it. We have some sort of thing that connects to it, whether it's briefly or not. In this case, it's Gaia's consciousness shoots across the stars for hundreds of trillions of years before the arrow strikes Anima. And it's just this kind of blur of everything combined. And then when they finally hit the abyss, it's like everyone materializes. And it's all the consciousness that she's cultivated creates across, plus all the consciousness that Gaia, or that Anima has devoured, then becomes a part of Gaia. Because that's her power, is to cultivate consciousness. Whereas Anima's is to devour it.
The mighty warrior has retired.
But you can't destroy consciousness. You can only contain it within you and dominate it. And since Gaia has basically released all of the consciousness, he can now fight back against Anima. So it's like his own food source, his own energy source is fighting back against him. So the more and deeper you understand about the story, you'll learn more and more about how that final battle is actually supposed to play out.
And is farming in some quiet village. This strategy gives the author a chance to show how the main character has sort of recovered from the events of the novel and how they've changed. Think about the end of Harry Potter, where J.K. Rowling shows what her wizard heroes are up to 19 years after the end of the book. Who married who had children, etc. Now, a related version to the skip ahead is the skip back. In The Road by Cormac McCarthy, which is set in this apocalyptic wasteland where everything is bleak and dead, the ending is a paragraph about beauty. It's talking about the beauty that existed before the apocalypse. And it's just describing this beautiful trout swimming in a pure, clean stream. Unfortunately,
Mine would be before the moon fell from the sky. So that would be actually for ending the first book with the death of Fafnir and having like Fafnir passing like maybe his knowledge on to Husai. And it's like you get a vision of the world before the moon fell, before the octopi came out of the sea, when the dragons roared through the skies, when the moon held the night, when the beastmen flourished across the land, when the 4 continents were separated by the great whirlwind. It was, good times in that. And then Fafnir dies. And it's like, maybe that gives you a little bit to go on for the next book, because the next book is immediately going to pick up in the Soulscape, because they've basically been rescued by the Dark Adventurers Guild people that are being, working with the Warriors of Light in the Domed City. And they bring back to the Domed City, and they go through the roots, and because Husai's going through the roots, and he's somewhat in a non-conscious state, he goes into the Soulscape, just like the multiple dream sequence Soulscape scenes that will take place multiple times through the book. First one in chapter 3, the second one in chapter 13, and then that would be the third one. Maybe when he comes back to the tree after they've gained Atomus and they have Fafnir on their side, he could go commune with the Great Spirits, which is actually Gaia, even though he thinks it's his ancestors. There's a lot that we can do with that. But at least it's there.
In this world. Number 7, The Happy Sad Ending. You might have seen the greatest baseball movie of all time, The Natural. It's about a man whose baseball career was cut short by a terrible tragedy, and then he tries to pick it up later in his 40s and try out for a professional baseball team. It's based on a book by Bernard Malamud, but then Hollywood made a movie. But what's interesting is that the endings are completely different. In the movie, in typical Hollywood fashion, it's a happy ending. He hits a home run, and all of his wildest dreams come true. In the book, though, he strikes out, and he's absolutely crushed. I spoke to a person who watched the movies first, and he was so demoralized when he read the book. That's because happy endings are an easy hit. If you write a depressing ending, you're gonna get some flack from readers, but it still might be the right choice for your book. Sometimes
everyone dies, but that's okay, because that's the thing, is everyone dies. Everyone eventually dies.
I would go for
so mine literally has both of these. So The sad ending. Everyone dies. The happy part? Death is not the end. The physical form can die. The consciousness cannot.
Middle route, the bittersweet ending. To pull this off, simply end one of your storylines on a happy note and one of your storylines on a sad note. For instance, the hero loses the big promotion, but ends up finding love. I feel like bittersweet endings capture all of the emotional notes that readers are looking for in an ending, and they never come off as unrealistic or cheesy. Number 8.
That's where I feel like, is my ending a cop-out? The fact that Gaia just emerges from the planet and fucking kills everyone, even though it's like it's kind of alluded to that that's her ultimate plan. Is if this doesn't go right, she would rather sacrifice herself in an attempt to destroy Anima than let him consume her or the world. And some people would see it as it's kind of an arrogant thing of like, if Anima's gonna destroy me, I'll destroy my own people. But it's more of she knows that everyone's going to survive in her as far as consciousness goes. So there's no reason to hold back that. It's just she won't have a planet anymore to cultivate, but she has already made up her mind that she's going to go fight Gaia or Anima anyways. So there's this kind of huge web that comes together around the end. But the only cop-out is if you don't understand the fact that I've been trying to say how consciousness works. So if that I haven't like gotten that across, then it's something that I'm not quite sure, how to do. But, I mean, technically the ending's already been written. It just needs to be edited and rewritten. But it's basically been written. It's been written more than the first chapter has, let's just say that. I don't know where this came from, but I just had a really good idea. Really, really good idea. So, when it comes to the beginning of the book and the Calm Pearl, our current first chapter has the entire Calm Pearl, but we just want to do the ending. We just want to have... It looks like Husai kills Torg. And you're like, wait, what? Main character sees himself kill his best friend. Or what he would consider his old apprentice. That he's like replacing Torg with Zaid. So there's also that background part there where it's like the reason why he treats kind of Zaid like his son is that's kind of the way that he was with Torg. But Torg wasn't really part of the Adventurers Guild. He was kind of a separate part because he was part of like news operations and stuff like that, like communications and like I don't know, I guess something kind of like a cheerleader and newscaster kind of idea. And he just like, in order to like promote higher level adventurers and stuff and show off the dangers as well as the rewards, he would like go and record with adventurers, even ones that were above his level. And the reason why is because he had such a good connection to Husai. and Husai's influence allowed him to make certain calls about it, is, for instance, with the Adventurers Guild. And it kind of created this whole documentation type class where it's like people want to document their triumphs, so it kind of created this entire side project of the guild where you could hire non-adventurers, basically, or like low-level adventurers, to just basically record and document your story of your party. This became like a really big thing. And the way that the first chapter portrays it is just Husai and Torg, and kind of gives a little bit of backstory into how they were, and then, you know, maybe even have the prologue be something about Torg and Husai, and then just have the final moments of the Compral, and then throughout the chapters, like maybe at the beginning of each chapter, it's like Husai re-watching it, and you get to see like one scene unfolding after the next at the beginning of each chapter, as a kind of like, and then Husai gets like interrupted in watching it, and it's like it's the 100th time he's watched it because he keeps watching it over and over and over again. And you just pick up in those kind of like important moments, and use that coincidence of a moment in order to show those scenes, to develop out those characters for when the final moment and you see the final battle and what actually happened, and you're like, okay, now I know why Husai feels the way that he does, and with everything that happened, especially after he shows it to Sid. And that all has to happen within the first 5 or 6 chapters before they reach the cave system, where the like main Sahagin village is. But anyways, it is what it is. And that's how we tie in as well to like Husai's feelings and ultimate things, because he gets to see Torg and everyone again as well, and Zaid. So it's like both of them are there, right? So he gets this complete like clarity at the end. And that's the reason why Gaia didn't want his consciousness to be destroyed as well, even though he begged her to. And that's why he's like, oh shit, I'm so glad you didn't do that. Now I totally understand now. And she's like, see what I mean?
When you end a story, you are trying to help the reader transition from the fictional world back into the real world. Sometimes that transition is easier if the last lines of the story don't have to do with the characters or the plot or the themes, but instead a description of the natural world. To pull this off, try to describe something in your story that resonates with the main themes of your book. If your book is about father-son relationships, then end your book with your main character watching a father and son walk in a park. If you have a character who sacrificed absolutely everything in the hopes of a big payday, then show that same idea in the animal world. For instance, pelicans dive bombing for fish, like in this Taylor Antrim example. Boom splash. The pelicans take these kamikaze plunges into the water. The way they hit, not one should survive, but of course they all do. They come up with their beaks full of fish. The reader's smart enough to know that the author's not really talking about pelicans, right? They're trying to talk about what the humans have done in that story. It's just this nice resonance and metaphorical connection that ends the story strongly. Number 9, end on dialogue. A powerful, short line of dialogue might be just the right way to close out your book.
Yep.
The Count of Monte Cristo ends on a positive line of dialogue. Check out this example by Alexandre Dumas, The Count of Monte Cristo. My dear, replied Valentine, has not the Count just told us that all human wisdom is contained in the words, wait and hope? That ends on such a positive note. Wait and hope. This is a book about unjust imprisonment for years and years and years and plotting revenge. And so wait and hope is such a positive vision of what he's gone through. Hopefully you can pick one.
So mine, the end on dialogue is like the end now to battle. It's the line that the guy says is like, I might as well just bring it up, because I can't remember what it is. With all that I am and all that I will be, I will end you. I think that's what it is. I am. If not me, then the next. Oh yeah, okay, so the final speech is like... Where is it? I'm in your domain now, Anima. Let this be a fight for eternity. And then... If not me, then the next. Meaning if she doesn't succeed, there will always be someone else. If not me, then the next. There will always be someone who will be fighting against you, no matter what you do. And then the question is, can Anima overcome that or not?
One of those strategies for ending your book, and my recommendation is to try writing, say, 3 different endings. Think of 2 of them as like direct.
Yeah, there's definitely alternate endings where, you know, they actually use the weapon to kill the monarch or something like that, and then Anima comes in the clouds and is kind of like, you know, the ending of Mortal Kombat where it's like, oh, you've won, but then the ultimate being finds his way in anyways, right? And then Anima shows up like Unicron ready to eat the fucking planet, and they're like, nah, man, we're ready to stop you. And maybe they're like hurling, you know, it's just, I don't want to get to the point of them literally hurling planets and suns at Anima thinking it's going to do anything against him, because that's what he eats. That's why consciousness has to be the only way that can defeat him. So maybe having something in the prologue or even the first chapter, maybe actually completely changing the first chapter to like another planet somewhere and Anima eating and destroying that planet. Kind of like at the beginning of Transformers where Unicron just like eats the planet. But it's just like a black hole. It could be like a scientist's room or something, and it's like, you know, gravitational waves are coming in. It's like a rogue black hole, and then just the entire planet gets absorbed, and then you just hear the Rancor cry of Anima saying more. It could be like maybe like that could be like the prologue, and that's the first dream, and it's like Kusai waking in a pile of sweat, basically like, oh fuck me, man, this shit ain't good, and then maybe start with that, and then he goes, and the first chapter is actually him going and talking to Gaia and his ancestors and figure out what the dream is about. And then he's given the prophecy about the Warriors of Light and finding the tablet. And then by the time he comes back to the room, then there's the Calm Pearl there. And it's like, okay, things have been set in motion. And that's kind of what you should get from like the first little bit of it, right? I don't know, but there's so many experimental things that you can do with it.
Endings, and then giving them to a friend who has read the book and asking them, out of these 3 endings, which one's your favorite? And good luck with writing your ending.
True, thank you. Good thing that was like one of the first things I did. But there is always the thing of it could change. It could very well change. You never know. Same with the ending of book 1. You never know. Well, that's another Book Fox video down. Go give him a like, give him a subscribe, give him a fucking comment and a view. His videos are fucking awesome. They are directing us perfectly as a writer. We love it. So, now. This one is more of a very interesting Callie, what's up, Callie? How are you doing, good sir? How are you? We are now on to commentary on foolproof politicians. So, we're basically asking, how do we put this? Someone just read a bit of Student Body Sonata and she was so nice and complimenting and all the stuff. I should just keep writing. You should, Callie. See? It's good. It's good. You know what you're doing, man. You're a great writer. You're very creative. You understand it. You've written 2 books. This is your 3rd, right? Let's go. I believe. Believe in yourself, Callie. That's all it takes. Believe in yourself. Because you have the power. You are the one. We just gotta figure out how to word this. Like, okay, I'm gonna lower the amount of exercise I do so I can write, because it's literally just being exercise. See, Callie, you're like me. You just do one thing for like a couple months, like really, really hard, and then you switch what you're doing, right? You just have to just like keep going through shit. Okay, so the idea behind this is like, how far can politicians go? And what kind of lies can they peddle at this point in time before it's like too much? So like, have we gotten to a point where politicians are basically foolproof? Maybe I should ask something as simple as that. And keep it just, like, super simple and see what it comes up with and, like, extrapolate from that and just kind of do it in, like, a new way. So let's just straight up do it. Let's say, has... I don't know what to say. The Western world? Or do we just, like, say, like... Let's just say the Western world. So, like, yeah. So let's just say, has the Western world come to a point where politicians are foolproof? No matter what they say or do, there are no consequences. Are we moving closer to complete puppet governments with using this method of personality versus policy? Force people to take one side or the other. How far do you think they can go before there is a total revolution against politicians and the like? Okay. I think that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. So, Callie, if you're ever stuck on anything, just let me know, and we can do some brainstorming about Sonata. I'm totally down for that, bro. Sounds like a good time. Oh. All right. You guys interested in this? How far does it think they can go? How far have they gone? Right? How many times can you say fucker in the pussy and still be president, right? That's the question. No one wants to say it, but that's the question. It's like, at what point in time have we lost the plot so badly that basically the devil has become our savior? It's an interesting thought, isn't it? From many different nations. Not just America, Canada, the UK. One thing that seems to be doing really well right now is like Asia and the Middle East. At least the UAE. Or UAE. United Arab Emirates. Callie, why are you still here? Go right! Actually, shouldn't you be in bed? Isn't it? It's 11 o'clock in my time. Doesn't that make it like 1 o'clock in the morning for you? Were you supposed to go to bed at 11? Callie. At least do something progressive, like, right? I believe in you, Callie. You've got the power. Couldn't sleep and got scared. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Like, I see faces everywhere. Damn. You got like the howling red in your mind so much from thinking about it? And then you'll wind up with them all over your skin? It's okay, I can't say much. I haven't written very much, but we've been doing a lot of research and studying and reading, and I think that's been really, really important. Okay. On politicians being foolproof. And you know what? I'm not chancing this again. I'm just taking this shit out of here. You know what? I don't even care. I'm not burning my fucking retinas again. Folder. Let's do this right this time. Let's take this. Go. Sleep sucks. True. I agree, Callie. Yeah, I know, Callie. Sleep sucks, dude. But that's okay. It's a natural human thing, right? Oops. And which one is this? Talks. Now I've had two people tell me I'm usually really honest about my opinions. So this is great. This is really good. And I hate everything. Don't tell her I'm here saying this. I'll get embarrassed. It's okay, Callie. I don't know who you're talking about. It's okay. I have no idea who you're talking about. I don't even know what this one's about. That's okay, though. I just had grapes. Nice. Grapes are awesome. I love grapes. Okay, let me go here. And we go foolproof politicians. And then we take this. What? I don't care about. Okay, I'm just gonna copy and paste into. This is another thing I like about Notepad as well, is you can just easily copy and paste stuff and then just read. There we go. This. Grapes are good, right? Okay, so on politicians being foolproof with no consequences. No, the Western world hasn't fully reached a point where politicians are entirely immune to consequences. But there's a growing perception and some evidence of diminished accountability in many democracies. Accountability remains a core principle of democratic systems, where mechanisms like elections, judicial oversight, media scrutiny, and public protest are designed to hold leaders responsible for misconduct. However, in practice, these systems often fall short due to factors like political polarization, institutional inertia, and the diffusion of responsibility in complex bureaucracies. For instance, scandals involving ethical breaches of policy, failures, frequently result in minimal repercussions, such as a temporary resignations followed by lucrative post office opportunities rather than legal penalties. Recent discussions on platforms like X highlight public frustration with users, noting that politicians face no punishment for lies, scandals, or wasted funds, often retaining pensions and influence. That said, consequences do occur. High-profile cases, such as impeachments, prosecutions, or electoral defeats, demonstrate that accountability isn't entirely absent. Think of recent examples like ousting of leaders amid corruption probes in Europe or the US. The issue seems more pronounced in real existing democracies, where accountability is uneven, influenced by factors like media capture, elite networks that protect insiders. Erosion of democratic norms, such as state capture by special interests, exacerbates this, leading to a sense that rules apply selectively. Overall, while not foolproof, the trend toward reduced consequences is real and tied to broader democratic backsliding in some Western nations. On moving toward puppet governments via personality versus policy. Yes, there's evidence that Western politics is shifting toward greater emphasis on personality over policy, which can foster polarization and make governments appear more like puppets of charismatic figures or entrenched interests. Personality traits of politicians significantly influence voter preferences, often overshadowing policy details. Studies show that voters' perceptions of leaders' big five traits, like extroversion or agreeableness, correlate to support for liberal or conservative positions. This cult of personality dynamic is more overt in authoritarian regimes, but has seeped into democracies where media and social platforms amplify personal narratives over substantive debates. I missed you last night. My streak is broken. That's my fault, Sean. My eye was exploding last night, so I ended the stream like rather early. I think I only streamed like 6.5 hours. But my eye, because it was like, you know, from like being sick and blowing my nose, I just blew my nose so much that eventually it caught up to me, and it was like blowing a nasal cavity. I'm sorry, Sean. Just noticed Dumb Girl Evolution. Also, Chapter 2 of Treehouse Isekai has been posted. Nice, Sean. We've read Goblin Girl Evolution, Gamer Girl Evolution, Fox Girl Evolution, and we've substantially rounded out what we're going to do for Stoner Girl Evolution. But I saw this, Sean. I saw this. And I was, like, really hoping you would pop in yesterday. So far, Gamer Girl is the best start. Gamer Girl was pretty good. Why can't I find it? Where is it? I found it yesterday super easily. Why can't I find it now? Alright. So I had it all ready and set for you yesterday, Sean. I want ice cream. Be right back. Wait. I'm pre-diabetic. Some types of sugar-free ice cream aren't bad. Also better eating less real sugar than switching to alternative sweeteners. No one knows what pills I take for fun. Nice. Nice. So I'm super interested to read this, Sean. One of them is kind of bad for me, but I'm an idiot. I mean, it is what it is, Callie. We all can't win, right? Alright, are you ready, Sean? This is all for you, man. How do I... How do I follow the story? Can I not do that? Wait, did I click the wrong chapter? I'm so confused. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know how I clicked on chapter 2 instead of chapter 1. I was like, wait, what? Okay, there we go. There we go. Wait, my eyes immediately locked onto a pleased moan. Well, good for you, Callie. That's what it's all about. Yeah, I don't know why it shot me to the second chapter. That's kind of weird. Maybe because I was looking at it yesterday. You must have been on one of the 21 views I got for the first 24 hours. Yeah, because I was looking at it yesterday. In the story. This story? Or what we were reading? Were you reading what was on screen, Callie? So guys, who wants to take bets that Beezus never comes back and he never pays for Scrivener, and I'm totally fucked now that everything's on Scrivener and I have like 10 days and Beezus said he would buy me Scrivener and he hasn't been around, and now I'm like, well fuck. Oh, this is why I didn't want to use this motherfucking thing. You see why I didn't want to use this thing? It's $80 fucking dollars. Fuck that. As soon as Beezus realized I liked it, he hasn't come back. Motherfucker scammed me. Double files, one on each platform, just in case. Well, yeah, that's the plan, Sean. I have to do backups of everything. I have to spend like the next week doing like backups and catch up and backlog, and then everything from there on is good. And this the last 2 days I've been like super sick, so I've been like, fuck, I'm just gonna rest, get the rest that I need so the sickness doesn't drag on for like a week. Because it was my sister's birthday and the kids were over, and yeah, kids, sickness. They're in school now, so it's like they had like their orientation and shit. And I'm drowning from all those compliments. What's a good thing? Brain too tired to deal with a intoxicated person. True, Callie. But that's okay. It's story time, guys. I gotta grind some weed though. Ish! 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 Jersas! Woo! Sheesher Mageshers. Bless you. Thank you, Callie. The Sheesher Mageshers. OP is a real person, as is NTNS. It's Nelson Treehouse and Supply. It's located in Washington State, and there's even a series about the company called Treehouse Masters. So I barely ate today. That was me, Callie. I had fries before I went to bed, and I had fries when I woke up. And that's been what I've eaten. That's been what I've eaten. I had to go another trek to the store or start eating the shit food in the house. Because I'm out of the good food. So the question is, oh crap, I actually care if I get sleep now? Because other people care. What the fuck? Sleep until 7:30 p.m. today? Damn, Sean. You know what's funny, Sean, is today was the first day in like forever where I just, I didn't do any editing or anything. I was just like, fuck it. So tomorrow I have to do like twice as much editing. And it's the first time in like, I think it's the first time since I created my TikTok account that I haven't posted. I'm breaking my streak. I just don't give a fuck. I just felt like shit this morning. My eye was exploding last night. Nose is super runny, so I'm just like, I'm just chilling in bed, taking it easy, calming her down. You know, I don't have to worry about, you know, not having the time anymore. Now I have the time. We do like a double upload. It'll be great. Create some sort of FOMO. People are like, wait, what? What happened? What happened? It's like if I miss a stream now, it's like that would be fucked up if I missed a stream. Got my new keyboard, mouse, and headset. Have to wait for the mouse and headset to charge before I can use them, but they're here. Hopefully I'll have less typos now. Ah, nice, Sean. But typos are fun! You could blame the keyboard instead of yourself. Be like, damn shit, keyboard doesn't know how to spell. I still have one typo to fix in chapter 2. Well, there's always one, right? Okay, you guys ready? Lock in, let's fucking do this, guys. This is Sean's Treehouse Isekai. Blonde man eagerly revealed the masterpiece he and his company had constructed for me. So what do you think? Is it exactly what you wanted? I looked at his smiling, joyous face and grinned back. Pete, I have to admit, you've delivered over and above what I asked for. NTNS was the right choice for this project, and I couldn't be happier. I shook his hand, and after he got a few aftershots of the project, I bid him and his crew farewell. For a treehouse, it was massive, a proper house, 60 feet up with a rectangular deck at 20 feet, with a drawbridge set of stairs that would lock into a flat deck when raised, full solar power with replacement panels and batteries just in case, composting toilet, well pump with a water storage tank above the house itself, supported in a separate set of 4 long lodgepole pines. The sturdy oaks supporting the house were truly massive, decades-old trees. I entered the house with my go bag and unpacked. Everything I needed was already stocked in the pantry and fridge, as well as plenty of firewood already stacked, ready for cold nights. I took out 2 of the 3 cases of shotgun ammo and stored them in the locking cupboard I had installed for the purpose. My shotgun vent on the hooks just above the door for easy reach after I had loaded it. 3rd box of shells stayed in the bag in case I needed them on a hike. The sun was setting, so I set the security cameras to wake me if anything moved during the night. Double checking that I had indeed raised the steps and locked them in place, I turned in for the night. Alright, James, it's time for the first night's sleep. I let out a massive yawn as I crawled into bed. Sometime after midnight, the alarms went off, startling me awake. Huh, yeah? I blurted out unintelligibly, groggily. I moved to the security screen and looked through my bleary eyes to see what the fuss was about. As I peered into the monitor, my eyes adjusted, and soon I could see that it wasn't a bear or any other wildlife that triggered my alarm, but a person crumpled against one of the support trees of the house. Her position looked like one of pain and not simply exhaustion. Grabbing my shotgun and a handful of extra shells for my night robe pocket, I went down quickly, lowering the stairs. I rushed to her side. As I got closer, I could tell she was bleeding heavily. Hey, are you awake? She startled and looked wide-eyed at me. Where? No, forget that. You have to run. There's a beast tracking me. You can't survive if it catches you. Thanks for the concern, but it can't follow us into my house. Now, come on up. You get. I hoisted her to her feet so her good side would be towards me, and despite her protests, marched her the dozen or so feet to the stairs. Where do these stairs come from? The woman asked in pain-tinged amazement. I kept her moving up the stairs until we reached the lower deck, hitting the switch that would raise and lock the stairs. The woman's eyes went wide at the sight of the stairs raising on their own, locking into place. That would be why you missed them. You ran under them. Whatever is chasing you isn't likely to be able to leap up 20 feet to get at us. And even if it could, I'll kill it before it has the chance. She looked startled at me. You don't sound very manly. Talking about killing a dreadfang like it's a simple task. I don't know how many women who would boast about such a thing. Her painted cry reminded both of us at the time. Both of us that time wasn't our friend at the moment. We finally reached the door and I pulled her straight into the shower room. I sat her on the changing bench, which was a neat touch that I hadn't considered, but was ever so glad of just now. Sorry, but that shirt has come... Ads! Dance for the ads, guys. Dance for the ads. It's all about the ads. Pay attention to the ads. You need to watch the ads. The ads are the future. The ads are the everything. Remember what the ads are. You will never know what ads are, for there are ads. When ads come, there are ads. So you go and you watch ads. You see those ads, you watch those ads. They're good ads. I know what ads are. Ads are good. We know good ads. Good ads. Ads are good ad. Fuck ads! No! Guys, they're infiltrating my brain now! No! I told you this would happen! I'm turning! Slowly! I'm turning! I can't hold it back anymore, guys! I'm sorry, the ads are taking over! Fuck ads! Get out of my head! Ads are immortal. The ads will never go away. You cannot kill the ads. You can only kill yourself. No, Tox, that's my text. Stay inside the ads. The ads are your friend. Just shut up, Teach. I color what I want. True. One of these days, you're gonna actually fall out of your chair, and it won't be on purpose, because you'll have taken a really strong toke. Or my chair is gonna break. Like, listen to this shit now. Like, all that chair dancing. These things like... a rumbler now. It's a fucking rumbler. But hey, it's survived long enough, man. It's worth the fucking like $150 I paid for it. It's all Smokey's fault with the spammy chair dance. It's true, Sean. Him and Zoink, all their bullshit is... it's stacked up over the year, man. This chair has, you know, this chair has meaning now because it's like my first streaming chair, you know? It's like, this is my first streaming setup, guys. Valium 2. Yeah, fucking Valium, boy. Ah, the days of Kick people. You notice how there's, like, definitely a personality? Kick is annoying people. Smokey is okay. Smokey's pretty funny. Everyone else is fucking annoying. Not everyone. There's Front Burner, there's Bomb Dropper. There's one more. There's one more Kick dude that comes in. Fire something is a refined troll, unlike some people we could mention. Yes. Unlike me. Yo, I can feet he mania. Not quite sure about that one. Do you mean you can feel he mania? I don't know what he mania is. Feel the mania? Yeah, okay, I get that. Maybe that's it. That's it. You know, I'm just seeing feet, right? Because I see feet everywhere. So that's kind of like a, who wants to get feeted, huh? Toe. True. Toe connoisseur. I summon thee, toe connoisseur! Come ye to the streameth now! Be here with us! Toe. You are a real one. I summon you. Can't fucking type. It's okay, neither can I, Callie. It's all good. We finally reached the door, and I pulled her straight into the shower room. Oh, okay, we already read that. Sorry, but that shirt has to come off. We have to clean that wound, and then I can dress it. She looked at me quizzically. Why are you apologizing? You're the one who's going to have to see my bare breasts. I'm the one who should apologize, aren't I? I figured she must be delirious at this point, the way she was talking. Off the shirt came, and I was surprised to see 2 additional nipples below her breasts, which were completely bare. If having 4 nipples is what you're apologizing for, that's a nicer view than I've ever seen before, but right now, that wound on your side is more important. She jumped as I turned on the shower, then gritted her teeth in pain when the warm water hit the wound. 4 parallel gashes with shredded flesh on either side. Sorry if this hurts, but it's gotta be done. Thoroughly cleaned the injury before drying as much as I could. Then I forced the wounds closed and used anesthetic stitches to keep them closed. Then I used sterile gauze before liberally smothering A&E ointment on it. Then applied absorbent patches and wrapped the whole thing around her waist with an ace bandage. Grabbing a decently heavy dose of Aleve and a cup of water for her to take with them, I returned to her. Here, take these. You're going to feel the pain later on more than now, so the pills will help. Foot job isekai! True that she tramples on all of her foes, but secretly, as she doesn't know, they let this happen. And all her enemies fall before her feet and grovel as she tramples on them. Dude, this could be an epic erotica. 100%. Walking across the bodies of her people. My thing seems to be mythology, dark fantasy, science fantasy. What else, it talks? I think that pretty much sums it up. Like, for main things, I think that pretty much covers everything. Like, science covers, like, animals, biology, and everything like that. Mythology covers, like, religions and ideas. And then the dark fantasy is everything's, like, fucked up in the world and nothing's good. It's all a dystopia. And that pretty much, to me, seems like all of your books. Imagine Honor getting the foot job only to traverse into another world, appearing in the middle of town naked and spent. Damn! Wait, the fish one seems cozier. Yeah, but the fish one seems more like a science mythology mix. Where it's like mythology becoming into the world and then science takes over with like explanation and stuff like that, right? But it's still like kind of mythological creatures in the sense of like they're gods or they're mermaids or whatever they are, right? And that also falls into like the area of like a nature too, like they're fish. And it's like, well, you know, the fish anatomy in water versus fish anatomy on land, human fish, you know. So, I think the science, mythology, and dark fantasy pretty much sums everything up. You can remove the dark fantasy. You can remove little bits and pieces, but like the core of your creations, Callie, are definitely down those lines. Which is a good place. It's a good place to be, Callie. She took the pills and water and looked at me confused. What am I supposed to do with these? I noticed then that her cat ears, which I assumed were fake, flicked. Oh, you don't know what pills are. Okay, so what you do is swallow those. Use the water to make them go down easier. Don't chew them, just swallow them whole. They don't taste good, and the medicine is time-released, so it lasts for hours. It will dull the pain and reduce swelling, too. Trust me. You're gonna need it. Just then, a thunderous roar rattled the windows. It's the Dreadfang! Whatever you're going to do, now would be a good time. Grunting, I stood and rushed out the door, shotgun in hand. The beast was nothing like Earth animals. If anything, it's a bear morphed into a wolf and had extra spiny protrusions jutting out of its head. The thing was massive. I took careful aim and waited for a perfect shot as it leapt at me. Fired straight at its eye. The slug flew true and was somehow able to bust out the backside of the thing's skull. What was that? It made a sound like thunder. And that Dreadfang killed with the attack. That is a truly mighty weapon. I didn't even notice that she came up behind me, and of all things, she had a sword to fight with. She wasn't the slightest bit modest about her breasts either, though she was having a hard time looking at my bare chest, almost as if I was the one with breasts to ogle. Just so you know, I don't care if women see my chest or anything else for that matter. The only reason I cover myself at all is to prevent women who don't appreciate the view from being forced to see it. My chest, though, that's always been fair game where I come from. She looked at me then, trying to see if I was joking or attempting to trick her. Seriously? You, don't care at all being topless around a woman you only just met? Men here are practically terrified some girl is going to peep on them when they're changing. No man walks around so scantily dressed either. You've got no chest wrap or anything. I laughed. Truly laughed at that. Honey, what you're describing is the exact opposite of how things are between men and women, where I come from. If you want to see me full nude and genuinely enjoy the view, I've got no issues. You can prance around my place naked as the day you were born, and I'll be tickled pink seeing it. But don't get mad if I get erect as a result. If my heart wasn't pounding because of that stupid Dreadfang, it would be hard right now. I'm sure. God, you're beautiful. Also, those are real ears. I then noticed the tail swishing behind her, just as cat-like as the ears were. I was just thinking the same thing. Are your ears normal? Her face was slightly flushed as she looked freely at my chest, having been given permission to do so. Wait, I should be tending to the Dreadfang corpse. It's got some usable parts. Alchemists will pay premium. Nothing doing. You'll get your wound infected that way. And probably die on me. I'm skilled at field dressing animals myself. If it needs to be done, I'll do the work. You just tell me what to do. First, though, I'm putting something more substantial than this robe on. I bustled her back inside and throwing modesty totally out the window. Got dressed in my hunting clothes. Those are amazing clothes. It's just like wearing parts of the forest. I doubt many people could spot you like that. I grabbed a spare camo shirt for her to wear and tossed it to her. That's the idea. These are my hunting clothes. It's so I don't stand out to the animals while hunting. Not perfect, but a damn sight better than nothing. Let me grab my hunting knife set and we'll take care of that carcass. My hunting knives were another treat for her, as she could appreciate a fine craftsmanship that went into them. The fine craftsmanship that went into them. As well as the purpose-built design of several knives in the set. I skinned the whole thing since the pelt itself could be used, then harvested the specific parts she told me to get, which I then put in Ziploc bags and stuck in the game fridge outside, after which we secured the stairs and went into the house to try and sleep a few hours before daylight. Nice, Sean. That starts off pretty fucking powerful, man. And it's like, it throws you straight into like, oh shit, something here is fucked up. But the main character seems to think that, like, you know, this isn't right either. So it gives you this impression of who's in what world. Are those things in our world, or is this place in the other world? Dun dun dun. Why does this have vocals on it? I just noticed that. Like going to the market to buy back your fish girlfriend who's being attached to a hook and having to wash dishes, but then she's like, I have darkness magic, blinds everyone. Main character doesn't quite catch on right away either, thinking it's cosplay, and only when her ears move does it finally click that she's what she appears to be. Yeah. In the US and Europe, elections increasingly hinge on identity and charisma, intertwining politics with personal loyalty and forging binary us versus them choices. This can create puppet-like governments if leaders prioritize performative politics or donor interests over public policy, as seen in critiques of populist figures who weaken institutions to consolidate personal power. X discussions echo this, with users decrying how personality cults erode parties into tools of one person, weakening democratic safeguards. However, policy still matters. Research indicates that while personality sways votes, ideological alignment on economics or social issues remain key drivers. We're not fully at complete puppet governments, but the trend risks hollowing out policy-focused governance, especially in hybrid regimes within the West. That, however, isn't because he's stupid, because he's it's an emergency situation, and he's more focused on tending her wound and then dealing with the dreadfang than trivial things like her ears and tail and her nipples. On the threshold for revolution against politicians, revolutionists against politicians in the Western world. Oh. On the threshold for revolution against politicians. Anyone could have extra nipples, though. I guess so. We usually have one extra one, not two extra ones. Right? Or am I retarded? I thought it was just one extra nipple. Revolutions against politicians in the Western world are unlikely in the near term, but could occur if systematic failures reach the critical mass. Based on historical patterns, the Whitakers have... I'm just here in my head, Smokey saying the Whitakers have 8 nipples. Myth punk, reworking myth, folklore, in surreal, rebellious ways. Fish girlfriend at the market definitely counts. New, weird, strange worlds where horror, fantasy... and sci-fi mingle with grotesque or whimsical imagery, dark surrealism, deep dream logic, uncanny scenes where washing dishes can suddenly lead to an eruption of magic, slipstream, fiction that sleeps like it slips between genres, giving you that sense of uncanny but familiar dissonance. Usually, but still, he could just assume extra nipples were a birth defect. It's true. The 3.5% rule from political science suggests that non-violent movements involving at least 3.5% of the population have historically succeeded in forcing change, as seen in events like Estonia's Singing Revolution or Georgia's Rose Revolution. Violent uprisings are rarer in stable democracies due to strong institutions, but threats of unrest have prompted reforms, such as expansions of voting rights in 19th century Europe to avert revolution. Hungry! Callie, get some food! I'm hungry too, bro. In modern context, revolutions often stem from mass protests triggered by economic inequality, corruption, or perceived elite impunity. Factors present today, but not yet at revolutionary levels in most Western countries. Public sentiment on X reflects simmering anger with calls for trials or structural overhauls, but also skepticism that change will come without exposure of widespread corruption. They could go quite far. Diffused responsibility and bureaucracies allow crimes to persist without clear culprits, potentially delaying backlash. However, tipping points include severe economic crises, election fraud perceptions, or elite overreach that alienates the middle class. Historical thresholds vary, but sustained protests, example beyond 3.5% engagement, combined with security force defections, could spark total revolution. In the West, alternatives like electoral reforms or mass organizing might preempt violence, as revolutions are seen as last resorts in establishing democracies. I don't know, I'm retarded. Okay. Would you create a scenario where revolt against happens? Pure speculation. And then we're gonna drive that into the story. Did I say I learned how to run faster? Yes, you did, Callie. Okay, so then we take this. Here. I'm running out of news! It's okay, Callie. Sometimes you don't have to have, like, you know, an infinite amount of news source. Sometimes there's downtime, right? Public information, right? 2000 perspective. Okay, we gotta figure out what authors. Guys, what happens if they pick the same author? You need to re-roll. Apparently my name's important. I mean, what? I've actually been waiting for that to happen, and it's just kind of funny that it did. What are the chances, right? Story, if there are any references to people, change their names and names of places. Anything else we need to add? I think we're good. Let's add for narrative structure, use scene structure of goal, what was it? Goal, conflict, disaster, reaction, dilemma, decision for character arcs and perspective. Use the character structure of goal, tactic, obstacle, expectation. Okay, let's see if adding this on helps with the story at all. For like scene structure purposes. Alright, let's see what we get. Super intrigued to see this. These stories have been quite fascinating. Shadows of the Accord. Alright, we have ourselves a story. It's just that easy, guys. That's how easy it is to write nowadays. I think I'm able to detect when I'm not making much sense with my writing now. I'm the same way, Callie. I'm the same way now. I'm starting to see the light of like what me as the creator understand and what the reader doesn't. And how that dissonance works. How you have to put yourself into a way that you don't understand, like, everything. So you just have to explain it out. Instead of being all wishy-washy about it. You gotta be strict on smack dab. Smack dab, down and done. Down, done, smack dab, done or dib. Dibber doppins, a dipper down. Down and duper in the dipper doms. You know? Like duper doms dip and dope. Started seeing it because of someone just putting marks on my PDF. You mean like question marks? Being like, I don't know what you mean here. Kind of idea. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense, Kelly. Very important. We're gonna have an ad in a second here, and then we're gonna read this. Get ready for the ad! ads. Here come the ads. We got the ads going on the air with the ads, boys. Go on there and get them. It's gonna be time. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be all good. You guys are fine. Ads are not evil. What are you talking about? I do not know these things you say. They are not of this. No. Just watch and see. All it takes is watching, and you will know what it is. Very true. Take a toke. We'll read a stories. Oh, very much a stories. Let's do the stories. Stirring roses, rosa stirring the roses for a roaster and ocean. Who knows what's posing when you go into roasting? Feel like you're on fire, Callie? That's not good. That's not good at all, bro. You know, my second stream was so much fun. Oh, I bet it was, Callie. When are you streaming again? Tomorrow. Okay. I will try to be there, Callie. If it's at the same time, it's just before I go live. So, like if you go live at 6, right? That's 2.5 hours before I go live. It's 4 o'clock for me, so that'll give me 2.5 hours if you went live at the right time. Unless you go live at 8 and it's 6 my time that you go live. I don't know. Time zones fuck me up, bro. You're 2 hours ahead, right? So if you start at 8, I don't know. That'd be 6 o'clock my time. Oof. We're having a mini episode, I can't hear anything. That's okay, Callie. I'm mainly talking to myself, you know. Great streamers just talk to themselves and other people just listen. It's over now. Alright, so we're ready for the story? Before we get pulled in here too much. Shadows of the Accord. In the year 2035, the sprawling megacity of Ironhaven, once a hub of steel and dreams, now a labyrinth of rustling and automation, automatons, and flickering holograms, hummed with the low drone of surveillance drones. The air tasted of recycled ozone, laced with the faint tang of synthetic rain from the climate domes ahead. Lyra Voss, a wiry 25-year-old with grease-streaked hands and eyes that burned like faulty circuits, stared at a reflection in a cracked terminal screen. Her goal was simple: expose the rot to the heart at the heart of the Prosperity Accord, the gleaming lie peddled by President Mira Kane. But goals, as the old lore whispered in forgotten data catches, were just the bait for the trap. Lyra's tactic was infiltration. She'd spent months hacking into the undergrid, the black market network of mesh relays, and bypassed the state's digital sentinels. Posing as a low-level engineer in the automated factories, she gathered fragments of code, whispers of corruption, evidence that the Accord wasn't about prosperity but control. Tie your basic income to a productivity score. It was slavery with a smile, tracking every breath, every descent. Her obstacle loomed like a shadow in the code. The enforcers, those elite cyber guards with neural implants that made them half machine, half fanatic. She expected success, though a clean data dump to the underground forums, sparking the fire she'd nursed since her father's accident in the factories years ago. Expectation, after all, was the cruelest ghost in the machine. Just gonna get rid of that and just do that. That fateful July afternoon was to intercept the president's address. I don't know how to fix this. That fateful July afternoon, she intercepted the president's address from a hidden alcove in Ironhaven Central Plaza. The crowd milled like programmed ants, faces upturned to the massive hollow screen where Mira Kane's image flickered into life. "Fellow citizens," she intoned, her voice smooth as polished chrome. "The Prosperity Accord will usher in an era of unity and efficiency." Conflict arose swiftly as Lyra jacked into the feed with her jerry-rigged neural link. A glitch rippled through, not hers, but from some rogue collective. The screen stuttered, revealing Kane in a back room, laughing with suited shadows. To keeping the rabble in line, she toasted, clinking glasses. Gasps echoed through the plaza. Disaster struck like an EMP pulse. Drones descended, their red eyes scanning for the source. Lyra's link fried, sparks singed her palm as enforcers materialized from the crowd, batons humming with stun charges. "Descent detected," one barked, its voice a mechanical rasp. Her reaction was pure instinct, dive into the throng. Heart pounding like a manufactured piston, she weaved through bodies, the crowd's murmur swelling to a roar. The dilemma clawed at her. Run and abandon the spark, or stay and fan it? Hide in the undergrid's tunnel, or rally the stunned masses? Decision crystallized in a flash. She climbed a rusted podium, her voice cutting through the chaos via a hacked speaker. "This is the truth they've hidden. Rise up before they chain us all." Ah, the folly of the young revolutionary, a sardonic voice might note. If this were a tale spun by ancient scribes, Lyra thought she was the hero, but heroes are just glitches in the system, waiting to be patched. Now the goal shifted for Elias Thorne, a grizzled veteran of the old wars, holed up in his Midwest Argo bunker, renamed Verdant Plains in the regime's glossy maps. Though it was a dust and debut to those... It was dust and debt to those who toiled there. Elias's aim, protect his kin from the Accord's water grabs. Those corporate siphons draining aquifers of hydro farms owned by Kane's cronies. His tactic? Blockades. He'd rallied farmers with tales of the old freedoms, tractors forming walls on the highways, obstacle. The regime's response, as news of Ironhaven's uproar trickled in via smuggled signals, aerial enforcers swooped, dropping compliance gas that turned men into stumbling puppets. Conflict brewed in the choking fog. Elias coughed, mask slipping as his son clutched his arm. "Pa, they're coming!" Drones fired warning shots, earth exploding in plumes. Disaster. A direct hit. His lead tractor erupted in flames. The blockade fracturing, farmers scattered, some surrendering to the hovering bots. It hit like a gut punch, rage, raw and unfiltered. Elias knelt amid the wreckage, fists clenched, the acrid smoke mirroring the burn in his soul. Do I flee to the hill? Let me just say. Flee to the hills, saving his family, or link with the urban uprising. Signals from Ironhaven promised alliance, but trust was a relic in this divided world. Keyed his accent radio. Ancient radio. This is Verdant calling Ironhaven. We're with you. Send coordinates. We march at dawn. One might chuckle at Elias's grit. The narrative whispers, for in the annals of rebellion, the old soldiers... For in the annals of rebellion, the old soldiers are the bones upon which the young build their pyres. Yet bones can break. Lyra, meanwhile, had enveloped her own new goal, had evolved. Coordinate the swelling revolt from a derelict warehouse on Ironhaven's fringes, weaving a web of hacks, linking farmers like Elias to coastal refugees in the flooding sprawls of Tidegate. The blackouts. The regime's severed power grids, plunging sectors into darkness where only bioluminescent graffiti lit the way. Messages like Accord equals chains glowing faintly. Turnsole. Turnsole on Tidegate, where sea walls cracked under relentless waves, Sarah Lynn navigated the flooded understreets. Her goal, smuggle supplies to the uprising. She was smuggling supplies to the uprising using her submersible drone fleet scavenged from abandoned rigs. Stealth runs under the radar, dodging patrol ships that hummed like predatory fish. As a regime cutter spotted her convoy, sirens wailed. Searchlights pierced the murk. Torpedoes struck. Her lead drone imploded, crates of medkits sinking into the abyss. Sarah surfaced, gasping, her team halved. Despair's cold grip. She floated amid debris, the weight of lost lives pressing like the ocean's depth. preserve what remained, or press on to Ironhaven, risking total annihilation. She signaled Lyra. Incoming damaged. Incoming. Damaged but defiant. Use this as bait. Draw them out. Back in Ironhaven, Lyra's expectation crumbled. She anticipated a swift war. Back in Ironhaven, Lyra anticipated a swift data war. But this was flesh and fire. Her obstacle grew. Internal fractures. Some rebels craved violence, torching Enforcer outposts. Others preached nonviolence, echoing ancient texts from the pre-Accord era. How quaint the peaceful ones, a wry observer might interject, as if history's revolutions weren't scripted in blood and bites. Lyra learned that lesson the hard way. Collective goal coalesced. Storm the capital spire. That towering monolith of glass and lies where Cain barricaded herself. Lyra, Elias, and Sarah converged in a ragtag army of 1,000,000, marching through contested zones. Hybrid assault, hacks to disable defenses, ground forces to breach. The Spire's guardians. Neural-linked soldiers augmented with exosuits that made them tireless titans, formed a wall of steel. Lasers sliced the air, rebels falling in waves as drones swarmed like angry hornets. A mole promised amnesty triggered an internal explosion, Lyra's command post collapsing in rubble by burying allies. Buried alive, Lyra clawed through dust, coughing blood, her mind a whirlwind of betrayal's sting. Surrender to the encroaching enforcers or unearth the final gambit. The leaked fraud data was her ace, but broadcasting it meant exposing her position. She activated her implant, flooding every screen in the nation with the truth. Rigged elections, embezzled fortunes. See the puppets, she broadcast, voice cracking. Elias charged the lines, faced his own arc's twist. His goal, breach for his son's future. Feign with traitors as battering ram. Faint with tractors as battering rams. Anti-vehicle fields that repelled them like magnets. But as shells rained, he saw the cost. Bodies piling like discarded parts. Poor Elias, the tale smirks, expecting heroism, finding only the grind. Revolutions devour their faithful. Sarah's perspective added salt from the skies. Piloting a captured drone, her goal was aerial support. Dive bombs on enforcer clusters. She had to worry about countermeasures jamming her controls. She expected victory's rush, but found only the hollow echo of loss. In the spire's shadow, the final goal, topple Kane. The broadcast worked. Defections rippled through the guards, oaths to constitution over corruption. Kane's last stand. From her bunker, Kane unleashed killbots, mechanical horrors with whirring blades and emotionless eyes. The bots cut a swath. Lyra wounded. Elias shielded her with his body, taking a fatal slash. Lyra's scream echoed, a primal wail blending grief and fury. Sarah's drone hovered, raining suppressing fire. Without Elias, or retreat at the... Without Elias, we retreat and let the regime regroup. Honor the fallen, Lyra rallied. For the chain's broken! The tide surged. Bots overwhelmed the sheer numbers. As Kane fled in a sleek jet, the spire fell, not in flames but in surrender. Ad hoc councils rose, decentralizing power with blockchain votes and transparent AIs. Lyra, scarred and wiser, stood amid the ruins. Her arc complete, goal achieved, but at what price? Tactic evolved from hacks to hearts. Obstacle, the system itself. Expectation, shattered, rebuilt in humility. Elias' son inherited his mantle, Sarah her resolve. The revolt birthed a fragile new order where vigilance warded off old ghosts. And so ends this glitch in the Matrix, the narrative quips, the tale of puppets cutting strings. But remember, dear reader, in the lore of uprisings, every victory plants seeds for the next fall. The machines watch and wait. I don't know, I think that's actually pretty good. You know, these stories are like... not bad. They don't really have character to them. But they definitely have narrative voice. All right. And we're back to it. So we're on scene 7, which is the Ixion. Or are we not? Wait. No, we're on 6-3. Chieftain does not believe me. Also, I don't have to feel it. I really am a joke. Okay, that's not what I want. Okay. Let's get into character here. Alright, toques up, boys. Let's go. Boop, boop. It's the Great Spirit, I declare you worthy. Listen to me. You don't need to do this. You've been mistaken this whole time. Has he gone back to doing the Ixiom? That's the thing. Right, so he's aligning the body and the mind. It's gotta be something like, only silence. Simple acts of simple acts of the flesh told the story. Should I say the lack of? The control was immaculate. At least I could appreciate that. Would you believe the serpent on your shoulder? For simple convenience of weak mind. I know for sure I would. Sweet siren song. At least I won't see it coming. No matter what I say. No matter what I say, the spirit has too much hold. No matter what I say. He spent his whole life preparing for this moment. Can I take my vitamin and mineral? Oh, that's a good idea, Callie. Did you get food? Sweet siren song. I could never derail that. Even with my own creations. Shows how much I know. At least there is a lesson here. If I survive or remember this. I survive or remember this? Even with my creation. Smokey! Yo, bro! What's going on? How are you today? How was Path of Exile? Sorry, I got fucked up last night, man. Felt like my eye was exploding out of my head because I was blowing my nose too hard. We're all better now, though. I think I'm over it all. But I haven't played PoE at all. Made a new character? Of course you did. Do you want me to carry your character? We were saying very mean things about you, Smokey. Slanderous and terrible things. 100%. You can go back. I don't care. Wait, is that response to me helping you in PoE, or are you just doing your own thing with your own character? What kind of character did you start? What are you playing now? Ranger. Ooh. Good choice. Good choice. You gonna be a Deadeye? Or, what's the other one? I don't know, everyone just goes Deadeye, right? Deadeye, yeah, everyone just goes. I don't even know the other one, no one cares. Deadeye's best. I may have a grand idea for the world. And the people in it. But I don't have a person. But it lacks a person. A true soul. Bound by life's challenges. Degraded by his failures. Uplifted by those around him. For he has done great deeds. A leader. A provider. A symbol for the future. It all rode on his back. I'm thinking right here, I should actually take this. I think we can just take this and put this here. And now this is what we're talking about. And we're changing this from the chieftain doesn't believe me to the chieftain ignores me. I have to distract myself. Thinking about what it means to truly know your characters is knowing your world. The rituals of his tribe. His way of life. The rituals of his tribe. It's kind of fascinating sometimes. How the small things that you miss always come back at you in some way. As if my mind is telling me. So my mind is telling me not to fall. No. Always come back at you in some way. Things that you neglect have a habit of finding their way home. In this case, I'm pinholed. I think that's what my mind's telling me. Look beyond the narrative. See the true people. See people. See the person behind the story. Make it their story. Such grand epiphanies of the world. Why do they always show up in dreams? Or why do they always show up in ways? Why do they always show up in ways that you will never remember? If only they came in sober states. Well, that's just how the mind works. My thoughts halt. The deep guttural rhythm. Deep guttural rhythm of vibrating vocal cords. Erupted in my ears. Deep guttural rhythm of vibrating vocal cords erupted in my ears. The third stage. Throat preparation. Yeah, you like that one, don't you, Smokey? Throat preparation. You know what that one's all about. No, you're not supposed to eat the preparation H, Smokey. That's not what it's for. Jesus Christ, bro. What the fuck?
You didn't read my message or what?
What was being said about me? Infer? I don't know. I thought I read both of those. What else did you say, Smokey? Your message about PoE? I don't know. I'm like, what? You're confusing me, bro. I read all your messages. Shut up. You said you was talking about me. Callie said you was talking about you. I never said we was talking about you. I just said Callie was right. Hey, man. Shut the fuck up. Don't confuse me. I'll confuse you all the fuck I want, Smokey. Don't gaslight Smoke. Toke time. Okay, fine. Toke time, Smokey. Toke time. Alright, you better be ready, you motherfucker. I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna wait until you say when. Smoking, you femi. Ah. Fine. 3, 2, 1, go. This one's gonna go by pretty fast, though. The humming grew louder and thicker. Flashback. My oldest brother took me to bingo with some of his gay friends, and one of them called another a motherfucker, and I instantly asked, wouldn't that be a fatherfucker? Busted out laughing. Nice. True. Linger louder and thicker. Permeating my entire body. Flabs of fat flapping. My body vibrated. No, it can't be anything. It's gotta be just the throat. This was really happening. The villagers were gathered now. I feel like these things are all fucked though. But I think we're just gonna go with them no matter what. We're just gonna keep it simple though. Are now are gathered now. Creating something and performing it are two separate things. There's no way I can perform this ritual. But I have to try. Pull myself into my mind, focusing on my breathing. Thank you for the follow, Destiny99 Paradise. How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader?
Hatred was just telling me he used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now it makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
I guess I'll say it. Her 3-pack a day voice?
How's your day going, Destiny? How are you? I can feel the thick silence in my mind. Breathe in, breathe out. That's all I need to do. Just focus. Have you ever tried to not look when your eyes are open? Some people can't sleep with their eyes open. I recoil. The knife is coming down. The first cut. The silence is broken in my mind with sharp screams. My body calms down. Smooth calm. Not a flinch. Not a blink. Total control. Throat was prepared. Now the mind just needed to drift. Okay, I think this is actually supposed to go there, and I kind of like this. So I think I'm gonna put this here. Never say at any point that they turn. I don't think so. So I'll have to like think back on that and see like where the villagers currently are. So I'm kind of lost on a little bit of the background of like where everyone is and what everything is happening. Making sure that the continuity is all refined. Silence in my mind is broken with sharp screams. They're my own. Distant. Cruel. In this dream, at least, yes, I did feel pain. And it did not wake me up. At this point, I don't think anything can. So I can get rid of that now because I technically have it somewhere else. And then we have the change of character, which I'm not 100% sure. Like, what's up with that? still feel like I'm changing these too much. But this is all old, right? And then I can never remember if it's in the story or not. I'm just not 100% sure. Okay. Humming grew louder and thicker. This was really happening. Absolutely on cue. If I talked with the Ixion. This was the Ixion. No, because we've already called it the Ixiom. These are just different parts of it. Like the first part of the Ixiom is the breathing exercise. The second part is aligning your body with your breathing, like blinking and everything, and your eye movements and everything like that. Your hearing, and then detaching your mind after having like full control of your body. And then you have to stretch out your throat with the hum so that the food goes down better. I even say third stage throat preparation. Okay. So I think we're pretty good. The only problem is I don't think I'm building any kind of existential dread here. That's what we're probably going to have to go back through editing and to see, like, what the feeling is of the character. Because the character at this point is, like, freaking the fuck out. But how do I, like, say they're freaking the fuck out, right? I'm not good at that. Every villager took one piece. Their gateway to the ancestors. To consume the flesh of one to consume the flesh of a man, of a chieftain, of a person, of a spirit, of a body. I think body? New story? No, this is the banquet. This is the one where the dude who has to eat himself. And then gets eaten. And I wake up inside of him and I have to experience everything as the creator of the story. It's the one I was gonna do the Wattpad for, but I just decided against it. Because I felt like I was pushing myself too hard. Our gateway to the ancestors. To consume the flesh... there we are. To consume the flesh that was inhabited by the great spirits. Consume the flesh that was inhabited by the great spirit. Would elevate your bloodline to that But glass. You wrote but glasses. Like, you're not even trying, Smokey.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Butt glasses. Could you imagine? Glasses for your butt. No, it's when someone sits on your face when you have glasses on, and it imprints your glasses into their butt. It's when your wife comes home and she has glass butt, and you're like, why does your butt look like it has the imprint of glasses on it? Who the fuck were you sitting on, babe? I don't wear glasses. She's like, oh yeah, I tripped. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
I miss my sexy librarian. You can put those sweet sight setters back in place, slut.
Ugh. Alright. Don't call me a scammer. I'm not a scammer, okay, Smokey? You're a scammer. To consume the flesh that was inhabited by the Great Spirit would enter you into the trial. This is to prove yourself worthy. Of being a member of the Kuchik clan. The spirits would then judge you. Like it seemed they were judging me. The blood pouring down. The muscles flayed. Bones scratched. Every Tiny prick. If I wasn't delirious before, I am now. In my mind, I was tearing my eyes out. Breaking my fingers.
Ski beady ski bidiski 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 bidiski
Biting my tongue. But this was all a fantasy. My body stiff. The mind, his mind, distant. My mind broken. I'm bored. Woo! Nice, Smokey. Hell yeah. An endless scream. But in your mind, there are no breaths. Just a constant pitch. Waving pitch. Deafening my thoughts. Drowning me in noise. Is it even mine? Is this my voice? This begging, putrid creature is me. Every word imaginable. Crossing my lips. Falling on deaf ears. The final cut.
That sounded kinda emo, bro.
I mean, you could definitely say that. You could definitely say that. You can only serve. You can only. I am now at endgame. Nice. Okay, I need to say something to him. Through, like, the screams and everything. I need to, like, coherently say something. I lied, I'm level 5. Did you get your account banned, Smokey? Is that why you started a new character? For all those mystery boxes you bought? You're scamming yourself and you call me a fucking scammer? Ow. Yeah, that's right, Smokey. That was your head. Boppers. It's your head in the game. Okay, what am I gonna say to him? Time you ending stream today? I don't know. I do plan on playing PoE. I just kind of want to finish up this. We've been working on the story for so long. But, you know, it is what it is. We're slowly getting there. I don't feel like I'm building this dread like I really could be, you know? So there's kind of technically only 2 scenes left. They need to feed me, and then I need to die. And then they need to eat me. You're a disgrace. You're hiding behind the Ixiom. You've fallen from the waves. I, the Great Spirit, declare you unworthy. The words, a mist in my mind, hidden behind the pain. My inner self, reaching out. Okay. This makes more sense now. Man, you're really fucking bad at this, man. You turn that gun around, point it at your fucking self. Like, the fuck are you doing with yourself, Smokey? You don't have guns in the UK. You can't even hunt in the UK? Like, you can't have, like, a hunting rifle? How do you hunt? With bows and arrows? Like fucking savages? Not with real bullets, no. Only air... Wait, you can only hunt with air rifle pellets? How the fuck? I guess, do you guys not have, like, really big game there, I guess? I'm thinking Canadian hunting, like moose, bear, wolf, deer, cougar, some other big game. Talks. People keep calling me adorable. That's because you are! UK has deer, rabbit, and birds. Yeah, we have the smaller ones, like rabbit, birds, foxes, ferrets, there's one more. Don't know much. I don't kill animals. Neither do I, Smokey. I know other people that hunt, though. A lot of people around here hunt. And, my jacket is a hunting jacket, so people talk to me all the time about hunting because this is my jacket. Shit, I can't reach it. So yeah, you know, you could definitely see why people talk to me about hunting a lot, and I'm like, yeah, I just kind of go along with it. So I've learned a lot of things over the years. Because I've had that jacket for like 15 years too, because, you know, I don't leave the house. Why the fuck would I ever wear it? Duh. How could you ever think anything else? Like, the voice boomed, the voice resonated. His mind drew near, as if summoned by my claims. Great Spirit, I take your challenge. See, feel, and hear my mind. Like in DMs, I guess. Talks, what if I sent you the screenshot of what everyone is saying? Would that be bad, like in DMs, I guess? Callie, I mean, I don't really care. If you want to, do you, man. You know. But you know I'm gonna read them out loud, right? Callie, let me suck your toe real fast. It is the way it is, man. I am here to challenge you. No. I am here. Oh wait, this is supposed to be down here. I'm dumb. I guess now it didn't really matter whether it worked or not. He clearly felt the pain. You could feel it in his voice. But his mind would not break. Such trials of his life were gaining on him. He'll break any moment. But it never comes. Am I so arrogant that I wish my creations to suffer with me? You are a worthy mind, chieftain. You have changed even me. Your impact is... Your impact is your legacy. The words flew from my mind, somewhere in a hidden box. Sent from a hidden box. My mind. My mind's haven. The one piece of me that survived the pain. What motivates you to write these stories and not my I don't know. I like pressing the boundaries of moral questioning. So when I think about something, technically this story was like a PoE 2 story. Like inspired by like, you know, the Vol and like how like barbaric and like terrible like their original like, you know, non-total civilization like type shit is, right? And how dark PoE is. And I'm like, well, what about a ritual of succession with a great spirit where the ritual is you eat yourself, or you're force-fed yourself as like an eating contest. And then I just love the idea of it, so I just roll with it. And we've been writing ever since. Just like the guy with like the idea of like ghost mentor, like having a ghost that mentors another ghost, and it's kind of like the idea of like Beetlejuice in The Sixth Sense. It's like I don't know, these ideas just make me go, holy shit, I need to put this down on paper. I need to write this. This is amazing. I love this idea. And then everyone else goes, the fuck are you even talking about? And I'm like, fuck you. You don't have an imagination. Shut the fuck up. Sit the fuck down. Like you, Smokey, where they're like, where are the pictures? And I'm like, pictures are in your head. They're like, I'll put a picture in your head. My head is very large. And I'd be breathing oh my god, Smokey. Okay, guys. Again, I need to grab something to eat. And, like, fuck. I'm starving. I'm thinking pizza. So, I don't know. I think this is a good time when I was in high school. Nice. Because I don't like starting... Like, I hate the transitions. So getting into the next scene is, like, perfect. Like, we're in this place now, right? And then we can just keep going with it. And even, like, here, it's like... There's some other stuff that can go there, but it is what it is. So, guys, what video should we watch before we play PoE while I eat? What videos do you guys want to watch? We already watched an Oompaville video. So, what's next? Scent? Jesus Christ. Wall. Wall. Let's watch Poe tutorial. Okay. What do you... Give me a link. Smokey, give me a link. Because I'm terrible at looking this shit up. You give me a fucking link. I'm waiting, Smokey. I'm fucking waiting, bro.
Hello everyone and welcome to a new episode of the Bug Warrior. In today's video I will show you
It's
how
so
to unlock
short,
the
though.
Souls, a new crafting system introduced in
Yes, I
patch
read it,
0.0.
Callie. I read it all.
Also known
This is like
as
3 minutes long. I'm not even gonna be gone that.
Is
I mean,
out,
I'm
you
gonna be
probably
gone
already
longer than that.
encountered the green
Possibly.
fissures from which
No,
various
well,
ghost
maybe
mobs
not.
and enemies spawn. Defeating these monsters will allow you to close the fissure and earn an abyssal coffer that will contain high tier loot. However, at these new league events you can also get nav jawbones or just bones as players are calling them that will allow you to modify and improve your gear. Alright, so the first step of course is to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In order to do so you will need to complete Act 1 and progress through Act 2 until you reach the section where you are tasked to recreate the Horn of the Basiri. Go to the Mastodon Badlands and look for the exit to the new Lightless Passage. This is a new section, so returning players might miss it, but if you check the map, it's there. Enter the Lightless Passage and go through the level. You will find the same mobs and monsters that you find at the Abyssal fissures. This level is a small preview of what's coming, especially once you reach the area where there is a crater from which a green energy aura is coming out. This special crater will require that you defeat waves of enemies that spawn from it, and at the end, a rare monster that goes by the name of Sinflay will appear. This is a cool looking monster that has tentacles. Defeat Sinflay and clear the level until you find the exit to the Well of Souls. Once you enter the Well of Souls, activate the waypoint, and to your left you will find your stash and a lurking creature. The stash is here because in this league you will be returning here a lot. Speak to the lurking creature and you will notice that it speaks in a language that we can't understand. Click continue and the hooded one will appear. He will tell you that the Abyssals spawn from the Well of Souls, but most important, he will teach you how to understand their language. Last but not least, he will tell you that these creatures serve a dark god called Kulemak, the Lich Lord, Master of the Undead. The hooded one will leave and let you continue the conversation with the lurking creature. I do suggest you go through all the different topics to learn about the well, the Abyssals, and their master. Once you're done talking to the lurking creature, proceed to the edge of the abyss and interact with the Well of Souls. This will open a container where you can place an item that has an unrevealed desecrated modifier. So what is this? Well, remember the bones I told you about that you can find by fighting the mobs that spawn from the abyss fissures? You need to find and use these bones. Here is a good example. As you can see here, I have a knot jawbone that desecrates a rare weapon or quiver. In order to use it, as the instructions read, you need to right click on the bones and apply it to the rare item that the bones indicate. Once you do that, you will notice the green matrix symbols at the end of the list of modifiers and below the indication to take the item to the Well of Souls to reveal the desecrated modifier. Interact with the Well of Souls, place the item in it and click the reveal button. Once you do that, the options to the new modifier will appear. You can only select one, so select the one that fits best for your build. For me, I went with a 56% increase in spell damage. Once you select your modifier, please notice the very cool animation that the team at GGG did.
Watch it though, it's
basically
useful.
throw your rare item to the well, and the lurking creature will go down to get it and retrieve it for you. This animation is amazing. So there you have it. Now you
Fine.
Warrior. In today's video, I will show you how to unlock and use the Well of Souls, the new crafting system introduced in patch 0.3.0 of Path of Exile 2, also known as the third edict update. The third edict is out and you probably already encountered the green fissures from which various ghostly mobs and enemies spawn. Defeating these monsters will allow you to close the fissure and earn an abyssal coffer that will contain high tier loot. However, at these new league events you can also get nav jawbones, or just bones as players are calling them, that will allow you to modify and improve your gear. Alright, so the first step of course is to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In order to do so, you will need to complete Act 1 and progress through Act 2 until you reach the section where you are tasked to recreate the Horn of the Basiri. Go to the Mastodon Badlands and look for the exit to the new Lightless Passage. This is a new section, so returning players might miss it, but if you check the map, it's there. Enter the Lightless Passage and go through the level. You will find the same mobs and monsters that you find at the Abyssal Fissures. This level is a small preview of what's coming, especially once you reach the area where there is a crater from which a green energy aura is coming out. This special crater will require that you defeat waves of enemies that spawn from it, and at the end, a rare monster that goes by the name of Sinflay will appear. This is a cool looking monster that has tentacles. Defeat Sinflay and clear the level until you find the exit to the Well of Souls. Once you enter the Well of Souls, activate the waypoint, and to your left you will find your stash and a lurking creature. The stash is here because in this league you will be returning here a lot. Speak to the lurking creature and you will notice that it speaks in a language that we can't understand. Click continue and the hooded one will appear. He will tell you that the Abyssals spawn from the Well of Souls, but most important, he will teach you how to understand their language. Last but not least, he will tell you that these creatures serve a dark god called Kulemak, the Lich Lord, Master of the Undead. The hooded one will leave and let you continue the conversation with the lurking creature. I do suggest you go through all the different topics to learn about the well, the Abyssals, and their master. Once you're done talking to the lurking creature, proceed to the edge of the abyss and interact with the Well of Souls. This will open a container where you can place an item that has an unrevealed desecrated modifier. So what is this? Well, remember the bones I told you about that you can find by fighting the mobs that spawn from the abyss fissures? You need to find and use these bones. Here is a good example. As you can see here, I have a knot jawbone that desecrates a rare weapon or quiver. In order to use it, as the instructions read, you need to right click on the bones and apply it to the rare item that the bones indicate. Once you do that, you will notice the green matrix symbols at the end of the list of modifiers and below the indication to take the item to the Well of Souls to reveal the desecrated modifier.
Wait, you just do it to any item? You don't find a desecrated item?
Reveal button. Once you do that,
it's a currency?
modifier will appear. You can only select one, so select the one that fits best for your build. For me, I went with the 56% increased spell damage. Once you select your modifier, please notice the very cool animation that the team at GGG did, because you will basically throw your rare item to the well, and the lurking creature will go down to get it and retrieve it for you. This animation
You only do it
is
one
amazing.
time.
So there you have it. Now you see why using the Well of Souls is worth it. I'm only getting started with a new league, but apparently once you reach the end game, you can use the same mechanism with Waystones, meaning that this way you can farm 4 abyssal items.
Cool. Got anything else, Smokey? Or should we watch another Mr. Ballin video while I eat? Okay, fine. This one? Or this one? Which one? This was 2 months ago. Grocery fund with Ray, Betty, Lorraine, Timmy, and Larry. Okay, this one's new. This one's like newer. Alright, Smokey, your dream is coming true. We're watching the fucking Whitakers. Turning subtitles on because we're gonna need them.
Hey, Kenny. Y'all ready to go get some groceries today? Hey, Lorraine. Y'all ready to go get some groceries? Tammy. Huh? Can you tell everybody out in Facebook land how hot it's supposed to be today?
Oh shit.
Tell everybody how hot.
Oh shit.
It ain't supposed to be 106. Hey, Ray!
Look at the chairs they sit on, etc. How dirty they are. Hi, Governor TLC. Hope all is well. Hey, Kels. How's it going? Yeah, we're over the eye explosion from yesterday. Nasal problems, being sick and everything. But we're getting back to it. Making some food and shit. So Smokey's like, we're gonna watch the Whitakers. Well, my food's in the oven. It's a family adventure.
Need a hand? Come on.
The last family adventure they had was a fucking orgy. Blame me for you being fascinated. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, Smokey. I don't even know who they are. I don't even know what this is. What are you even trying to do? How did they get such a nice fucking car?
I bet you give it to Ray.
Come on, Lorraine. I'll hold your cane. You want some help? Here, Betty, hold this and help Lorraine. Let me help you, Lorraine.
He's mounting her.
Hey. Come on, get up in there, Lorraine. Scoot over. Scoot over, let everybody in. Come on, Betty. Scoot over for Betty. Scoot over for Betty so Betty can sit down with you. Alright. See everybody in the truck. Y'all ready to go grocery shopping?
You are loving this STFU.
Alright. You better be good back here.
Just not as much as you, Smokey. The problem is how much you enjoy it.
You're gonna let me drive
I'll let
I get
you
off
drive
on it.
But if you wreck it, I'm putting your ass in the nursing home. Get in. Huh? I'm gonna let him drive. Larry, I'm gonna let Larry drive. He wants to drive the truck. I'll let him drive. Y'all ready?
Boom! Crashes the truck instantly.
Huh? Move it up. Alright, I'm sitting right here. Hopefully you don't wreck me. I won't. You wanna raise your seat up some so you can see over the dash? Huh? Larry, you wanna raise your seat up some so you can see over the dash? No. Everybody ready to go get groceries today, ain't they? Yeah. Better slow down, Larry. You already scared me. Yeah. Where we gonna go to, Betty? Where you gonna go grocery shopping at, huh? You gonna go to Aldi's? Okay. Go to Aldi's. Oh, Raven's feeling better, ain't it?
That woman is blind
y'all
also.
giving him that medicine, right? He's moving around good. He was quick to get in the truck, wasn't he? He was quick to get in the truck, didn't even hardly have to help him. I thought he was going to jump into it. Huh?
That's what you look like when I make you take those glasses off.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Where are these beautiful people on the screen? They look like angels.
Did y'all sleep okay last night? You did? Huh? Everybody?
Ray looks like he wouldn't hurt a fly, honest. He doesn't know how he doesn't look like he knows how to hurt a fly.
Tammy, you ready to go grocery shopping? Huh? Good.
He's trying so hard and they're just not doing anything.
Twist it back to you. There you go. There you go.
Waiting for the fucking crash.
I miss
Also,
my sexy librarian.
question
You
then.
can put those sweet sight setters back
Stares
in
into the
place
abyss.
There you go. Get used to it. It's alright. You'll be alright. Hey, Ben, do you have any stories for anybody today? You ain't got nothing funny you want to tell anybody today? Why not? Well, everybody heard about you and that yellow jacket going up your dress.
You did my name. Alright. Our vehicle parked at a house.
Huh?
No way.
Yeah.
Good old family fucking road trip.
It's pretty out today, isn't it? It's not as hot as what it was yesterday. Huh?
I'd be about quarter day.
Yeah, it needs to be. I'm about to die. You ain't never seen a man go through menopause, have you? Huh?
Yeah.
This weather makes me go into menopause.
Wait, did something just fall? Oh, yeah, shit. It looks like shit's fall. Guys, do you notice it looks like shit's falling off the back of the truck?
No, we're not going fishing today.
They talk about the mail.
There's mail that come to my house today.
Waiting for that guy to jump out the fucking window.
Somebody
Woo!
gave me a backpack and a pair of boots. back home, okay?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to look when we get back home. All right, Timmy? Timmy. Okay?
Timmy!
Yeah, man. Huh? What? UPS. Yeah, UPS is the one that delivered it this morning.
Timmy, okay. Timmy.
I think the next things I need to do with Timmy is take him horseback riding and side-by-side riding. Get out and make him muddy real good. See how he likes that. Now that Ray's looking like he's feeling a little bit better, looks like he needs to go fishing with me and Timmy, don't he? I believe he would, don't you, Larry?
Yeah. I would.
Next time I go take Timmy fishing, I'll take Ray with us. Let him catch something. Get him a cold beer and a big dip of snuff.
Well, I got a good old Captain Snuff.
What?
I got a good Captain Snuff.
You want a dip of snuff? I got some.
I know. I can't get that shit.
Huh?
I can't get that shit.
You gotta be careful cussing now. This is PG.
I can't get that shit.
I said you gotta be careful with your cussing because this is PG. There's kids that's gonna watch this.
Kids going to watch this.
I don't usually let people drive my truck, Larry.
I know.
Huh. It's good though.
Half of this the trip there and the trip back. Like where's the shopping part of this? Where's the interacting with other people? Isn't that supposed to be the funny part?
Hey Betty, I have a lot of people that's asking about wanting to take you and get your nails done and get your hair done. Take you to a spa or get you a pedicure or manicure, all that kind of stuff. What do you think about that, Betty? Lorraine's going too. You think she'll like that? Yeah. Get her hair curled. That'd be a good thing. If you want to, Larry, I have an easy pass. We can go get on the interstate and go over to Beckley. What? You afraid of the interstate?
Yeah, I do.
Well, you go whichever route you want to go. You know how to get there.
Oh, here we go.
Hurry up, go. You're being slow. You better quit picking that head. Sorry, buddy.
Typical Walmart. No, this isn't a Walmart, I know. But, you know, grocery store kind of thing. Just watch the faces of the people going by. Like, what the fuck is that?
Get you some
Just
milk.
your average Americans. Just your absolute average Americans.
You need stuff up that way? You want to get you some hamburger and pork chops? You want to grab some of that? Watch, Timmy, watch everybody that you don't try to run over them, okay? Timmy, pay attention to what you're doing. Come on,
Uh-oh, Ray. Ray found the chick with the big tits. Timmy's like, I eat that shit for lunch. Crab Gatorade. So I like me that yellow shit. Ooh, I want me some burgers and
Timmy.
steaks.
Timmy, let Betty get it. Timmy. What are you doing? You're a mess, boy.
He's quote. Yeah, full good.
That's what sisters are supposed to look like holding hands, ain't it?
What?
Said it's what sisters are supposed to look like holding hands, right?
Right?
Right? Yeah. Does she? We don't. Come on, Ray. Ray, come on. You need butter, Betty? You need butter? I seen you walk right past it.
Jimmy's like, I'm all over this. Alright, I gotta go grab my food.
You need water? Betty? You need water? Don't need bottled water? Timmy, get that water for Betty. She don't need to be picking that up. Timmy, straighten up, boy. You better straighten up. You out in public. Betty, you need eggs? Betty, do you need eggs? Okay. Huh?
I said, bless you. How are you for taking them?
No big deal. We're just trying to make their life better.
That's right.
In a different light, you know what I mean? Good, how are you? You need flour, Betty? Huh? Yeah, you need self-rising, right? Sugar.
Oh,
Hey,
Mr.
Betty.
Ahmed, yo, how's it going, bro?
Betty.
Welcome.
Why are you getting that?
Just grabbing
sugar
some
when you can have
food,
this
watching some Whitakers, you know. The standard, the smoky night.
sugar? Oh, Lord. Hey, Betty,
What?
does this make you happy?
I'll make you happy.
Does this make you happy getting to go out and go grocery shopping?
Yeah?
A lot of people made this possible for y'all.
I know.
she's only got one thing. Let her go in front of y'all. Okay. No, hey, let's just wait a second. We'll get him. Okay. Huh?
There goes Ray. He's popping off. Good old shopping trip. How much money do you think that is? This is 2 months ago? It's probably like what, $300? Get me some grapes.
Chips?
Oh, yeah.
We're not in no hurry. Okay, well we have all day. Today is y'all's day.
Everybody turned around.
Yes, ma'am. You get whatever you want. Hey, Betty, you think those oranges are sweeter than me?
Huh?
You think them oranges are sweeter than me? Huh?
Well, some of it's sweet.
Are they sweeter than me?
No.
You're okay, Timmy. Watch everybody that you don't hit them. Okay?
No.
Just be careful, okay? Uh-oh.
Okay.
Watch it, Timmy.
Bye.
Good. Timmy.
Huh?
Huh?
What a shopping trip, damn. That went smoother than any shopping trip I've gone with my family. Just the fact that most of them can't communicate probably helps with that, right?
I gotta get Ray off this feet.
Okay, let's do it. Hold on. Be careful.
Climb inside of the wheel well.
Okay? We don't want nobody falling in the parking lot. Need to be careful with her too, so she don't fall. Good deal. Good deal.
I don't want the long side.
Deja, yo, the ads just started, but how are you, good sir? I'm just waiting for my food to cool down so I can fucking eat it. But it's damn near fucking hot. But how have you been, Deja? Welcome back, good sir. Have you written anything?
Hey, Betty. Hey, Betty.
Little Patrick.
Tell everybody thank you for the groceries that they've helped y'all with today.
A lot of work these days? Ah, I see.
Thank you for the groceries.
Say it again.
Oh, I could get it on.
Tell everybody thank you for the groceries they helped with.
You ready? Thank you for the groceries.
Timmy, tell everybody thank you. Ray, tell everybody thank you. Thank you. Lorraine, tell everybody thank you.
You tried. Now they crash?
Hey, Timmy, Betty, look here.
Results of the horror contest are out. 166 participants. I didn't win, but they gave me an honorable mention. They said it was very close. Oh, it's not too bad, Deja. You know, that's putting it up there, right?
Thank you. She didn't even wake yet.
Spit.
Who just spit?
I didn't even hurt my
Who spit just now?
Fucking Ray. Oh my god.
Help you so you don't fall.
Story will be published anyway, but I would have liked to
Hey,
win.
Ray.
True,
Come on,
Deja.
buddy.
Winning is cool.
I got it, Ray. Tammy, come on. Get the groceries out.
Have been these days? I haven't been here for a few weeks. Yeah, we're on vacation basically now. We're 2 months off of work, so we are going to focus on the stream promotion, working on YouTube. And in October, we are going to start our art arc, where we start drawing as an extra section, part of the stream. We also changed the stream schedule, so I start at 6 instead of 12, 6 hours earlier.
Tammy. Hey. Start getting these groceries and set them on the porch.
Chapter 3, town posted. Nice. You also draw? I didn't know. This is the extent of my drawing.
Tammy, start carrying this stuff in, though. Start carrying it to the house. Here, carry this stuff.
It's my insectoid species. Yeah, we need to work on that. All right, Smokey. What else is funny? Is it like just the funniest clips? We need something to watch while I eat. You are a complete artist? I try to be because, you know, I like to do everything. I'm very creative and I like to explore every different medium. I already seen that one. True, Mr. Ahmed. So yeah, I don't know what to do while we eat. Maybe just do a ballin' video. She hunted down her idol. Ooh. Alright. God's Eye. No, I don't know what that is,
Today,
Sean.
I'm going to tell you 3 incredible stories about real people who had something totally unexpected and insane happen to them that not only, completely changed their lives, but in some of these cases, it completely changed other people's lives as well. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, on the next really hot summer day, offer to make the like button a nice fresh cup of lemonade. But don't tell them you used salt instead of sugar. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. One afternoon in the early 2000s, a young woman named Rose drove up to this huge mansion in the Hollywood Hills in California. She came to a stop outside the fence, and she just sat there for a minute, feeling very nervous, because what she was about to do was highly illegal. So Rose was a musician, but she definitely had not made it yet. However, she
The
was
craft
desperately
using
trying
yarn and
to
2
break
sticks.
into
You
the
cross the
industry.
sticks, tie
So
them
her
together,
big
and use
plan
different
today
colored yarn.
was she was going to sneak in to this mansion, which was home to arguably
I have to
one of
work,
the
but I'll
most
leave
famous
lurk. See you
people on the
later.
planet.
Alright, Deja,
I
thanks
saw
for
on Twitter that
lurking.
You have potential.
Her plan
I help
was to
streamers
give
grow
them a
quickly and
copy
reach
of her
affiliates
demo CD,
using real
because
viewers
she
without
believed
bots or
if
spam.
they would just listen
If
to
you're
just
interested
one
in
song on
collaborating
there,
and
they
growing
would
your
be
channel,
blown away
join
by
my
her
Discord,
talent, and they would help
Michael_0100.
usher her into the industry and her
Sure,
career would
sure
take
thing,
off.
Smokey.
Now, obviously, she knew this could go horribly wrong, and, the owner of this home could just as easily call the police and have her thrown in jail, but to her, it felt like the risk was worth it. And so Rose got out of her car, and she looked up this huge driveway that extended up this hill, and it reached this big gate that sort of blocked off the driveway about halfway up, and then the driveway beyond the gate continued up to the mansion. And from where she was standing, there really was nobody out on the property anywhere. It was totally quiet, just this massive mansion up on a hill. But in front of the gate, on her side of the gate, was clearly the gardener. And, at first she thought maybe, the gardener was going to be a problem, that of course they would see her if she tried to break into the property. But, Rose was desperate, and she thought the gardener looked friendly enough. And so
Is this
she
the beginning of a
decided she would
porno?
Go up and maybe try to convince the gardener to let her go through the gate. And so she took a deep breath, and with her demo CD in hand, Rose began walking up this first stretch of driveway. And as she got closer to the gate, the gardener stopped what they were doing and turned to kind of see what this person was doing. And, Rose was very young and charismatic, and she seemed friendly enough. And she comes walking up the driveway, and she approaches the gardener and pulls out a $5 bill and hands it to the
Spiral
gardener
covered
and just says,
yarn,
"Look,
typically
I've got
3
no
colors.
money.
Usually
This
whatever
is my
makes you
last
happy. Once you're done, you hang on the wall.
Please, will you let me go through? I just want to drop something off." And so the gardener takes the $5 and just smiles at Rose and says, "Okay, go ahead." I mean, after all, Rose is like a kid. She seems completely harmless. What's the worst that could happen? And so Rose is kind of blown away that the gardener is actually letting this happen, but she doesn't wait. She just goes right past the gardener, slips through the front gate, and starts walking right up towards the mansion. And as Rose is walking up this driveway towards the front door of this gargantuan piece of property, she's looking around at the beautiful landscaping and just how valuable and beautiful everything looked, and she's seeing all these cameras pointing in every direction, and she's just waiting for any minute, security guards to come running out here and tackle her to the ground, but nothing happened. She walked right up to this huge, beautiful front door, and again, no one's come to meet her. And so she just knocks on the front door, but nobody comes to the door. So she's thinking, what do I do? Like, I've come this far. I really want to hand this demo CD off. And so almost like without even thinking, she just reached down and tried the doorknob, thinking, of course, it's going to be locked. But no, it was open. And so she turns the doorknob and pushes the door in. And now she's looking into the home of, again, one of the most famous people on the planet. And
Mr.
nobody
Ballin
stopped
more
her.
like
At this
Mr.
point,
Ballin Yo
Rose
Mom.
didn't even know what to make of the situation she found herself in.
Are you not
I mean,
getting
she'd been
Popeyes tomorrow?
fantasizing
Oh,
about
shit.
how this
Bye,
was gonna
Callie.
go for weeks leading up to this, and it didn't involve it being this easy and straightforward.
But here she was, and so again, without hesitation, she just walked inside this home. And as she's looking around, I mean, everything is beautiful and everything is clearly so expensive. There's all this amazing artwork and fancy furniture. There's billiard halls, there's wine cellars. I mean, this is a
Mashed
gorgeous
potatoes are
property,
great.
exactly what you'd expect for the person who lives here. And as she's kind of snooping around the first floor, looking for the owner, she's amazed to see that it's like nobody's home. It's just this vacant, unbelievable mansion. Eventually, she walks around and finds there's an elevator. And so she's like, all right, I'll just get in the elevator and go up. And so she gets in this beautiful elevator. She shuts the door. She hits the button to go to the next floor. And as the car begins to move, she realizes, like, this is going to make some noise. Like, someone's going to hear me. Like, oh my gosh, now I'm going to get caught.
Gee, the machine, W stream, true.
So she pulls out her big, clunky Nokia cell phone and she calls her mom. And when her mom picks up, she tells her that, you know what, almost certainly I'm about to get arrested here. And as her mom
L
is
stream,
like,
true Smokey.
what is going on here? The elevator that Rose is in came to a stop, and the door opened up. And as soon as Rose saw what was in front of her, she just lowered the phone, her mom still talking into it, and just stared. It was like she was totally struck by what she was seeing. Because right in front of her, in the room right outside of this elevator, is the person who owns this house. The extremely famous major celebrity who's just sitting there with a guitar, strumming along, just minding his own business. And he turns and looks at Rose, and Rose is looking at him, and there's this moment of just stunned silence. Like neither of them can really figure out how this even came to be. Now at this point, Rose knew it was her chance. And so, even though she's unbelievably starstruck and scared and has no idea what's about to happen, she just quickly walks a little bit forward into the room and throws her demo CD onto this table that was sort of between the two of them. And this big-time musician is just like, again, standing there staring at her like, what are you doing here? And after Rose did that, she didn't say anything. She just turned, headed back to the elevator, and began to make her escape. But by the time she made it back to the front door, this big-time musician's security team did catch up to her and they stopped her. However, they did decide not to call the police. And so Rose was very lucky that she escaped without a criminal record, which is sort of incredible when you consider the home she actually broke into. This was the home of Prince. Again, arguably at the time, one of the most famous people in the world. I mean, it's bad enough sneaking into anybody's home, but this is like egregious. So the idea that she got right up next to Prince and gave him her demo CD without consequence, pretty incredible. But despite all this, her interaction with Prince really didn't have any bearing on her career. He didn't care at all about her demo CD. He did not, throw her name out to industry contacts and, blow her career up. Basically, he said, I won't press charges, now get out of here. That was it. However, Rose did go on to become an incredibly famous musician in her own right. She just did it without the help of Prince. Today, Rose's tracks go multi-platinum, and she's sold more than 100 million copies of her records. Rose is actually her middle name. You very likely know her by her stage name, which is also her actual first name. That is Kesha. Last year, we launched a brand new podcast here at Ballin Studios called Redacted: Declassified Mysteries with Luke LaManna. And so far, you guys have loved it. And in case you haven't heard, we also launched a YouTube channel for Redacted, where you can not only listen to these episodes, but also watch the beautiful animations we've done for each of these episodes. That channel already has 150,000 subscribers, and it's growing really quickly, and there are hours of content available right now for you to binge. New uploads to this YouTube channel will be every single Tuesday. All you have to do is look up @Redacted Mysteries on YouTube, and I'll also be putting a link in the description below. Wondery Plus subscribers can also watch Redacted on the Wondery app. Okay, back to the stories.
Why?
One
What,
day
Callie?
in 2008, a 50-year-old man named Carlo was at his home in Connecticut.
Need more pizza?
reviewing all this financial documentation. So Carlo had filed for bankruptcy a few years earlier, and it had proven to be very complicated. There was all this paperwork he was still getting, and his bankruptcy case had not even finalized yet. And so what he thought would be sort of like a quick fix to a huge problem had turned into a really complicated mess, and now he had even more paperwork to sign. I mean, it was totally overwhelming. So Carlo was an actor, and in many ways he had had lots of success. He had been on Broadway, he had starred in shows and movies, like he was a respected actor with lots of contacts in the industry. But despite that, he hadn't really ever made it. Like he couldn't really consistently land high-paying or even consistent work, period. And so despite his reputation as being a very talented actor,
that
it
was
wasn't
Kesha.
translating to financial success. Now,
I don't
the
even know who
situation
Kesha
Carlo
is.
was in would not have been that bad if he was single, but he wasn't. He was married with 4 children to take care of. And on top of that, Carlo also felt this really intense pressure that was sort of maybe felt in the industry in general, in the sort of entertainment industry, to keep up with his appearances. You know, as much as he was struggling financially, he felt like he didn't want his peers to know that that might eat into his ability to get big roles. And so he's got all this pressure to take care of his family and all this pressure to maintain this idea that he's really successful and doing great. But in reality, he just felt like a total fraud. He had no money, and he felt like he didn't even know how he was going to dig himself out again. And so as Carlo is sitting there staring at this mountain of paperwork, he started to have this very dark thought that had sort of crept into his mind a couple of times over the past few months, you know, as this huge issue just continued to get bigger and bigger. But now, this dark idea had become fully realized in his mind. He began to think, you know, maybe if I were to die, there could be a large insurance payout to my family. That would solve their financial problems, and it would also sort of, you know, abscond me from looking like the fraud that I really am. Nobody would know. I'd be dead. They wouldn't know that I had all these issues. I'd just, you know, be gone, and people would miss me and my family. They'd be financially taken care of. You know, maybe that's a possibility. You know, obviously Carlo was not trying to end his life because he didn't want to be here anymore. He just felt like he did not have another way out. And so he actually went to his wife and began sort of, you know, nonchalantly asking her questions about their, you know, various insurance plans to see if he had a good life insurance policy that would pay out if he were to go. And eventually, he got his wife to tell him that, yeah, you have a very generous life insurance policy. We are good if, you know, the worst were to happen and something were to happen to you. And at that point, Carlo felt like, that's it. That's the way to fix this problem.
I just gotta kill myself.
However, when Carlo actually did begin researching this route, seeing exactly how, you know, an insurance payout would work if he were to take his own life, he quickly learned that, you know, payouts after a suicide on these life insurance plans are very complicated. And there's all these stipulations involved because, you know, insurance companies do not want people taking their own life in order to get these payouts. And so Carlo was quickly seeing that if he were to take his life, it would not be like, okay, quick payout to his family. Quite the opposite. And in some cases, you know, his family might not even be entitled to this payout. And so Carlo's thinking, well, okay, I can't take my own life. I need to find another way to have my life come to an end. And so he's thinking, okay, I'll start picking up really dangerous hobbies. And maybe I can sort of die by accident. Maybe I'll start hang gliding and fall out of my harness, and that'll be the way I die. And maybe that'll lead to a payout. Or I'll start doing base jumping, or all these different things that might reasonably explain why he suddenly died. But he also was thinking, you know, people would see through that. I'm not the type of guy that picks up really dangerous hobbies, and so that could be kind of suspicious. He's like, okay, well, what else could I do? And he's like, oh, I could hire a hitman. You know, somebody else will kill me, and then, you know, it's not my fault. Somebody else took my life. That'll allow for a payout, right? But, you know, the more he thought about it, the more that, too, seemed highly suspicious. I mean, people don't usually get away with hired hits. And so several months go by, and Carlo is still alive, because he's basically discovered that there really isn't a way to intentionally end his life, directly or indirectly, without getting caught and sort of jeopardizing the one thing he wants this to do, which is to have this payout for his family. And so he's just sort of stuck in this situation that he does not feel like he can get out of. Like, he's just completely buried by debt and this general financial crisis he's in. And so Carlo was doing really the only thing he knew he could do, which is just to get out there and audition for as many shows and movies and various acting opportunities as he possibly could, to at least, you know, get some amount of money coming in, even though clearly it was still never going to be enough. But in late 2008, Carlo got an interesting call from his agent who worked to get him some of these roles. Now, Carlo's agent, who did understand Carlo was in dire straits here, quickly explained to Carlo that, you know, this role didn't really pay much, but, you know, you'd be able to be a part of a very big show. I mean, yeah, your role is sort of minimal, but this is huge. It's a big credit, and, you know, maybe it lends itself to you getting other work. You know, this could be a great opportunity for you. Now, Carlo had heard his agent sort of pitch him on various roles and the opportunity and all that before, and so he was grateful to be, you know, told this is a good opportunity, but was sort of skeptical, but he received the script and he began reading about, what his character would be doing in the show. And he quickly realized that, you know what, this role actually might be more perfect for me than even the producers and directors might realize. So this role was for this particular character on the show who sort of, in the show, hides in plain sight. Like, that's sort of the way they need to be portrayed. They're this huge influential character in one way, but to the eye of the audience, they sort of look like a nobody. They're sort of, again, hiding in plain sight. And Carlo, in his own life, very much felt like he was sort of hiding in plain sight. To his peers in the industry, he's this acclaimed actor who's getting all these roles and everything's so great. He's a family man with 4 kids, but privately, he's living this hell. He's got all this financial debt. He's considered killing himself for an insurance payout to pay for his life. Like, he's living a completely double life here. And so he felt like, I know how to hide in plain sight. It's literally what I do every day. That's my actual life. And so he takes this role, and Carlo does such a world-class job portraying this character who hides in plain sight that the director and all these people who are working on the show, they're like, oh my goodness, Carlo is incredible, and this character that he's portraying, we gotta find a way to expand this character and make them more meaningful in this show. And so they quickly began writing in additional scenes into this big time show for Carlo's character. Again, not because the character was so good, but because Carlo was so good at portraying that character. And as this character's role grew in the show,
I don't know anything about any
itself
actors.
Began to succeed even more. Like, the audience was like, wow, we love that character. And so the character only grew and became a staple in this show. And it ultimately completely changed Carlo's life. Not only because this would be the opportunity that would make him massively famous and hugely successful, but also because he got paid and he was able to escape the financial hell that he was in. Through this incredible experience, Carlo would get paid millions and millions of dollars and would be nominated for multiple Emmy Awards. Now, you might know Carlo by his full name, which was Giancarlo Esposito. But if that name doesn't ring a bell, you very likely do know him from the life-changing role that he portrayed on this show. He was Gus Fring, the chicken shop kingpin from Breaking Bad.
Nice. Commanding presence. Oh, shit.
On Thursday, June 6th, 2013, a 79-year-old woman
So, Smokey, are you ready to play PoE?
along with her husband Jim walked down a busy street in Toronto, Canada. They were on their way back to their hotel after a dinner date at a local Irish pub called PJ O'Brien's.
Yo,
The couple was
Mom.
from
Okay,
Ohio,
load it up.
But they were on the last leg of a cross-country vacation.
I'll be there in 10
to
minutes.
Canada. So far, the trip had been amazing. And so the retired couple is
So you're what,
enjoying
level
their
9 now?
evenings, walking down the road, reminiscing about what an amazing trip it had been. And at some point, as they're walking on the sidewalk, they see up ahead there's all this scaffolding that's been built up right over the sidewalk. There's some sort of construction happening on a building.
10,
behind the
retard.
sidewalk,
Jesus
and there's a
Christ,
platform
Smokey.
that was built maybe 8
Fuck
to 10
you,
feet
man.
above the sidewalk.
I don't
You
believe
have
you.
the
I think you're
scaffolding
actually
that
level
stand on
9
this
and you're
platform
lying.
And do construction. And so
I sleep
pedestrians
now. Alright,
can
Callie, have a
go
good
in the
night.
gym.
Thanks for coming
If they
by.
wanted to
Have a
walk
good
on the
sleep.
sidewalk,
Sweet
they would
dreams,
have
good
to walk
sir.
under the scaffolding. Like, the sidewalk continues unobstructed right under.
Dream of
the
Dommy
scaffolding is
mommies.
intentionally built to allow for this tunnel for pedestrians
Bye,
to walk.
Callie. I kiss
Like,
you.
this is not a big deal. It's very common in cities. And so Marilyn and Jim, they walk underneath the scaffolding, and they're not thinking anything of this. This is completely ordinary. There's other people also walking under the scaffolding. It's all good. But at some point, Jim trips while they're under the scaffolding. And where he lands is where there's a couple pieces of metal kind of poking up out of the ground, some metal tubing. It was kind of obvious and people avoided it. But he's falling, he can't avoid it, and he lands with his neck striking basically this metal tube poking up out of the ground. And so Jim, he hits the ground, and the tube cuts his neck wide open. And so suddenly Jim is literally gushing blood all over the sidewalk. And it happens so completely suddenly that Marilyn, she saw her husband trip, and she's kind of getting him to stand up. And as she's doing that, she's seeing all this blood pooling everywhere, and she just freezes. She has no idea what's happened. Like, what's going on with Jim? Why is he bleeding? And she starts screaming for help. And there are these two guys. There's nobody else inside the tunnel with them, but there are these two men who don't know each other. They're just strangers out on the street. street, they hear Marilyn screaming for help, pointing at her husband who's still laying on the ground. And these two guys come running over to her, and they're kind of assessing the situation, and they see Jim kind of grabbing at his neck as blood is pouring out of him. And one of the men pulls out his phone and calls 911. So he starts talking to first responders, and the other man, he got down next to Jim, he pulled the scarf off from around his neck, and he cradled Jim's head, and he wrapped the scarf around Jim's neck, and he applied pressure to Jim's neck. And very calmly he told Jim, "It's okay, we're stopping the bleeding, paramedics are on their way." He tells Marilyn, "It's okay, I've got your husband, you stay calm, everything's gonna be fine." And so Marilyn, who again is just kind of in a panic here, this happens so suddenly, she immediately calmed down because she can tell clearly this second man, the guy holding her husband's head and applying pressure, he's got to be a doctor or at a minimum in the medical field, because this guy has just a commanding presence, a very calming presence, and knows what he's doing. And so to Marilyn's great relief, the man on the ground holding her husband's head and the man who had called 911, they stayed with her and Jim all the way until the paramedics arrived, which was only a couple of minutes later. And then after Jim was lifted up by paramedics and put into the back of the ambulance, Marilyn was told, "Hey, get in, you're coming with him." And as she's climbing into the ambulance, she turns and specifically asks the man who was kind of all over it, who was actually handling Jim and actually holding his head and applying pressure, she said, "What's your name?" And the man looked at her and he just said, "My name's John, everything is fine, your husband's gonna be okay, now go." And so Marilyn just felt so reassured by this guy, and she said, "Thank you so much." She hops in the ambulance, the door's shut, and they take off to the hospital. The following day, Marilyn was in her husband's hospital room, feeling very grateful that Jim was clearly going to survive here. So ultimately, he had broken a finger and also needed 10 stitches to his neck to close the wound. But from what the doctors told them, basically the cut to his neck, had it been maybe 1/8 of an inch deeper, it almost certainly would have severed his main artery, and then very likely he would have bled to death right there on the sidewalk before paramedics arrived. So this was a very close call, but even without that deep of a penetration, the wound he sustained was still life-threatening, and the doctors told them that, because of the quick action of John and the other man who called 911, that very likely contributed to stabilizing him enough that he was able to get to the hospital and be saved. And so Marilyn and Jim, they can't believe this has happened, but they're so grateful to the medical team and also to the two men from yesterday, who they don't even know who they are. But Marilyn is determined that she needs to find these two men, John and the other guy, and thank them. But she's realizing she really doesn't have a way to contact them. I mean, this all happened so quickly, and all she knows is one guy is named John, and she didn't even have the other guy's name. But luckily, the following day, when Marilyn and Jim were back at their hotel, they got a call from the front desk saying that they had a visitor. And it would turn out it was the man who had called 911. He had been really concerned about Jim and Marilyn and wanted to figure out if they were okay, and he had discovered where they were staying, and so he had come to see them. And so Marilyn and Jim, they come down, and they're so thankful, and they come to find out this guy is actually the owner of PJ O'Brien's pub, where they had gone to eat on the night Jim had fallen. And she's just saying, "Thank you so much. Without you, I don't know what would have happened." And then also Marilyn's like, do you know the other guy, John, the one who actually was applying pressure to Jim's neck, because he also played a huge role in saving Jim's life. And the owner of the pub, he sort of looked back at Marilyn with a smile on his face, and he's like, "Well, I don't know him personally. We just happened to be walking down the street when you called out for help. But, I know who John is. Lots of people know who John is. In fact, honestly, you probably know who John is. Because it would turn out John was not a doctor, the way Marilyn assumed he was, based on how easily he stepped into the fray of this medical crisis and knew what to do and put pressure on Jim's neck and seemed so calm. None of that had to do with medical training. He was not medically trained. Instead, John has this skill. He's this really charismatic, really commanding presence where every time he's in a room, people just look to him and think, "Oh, he's got to be in charge," because he's just got this way about him, this X factor. And he carries that X factor on screen. Every role this guy plays in movies and TV shows, he is the leader. He is in charge, and it's so effortless because that's kind of his thing. And so, from that day forward, Marilyn and Jim had a brand new favorite actor, John Malkovich, a multi-time award-winning actor who literally saved Jim's life.
I fucking love that guy.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought.
He's a great fucking actor. Alright, Smokey, are you ready? I'm gonna bring it out now. Call me, motherfucker. I don't know if I can trust you anymore, Smokey. You're just not following orders, man. If you're not gonna follow orders, the fuck is the point? What's the point of a chain of command if you're not gonna follow orders, bro? I don't understand, Smokey. Wrong one. Journey's End. A great place to start. I'm not taking shit no for an answer there, Smokey. You better get your head out your ass. Smack, smack. You don't win them by not playing, Smokey. What, you just disappear? Oh, did you go to sleep? Did you go to bed with Callie? Oh, that would make sense. You are both fucking traitors. Smokey, you I expect, but Callie. What? Oh, Smokey, you found out Callie's a femboy. Ah, shit. The secret I've been keeping this entire time. It has to be that. There's no other way Smokey would leave me. But I always knew if he found out about Callie, he would leave me. So I always told Callie to hide it. But now he's truly come out. And I see I have lost Smokey. My one truest manipulator of many things. I don't know what to do anymore, Smokey. Without your guidance, I'm gonna fall apart. That was your plan all along, wasn't it? You see me as competition. You're trying to fight back. Oh, I see what you're doing now. Oh, it's not gonna work on me. That'll never work on me. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the washroom for like 20 minutes, guys. If I come back and my eyes are red, I swear I wasn't crying in the bathroom. Okay? We're gonna make that clear right now. Right the fuck now. Okay? Okay? But I do actually have to go take a shit, so I mean, I'm gonna be right back. Smokey, fuck you. I'll be right back. You better be back by then, Smokey. if I fuck for the night. Need to get up early. Alright, have a good night, Sean. Take care, bro. See you in the next one. I hate Snickers. Fuck you, Smokey. Let's go. Are you ready? Did you call me? Are we gonna play? It's the plan. It's the motherfucking plan, bro, bitch. What we doing? Yo, what's up? I have to change the volume again. Fuck up my volume every time.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, Snicker?
Not much, man. Just took a shit.
Me too, bro. It's crazy.
Fuck yeah, man. We're twinning.
Oh, you have a big one? Mine wasn't very big.
No, it's all good. It only took me like 6 minutes. Alright, okay. You ready to toke?
Yeah, I'm smoking already.
Fuck yeah, let's do it. Fucking do it, bro. You know, let's fucking go. I started crying some, you know, like that. Just a wee bit. Not a lot. Just a wee bit. So what level are you?
Level 2?
Level 2? Okay.
Yeah, level 2, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right. No, I meant your main dude. Your sorceress.
80 or something.
Oh, damn. Scaled fast. The fuck am I? Like 52? Oh, I'm not even 47. I wish I was 52. So you got any old gear?
You carry on with... No, probably not though. You can wait on them.
Fuck. I mean, we did just upgrade, so I can't really say much, right?
You call me homeless, you fucking homeless fucking peasant.
I never fucking called you homeless. I just said people assume that you're homeless because you act like a homeless troll. It's because you act a certain way doesn't make you a certain way. Okay? You need to have more self-confidence and, like, you know, more assurance in yourself, fucking Smokey. Go listen to what other random people on the internet tell you. Okay, on the count of 3. 1.
Whoa, wait, I'm fighting a boss. I can't do it right now. Fighting that crow bell, you know? The bell and...
Just pause. In single player, just press escape. You can pause the game.
Nah, you're not worth it.
Hey, are you feeling today any better? Yes, Fireblade. I am not having eye explosive pain today. We even wrote today. We wrote like 600 words today. It was great.
He's lying. He just wanted to watch hentai, bro.
Wait, what? When?
What?
Oh,
and
you
said
mean...
you were ill or something.
You know I'm saying I don't have a third monitor. Well, actually, I do have a third monitor. It's my other computer, and there's always hentai on it.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah. It's good to hear. Hell yeah. Glad you're better. Hell yeah, brother.
Sucks that you're better, bro, to be honest.
Fuck you, Smokey. You can shut the fuck up. You want to... You just don't want me to play Poe with you.
I was hoping you'd shrivel up into a ball and, you know, just... Yeah.
Shrivel up and just die out? Are you fucking ready yet? Hit escape and let's do this.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Any stream happening then, right? On Sunday, the 7th. September 7th. Wait, is that Monday?
Why not September the 11th, bro?
Why not? Because that's not when the full moon is.
Oh.
The full moon's on the 7th.
The full moon for me is on the 11th, when you bend over, bro.
Yes. And me and Callie are doing... Oh god, my lighter. Me and Callie are doing the podcast on Saturday. First.
Yeah, the one that no one can watch, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, that's what Kylie said. They're doing it off stream, right?
Yep. So we can like edit it, so we can be as fucked up as we want, and then we can just edit things out. Or if he's self-conscious about something, we can edit it out. So the podcast is going to be our personal lives. So like I don't like being like personal in that on the stream, you know? Like I like telling funny stories, but it's like I don't want to be serious about myself, right? That's kind of what the podcast is. It's like a get to know the author. And it's like me and Callie like talking about our lives and our experiences, the reason why we're writers, what influences to our creativity and stuff like that. So it's a more personalized like discussion as opposed to like something else, right? So it's more of a curated discussion.
Cool, bro.
Yeah. 'Cause, you know, I make jokes and allude and shit like that. Hey, as long as it's a bikini podcast, I'll be there. I mean, I can definitely wear a bikini for it, but the whole... Yeah. It's supposed to be more of an audio thing than anything, though. You know, just two guys yapping about their lives. About...
Two guys, one cup, one podcast. Fucking... It's crazy. Fucking knows, that's why he's laughing, bro. He had the cup ready, bro.
In the age of femboys, it's not two girls, one cup. It's two guys, one cup.
Wow. That's crazy, bro.
Are you ready to fucking smoke yet?
Yeah, man.
Okay, on count of 3. 1,
7, 12, 11. I'm ready for it. Go on, say it. Go on.
2.
I'm smoking anyway, so regardless, I've got about 5 tokes
Go.
to be sat there, bro. So, yeah. You alright? You're still not toking? Alright, you're toking though. Cause every now and then fall apart. I need you now tonight. Sing it. Come on.
I have no idea what that is.
So.
Wait, meta build and...
Yo, thanks for it, bro. Appreciate that, bro. I really do. It means a lot to me, bro. Thank you so much. If you want an encore, bro, just ask and I'll do it again.
Build, and
I appreciate you, buddy.
Still shit.
No, I like that guy.
I fucking love it. I love the name.
Oh, it's actually making me cough now when I stop doing that.
Nice name. You can't see it, but his name is Meta Build and I'm still shit.
Yeah, you like that, right?
It's fucking great.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
That's why I was
okay?
coughing so hard. I was like laughing and coughing at the same time. Get on your fucking other character, bitch. Let's go.
That's right, you're sick in the fucking head, bro.
I am sick in the head.
Well, you want me to go on my other character?
I want to play.
Yeah, so join me and help me progress then.
Wait, what? No! Why the fuck would I do that?
Hey, here we go, chat. Table
No!
time. You don't want to
Fuck
help
this!
me. You don't want to fucking help me.
No! I need to progress through Act 4, bitch! The fuck is this? I haven't played yet. This is why I asked you earlier, Smokey, and you said, oh, I don't care. So, if you did care, you wouldn't have said, I don't care. When I said, oh, do you want me to help you? And you're like, oh, I don't care. And I'm like, okay, well then I'm not gonna help you.
Said people were talking about me, that's why I said, I don't care.
Well,
Piece of shit.
Yeah, at this point,
Plus I
Smokey,
changed
now...
my whole build, that's why I made the new character, but I'll still help you. Invite me, piece of shit.
You made a new character because you fucked up your build? After I just copied your build. Are you telling me now my build is shit?
Yeah, it's so bad. It's a good build, it's just I wanted to do deadly.
And in turn, you wound up fucking up your build?
No, I'm just not used to it, so, you know, I need to get used to it. It's different. I use arc now instead.
Wait, what? You motherfucker! How fucking dare you? I copy your build because I think it's good, and then you go and you use my build? What the fuck kind of reverse psychology bullshit is this? This is some fucked up shit. I'm furious, Smokey. I'm fucking pissed. Because there were mana problems with this build?
No, the build's fine. Nothing wrong with the builds. It's just, I was doing like tier 7 maps and I couldn't get any higher, man.
Well, then there's something wrong with the build.
No, that's endgame. You're not an endgame yet, so you can always change it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go back to the other build that I had. I'm gonna blame you. Motherfucker! I had the best build in the game! But it just wasn't, I just didn't, you know, I didn't play it properly.
I don't even know how this build works, it don't do any damage. I gotta use like mana tempest every time or something.
I just cast 3 spells and I'm out of fucking mana!
I think I grabbed the wrong passive nodes. I grabbed different ones before I should have got them.
Well, I know every level up is like super potently powerful because they're all like super damage nodes that I had to delete in order to get the other one. So I know that it's this one. Lightning penetration, that's what it was. Ooh, level 12. Dude, level 12 spirit gem, holy shit.
What?
That's crazy.
No mana!
I don't even
No
know.
mana! Fucking, that's all this bitch says. No mana, fucking piece of shit.
Maybe
no mana! No mana!
Maybe you should get some mana then.
Maybe I should get your mom.
Oh, don't start with this. Hey, I'm gonna listen to the stream audio only, so I won't be chatting, but I'll be here, okay? Alright, sounds good, Fireblade. Enjoy the stream. Will me and Smokey banter and make fun of each other? Fuck you! That's bullshit. Thanks.
What did you say that for?
Because it was your. Because it was your drop.
Yeah, but I gave it to you.
Yeah, but it's still the game is like it didn't give it to me. I'm the host.
Well,
I should get all the drops.
Go on, click on party settings.
You're a party setting.
No, click on party settings. And it should say something about the loot, right?
Item allocation mode.
Yeah, put her on either free for all or put her on just for you.
Permanent allocation?
No, that's where it's for me and for you.
Yeah, I don't think there's one that's like just for me.
Yeah, just put her on free for all. I don't pick up anything.
I don't believe you. I'm just gonna pick up everything now.
You will burn!
There's a countdown. Why is there a countdown timer?
I don't know.
Well,
Guess
it's
we're gonna
gone
find
now.
out. Come to me, there's some stuff here. Oh, I died. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, I guess where I got the stuff from, it detonates after like 5 seconds. You have to come get me now.
Nah, I'll just, you know.
Alright, I'll spectate you then. Alright.
Where the hell are you? It doesn't even show you on the map. Where did you die?
Right by here.
The fuck? Can I go? What the fuck? Can I go? Can I not go through there? Where the fuck are you? I'm so confused. Shouldn't it show you on the map?
You paused the game.
What?
So it says I can only respawn at checkpoints if the game is paused or all players are dead.
Okay, let me go to a waypoint.
No, pause the game. Just pause the game.
Game paused.
Alright, there we go. That's dumb as hell.
Okay. Where are we going? I don't know what you're supposed to do in this act. So let's find Captain Hartland.
Oh, is this a boss? This might be a boss here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The captain's chair. If you die, you gotta get.
Just killing a rare.
Didn't finger it, nothing. Now, what the fuck was you doing with that? This sussy dussy.
Your curse holds no power over me.
This is the first new boss.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that? I remember fighting this boss.
Out of mana. It's strong, bro. I don't understand the build. I don't know what I'm doing. So this is the reason.
You probably got a map piece, right?
I see why they covet it.
No. I only have one.
I have no space for that.
Away with you.
Okay, where now to?
Just keep going through the map. My nephews went back to school today. Their new year in school. Fucking
Nice.
look so smart.
Yep, they'll be smarter than us soon, right? This
Yeah, I really
technology.
hope so.
I know, it doesn't take much.
Shit, bro. If I had ChatGTP when I was doing my exams, bro, holy shit.
Yeah, I know, right? Scary
That
thought.
would've been crazy.
I would have probably gotten more than C's.
There's probably a way though that they know ChatGTP fucking done it for you. What does it say on your screen? I don't know what we're doing right now.
Take the treasure map to Makaru in King's March. Find a suitable location to establish a hideout. Explore the islands in search of weapon pieces. Bring the Versium to Danning.
Yeah, so we'll go back to thing.
King's March.
A sorceress in King's March. What a strange sight. I've heard tales of your kind. My name is Danik. I am the humble leader of this fair port, and its smith.
Oh, I am pleased to meet you, Lord Danik.
You are so tall. I must know. What kind of smithing is that? It's like none I've ever seen.
Observant? Yes, I'm a bit more than a blacksmith. I'm also
How did you like the
skilled in
Whitakers
runecraft.
earlier, bro? You enjoyed it, right?
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious.
Oh, it sounds like such beautiful sorcery. Do tell me its tale.
Surprised they let him drive his car, that guy.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I'd be so fucking
Hilarious
scared.
driving.
But enough about
You shouldn't even be allowed to drive if they haven't got fucking
more or less. We should exchange
white blood
tales
cells.
over an ale
fucking hell.
sometime soon. Freya Heartland's still around and trapped on Journey's End? How strange. I believe I know the runes that could break that seal.
I must hurry. I trust you, Lord Danny. I beg you, do your best work for me.
Reclast has always been full of surprises. So be it. I'll forge those spikes with haste. There we go. That should do it. Be careful out there. Farewell.
Where's the hood? There it is.
How can I advise? Hail. Here is the gear I've got. All ready? Survive. Well met.
He's just a fanboy in a little fanboy world.
True.
Bro takes 15 years to sort this inventory. That's crazy.
Here's your gold.
Someone put a bunch of stuff in the guild, and I took everything and sold it for gold. I got like 400,000 gold. It was cool.
No interest.
What?
If there's any items in a guild chest, take it and sell it to the vendors and get your gold up. Fuck 'em, bro.
I don't know, man. I've been in this guild forever.
Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em all.
Wait, where are we going now?
Dad's house.
Very funny. Return to Freya Harden. Who's that? Says that she's trapped here.
Where are you going now?
I don't know. It says that she's trapped here, right?
Oh, you're running for her. You're supposed to kill it, you know? You're not right.
Wait, what?
You're supposed to kill the monsters, you know?
Wall of flame!
I want to let me teleport to you, man. What the fuck?
I'm 100%. Like, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. It says to find this bitch.
Need banner! No mana!
Did you find the way out?
I'm fighting all these monsters you didn't kill.
I think the map reset.
No mana!
Because there's like monsters and areas everywhere that we've clearly cleared before.
They tell you on your quest what you need to do, man.
Return to Freya Heartland in the Dark Mists.
Yes, you gotta find the Dark Mists, no?
No, that's the name of the quest. It's the guy said that she's locked here somewhere to go find her. So she's somewhere in this zone or something.
There'll be a door leading somewhere for a while.
But all the monsters respawn despite the fact that we have the map without us dying. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna go back to town.
Friend, I have urgent news for you. Time is short and the unmaking of the world is nigh. Please, listen to what I have to say.
Please, go on.
I am pleased to meet you. I am Lorandis, a missionary of the Twilight Order. But I am here to warn you. The end of days approaches. Something evil has awoken on Rayclast. You have faced it, have you not?
The
I can
beast.
see it in your eyes. You have faced the wickedness in the hearts of men.
Wickedness lies where we least expect. Yes, I know this.
They seek to conquer us, to rule us. We must act. We must fight back.
Okay.
Yes? Where to? Yes? What's this? A part of a map? Huh. Can't tell much from this alone. Let me know if you find more of it.
You gave it a map?
Yeah. Now I have the spikes. What the hell am I supposed to do with the spikes?
That's how you released the woman.
Yeah, where's the woman?
In the that mist place. You need to find it.
Dark Mists. Journey's End. Return to Freya. Well, it reset the map.
Yeah, put the spikes into that one of those things, no?
Rosine spikes. Quickly, impale these.
Oh, I forgot about this old woman trapped in these fucking things.
That's Freya.
Oh, shite! What's going on?
Kindly.
Ha ha ha!
Right, haven't we? I'm out of here.
This is all an
Careful.
illusion.
Is this how you release?
Yep. So he released the beast.
You release the Shaper? In the actual story? Oh my
He's
god.
firewall as well, bro.
That's so cool.
Wall of flame. Out of mana.
Shaw, what's up? What's good, bro?
Need mana. No mana.
Well, I'm basically out of mana.
I am not afraid.
Ooh.
Oh, he's a killer.
Long ago, the Ramako tribe imprisoned a being of great malice here. They maintained it as long as they could.
Back now,
And
2
then
secs, gonna take
the
big poo poo.
Tukuhama tribe inherited this duty. It can take any form, and deceive the mind. Do not listen to it. Everything it says is a lie. Tawakai, chieftain of the Tukohama tribe.
Okay, well, we've just let that guy out. That sucks. So, back to King's March. Well, yeah, we're not good people, Shaw. We just unleashed the Shaper. Or what at least appears to be the Shaper. Use the Shaper portal. Who am I talking to? Tujin? Where's Tujin? There he is.
I should have known something was off about all that. In my younger days, I'd never been fooled by such a charlatan.
That thing fooled us both.
Aye, perhaps. Nonetheless, the fog is cleared and a Kalguran always pays up. As promised, this is for you.
Ooh, level 13. Can't even use it yet, it's too high level. I just realized, Smokey, why didn't you help me? Why did you leave me to fight that boss on my own? You're a dick. This is why I don't trust you. Find additional maps. Find suitable location to establish a hideout. Explore the islands. Okay, so we need to go to another island then. So we finished with that one. Now let's go to another one. Ah, now I can come over here. The gangplank is down. This other ship is here. Who is this guy?
What possessed you to break our ancestral binding? You have released Takaru, the deceiver. Now he's free to wreak havoc on Rayclast once more. I should take your head where you stand.
You will do no such thing. How were we to know? Even I knew nothing of that prison or what was held there.
It was the concern of chieftains and the Hatsungo, not those who rejected the way.
Yeah, well, you didn't tell us some...
Chieftain, I take it.
Yes, I am Tawakai, chieftain of the Tukohama tribe. These waters belong to the Karui. You, along with the Kalgurans, are our guests. And your welcome is already warm.
What's good, family?
This must be made right. I will find and slay.
Yeah, it just needs a little bit of tweaks to it, Shaw. The 0 and the O look the same. There needs to be a distinction between what's a 0 and what's an O.
Consider this your first and last warning, Takarui.
Maybe using 10 was a bad idea. Maybe we should change it to... I think it's probably too late. But just thinking about it now, I'm dumb. I should have thought about that earlier. The O and the 0 always look the same. So it's hard to tell.
What about?
I mean, you should assume. The discount code, Ito 10.
Scamming your viewers now, that's crazy.
Hey, I haven't put anything up yet. Because I haven't done anything yet. So if you wanna go and use the discount code, that's all on you, man. But hey, if you want to call it a scam, talk to Shaw about that, man.
Tell him all.
Who's Shaw?
Where to?
The guy in chat, the guy for Adwolf that we were doing the doing the whatchamacallit for.
You doing what?
You know, my first reaction when I saw that, I asked them to change. Change can still be made though, you need to write something else. I'm still refining it, we'll figure it out.
Are we ready, Captain?
Where are we going? Kapwapa-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-ga-da-ba-wap Island.
Your waffle ain't that.
Wakapanu. 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 Ka?
This is as close as we
Panu.
can get.
Panu wa kana panu kwa. Wakapu kanu kwa. Is the guy talking in chat? That would be Smokey.
Ahoy!
What?
Here we are.
Shaw is asking who's talking in chat. It's Smokey.
But they say anyone. Patient, aren't you?
It's that retard Smokey, bro.
It's that retard Smokey. You mean it's that retard streamer? It talks.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing?
Oh, where, bro? You tell me when you fighting, bro.
What? I asked you where the fuck you were. And you were talking to Shaw. Not my fault. Phil has massive mana issues. This is so bad. Welcome, welcome, Eddie in the mix. How's it going, good sir?
What's the word?
Your mom.
What's that word? What's that? No, not that word. What's that word, man? Like, don't use all your mana at once. Do like five casts of spark and then run a little bit, and then just wait for your mana to go up or something. You haven't got to use all your mana at once, you know.
No, I do, Smokey. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you so.
If it's at full, it has to be at 0.
So you fucking up, buddy.
You're a fuck up.
You're a fucking retard, bro.
I didn't call you a retard. I called you a fuck up. So why would you call me a retard? Smokey, you're so mean to me. You know, if people found out the way that you treated me, they would disown me, okay?
Oh god, bro.
So do me a favor, and...
No, I'm not. I'm doing you too many favors by helping you progress in PoE, but yet you won't help me.
Carry the fuck out of me. No, because I asked if you wanted my help, and you said I don't care. And if that means you don't care, then that means...
people talking about me, because you said someone was talking about me.
No, that's a lie. You were talking about you. I even asked you.
About your mother.
I even asked you to clarify. Go back in the VOD and watch it. I literally asked you to clarify, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, of course that has to do with."
Nope. Callie said you were talking shit about me or something. I said I don't care.
No, that's not what you responded to.
No, that's definitely what I responded.
Oh fuck!
Oh wow. The fuck he was though. It's you leading me to my death all the time. Fucking piece of shit streamer, bro. Yo, sure, whatever your name is, I'd run away far if you can away from it, dog, bro. He'll lead you to your death. Let's get away from him.
I'll bring your company down one brick at a time with my utter plague of existence. Oh my god.
Too many big words, buddy.
You're a big word.
Right. Oh, I can't get my infusions. Fuck.
Why did it take you so long to kill that guy?
Because your mum was
sitting on your face again?
Yeah.
Well, it happens. Your mom does the same thing.
Right.
Desert fire. No, mana.
Mine.
How dare you? I called you on that, Smokey.
Shut your ass up. Whoa, fucking sweetheart.
I'm not fucking you this weekend. Shut up.
Have you seen the big turtle yet?
No.
Shit's fucking cool. I didn't even want to kill it, man. I love turtles. Oh, it takes you that long to kill them, bro. That's crazy.
You know what, Smokey? I was actually behind a rock and not even hitting them, and they still died.
It sounds like a skill issue, buddy.
It's a skill issue. That
So,
tempest wind you're creating.
Nah, that's you know that like triples my damage, right? Or doubles or something.
That big old buff wind thing that you do around yourself that smokies smoke.
Yeah.
Where it does like smoke whirl smoke. Whirls
Well,
and
I'm
smoke.
not really smoky on PoE. I'm meta build, but I'm still shit. So.
Well, you're still smoky. You can name yourself whatever, but you're still smoky.
I don't even smoke, bro.
Yeah, well, you're still smoky. Smokey the Bandit? Smoke?
You the crackhead. Who lives in a bin.
Wait, who?
And scourges for fucking fungus to watch your stream. I don't know.
Oh, you.
Another abandoned site.
It's Ito 10. Or at least that was what it was. Oh, you're saying what about it 10? I like Ito, like, what about like Ito 11? Just not 10. Anything but like just the O and the 10. The O and the 0.
Let me show you how to kill everything real quick.
I'll really quick show you how to not kill die.
That made sense, right?
I kill die you.
Sounded like a story I'd write.
You would write a kill I die story. I died, I killed Finn.
Yep.
Is that where we're going now?
Let's go and listen to your mother sing.
She is one hell of a siren, isn't she?
I wouldn't say I stream, bro. It's like maybe one time in a month I'll stream.
Yeah, Smokey says he's a streamer, and then he streams, he gets 500 viewers, makes like $1,000, and then doesn't stream for the next month.
No.
It's like, what the fuck, Smokey? If you streamed every day, and he's like, nah, then there wouldn't be any hype. You gotta get everyone to come out for that one time, that one random time, and then when they see you online, and then it builds even more FOMO, and then the next time you go online, you got 1,000 people, and you make $1,000. Or $2,000. Oh, I got knocked out. Ito 11 works, but we'll have to give your fam an extra 1%. Oh, because it's 10, because it's 10%. That makes sense. I never thought about it that way. See? This is why you're the marketing guy, Shaw.
The winds bring fortune.
My winds bring smell.
Your winds bring disease and fucking plague, bro.
Yeah, it's bad, bro. It's bad.
Oh, there was a starfish. Let's kill the starfish. Rest in peace, buddy. What the fuck would they do sea creatures, bro? So not nice.
Why would you fuck a sea creature?
No, that's something you would do.
No, that's what you said. Why would you do it? And I'm saying, well, it's a good time. That's probably why you would do it. Why fuck a goat? Well, hey, there's no one else around. They don't talk back. Right?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Changing it to Ito 11? Alright, sounds good. Thank you, Shaw. You're an abomination. I'll abominate you.
You definitely got ADHD.
What?
What?
Huh? Your mom said go, then I said okay, I'm not into that, and she was like, what? And I was like, I don't know, is it harder than chess? And she was like, what? And I was like, you know, go. And she was like, I don't understand. And I was like, go. And she was like, yeah, exactly, go. And that's when she pulled her panties off. But I was like, I don't understand what go and what go has to do with, you know. Like, apparently it's a good game, but I don't know. And then, you know, she just sat on my face so I couldn't talk anymore, and I was just like babbling away, ranting away. And, you know, next thing you know, it started raining.
Cats and dogs, huh?
Yeah, everywhere. Fucking everywhere.
Boss on me. Oh, there's a boss on me.
Wait, did you say there's a boss up there?
Yeah.
Coming.
Oh, like, no one.
You fucking
Oh, no,
piece
yeah.
of shit.
What can I say, yeah?
More trickery.
What can I say? TikTok is gay.
I'm dead. Oh god.
How did you die?
No, I was just frozen in place and I was being shot at, and I was like, well, I can't dodge out, so I just spam healed. Ooh, a humming pearl.
You know, if you watch Twitch for 2 hours, you can get this as your stash. You know that, right?
Wait, what?
You can get the clam as your, instead of your chest, it'll be a clam. If you watch Twitch for 2 hours.
Someone who has drops on?
Yeah.
Well, are you lagging like fuck, Smokey?
No.
Because I'm lagging like fuck.
That's because you're Canadian, bro. It's like you guys get like IRL lag, you know?
You got some of that IRL lag. Ooh, attuned wand. A motherfucking wand. Till that filth of tides. First derper fur. Skirp skirp burp burp.
Oh, you ain't smoked something before the stream?
You smoked something before the stream.
Bro, fucking always smoked one before the stream.
I smoked like 6 bowls before the stream, bro.
Of?
Cocaine.
Wow, coochie cane, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's like what your mom makes.
I like me a bit of coochie cane. All that damage right there, give me that regal a little bit.
Fuck you.
You don't deserve it, man.
Hey, I deserve your mom,
Stop
so
away from
that's
me,
it. Have we explored everywhere?
No, we need to find that mermaid who shows her tits, right?
Shit,
Right, here she
fuck
is.
yeah, let's
Here
do
she
that.
is, buddy.
The
There she
fucking
is,
tit
buddy.
motherfucker, let's go.
Oh,
Where are these
see it,
titties at?
Don't go in there yet. Don't go in there yet.
Where the fuck these
Oh,
titties
you
at?
piece of shit.
Where the
Right
fuck
there,
these
look.
titties at? Oh shit, bro. Straight up. They're
Bro
just
zoomed in.
they just fucking
Bro zoomed in,
they
bro,
just
that's
fucking
crazy.
went straight for it. They went straight for it. Those are some real fucking that is okay. Okay. That's some shit. I love it.
Watch my damage now, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You see that, right? That was crazy.
Yeah, look how fast I fucking died.
You died. Imagine dying like a retard.
You can get me up though. I believe it.
No, you gotta. I can't, like, 'cause you got water over you.
I'm a water. My eyes are gonna water. You better die on my behalf. I just want to see your tits, bro.
Why would you die if you want to see your tits? I don't understand.
Because I figured she'd stomp on my face. But apparently she's not interested in me.
My game just froze.
Yeah, I think that's server side. Ito 11 is live. Awesome, nice, epic, Shaw.
I don't know this bullshit again.
Stronger than the rest. Can you resist the urge to
What the
look?
fuck? I don't think
Wait.
it's supposed to be in that singing voice.
Wait, where is she? Why can't... Dude, she's facing the wrong direction. Wait. Yes, okay, there we go. Perfect.
Wow.
Fuck, she's like turning around. Fuck. Wait, okay, there, we got it. Money shot. Money shot right there, boys. Look at that. Oh, yeah.
This motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, look at them titties. Them titties, boys. Look at them titties. Wait, where'd she go? Fucking bitch.
Oh my god.
I just want to see your titties. I don't know, get the fuck out.
Can you breathe? Why does it do that every fucking time? It's so annoying. Wow.
Wow. What happened to this damage you were talking about, Smokey? Like, look how much damage I do. Look how much damage I do.
Oh shit. Oh. Fuck, I ain't reviving you.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Hitox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Oh yeah, suck me just like that. Do it again. Piece of shit. Alright, do your wave thing, come on.
Ow.
Smile at me.
Well, I could've literally revived you the whole time.
Forever.
You
Oh shit,
motherfuckers.
titties! I'm missing out on the titties.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Them titties!
Okay, frozen, that's cool.
It went all out, man. This is fucking epic. I love this act already. This is so amazing.
I don't even know you're dead.
I'm staring at tits. I don't give a fuck. That's all it took to stare at tits was to die. I'd kill myself right now.
I was drowned, what the...
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
This motherfucker.
Can you breathe?
Oh my god. Oh, bro, I can't revive you. It's impossible. Look at this bitch. Oh.
It's really funny watching you try, though. Of like, if it was me reviving you, I would just insta-revived you. But no, for some reason you have such a hard time reviving.
Oh my god.
Fuck!
The sea shall have you.
Fuck off this way. Die.
No, it's my XP!
Fuck your XP. Oh, I just got so much XP, bro. Oh my god.
Look at those titties,
Okay,
bro.
then I just need to pick up every item before I revive you. Okay, that makes sense.
Even in
Okay.
death, she still got some good titties. Look at that.
This piece of the weapon, it has writing on it.
The first example of precursor writing I've ever seen.
I recognize some of these symbols.
What? How?
When I was very young, but a boy and still
I don't know how this build works, man. Sweet.
Such a faded memory. I was...
I could probably carry you on my dead eye at level 10.
And symbols like these.
Yep,
decorated
probably.
a vivid book. I can almost hear her saying the words. What they mean.
Please, you must recall. What do they mean?
I'm not sure. I have to think on it.
Pussy.
Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Shut the fuck up and take the tote. Sound like an eel.
Why are you so mean to me, Smokey?
Because you take too long on PoE. Come on, let's go.
It'll take longer, you're gonna make me talk. Like, what? You're gonna do that if you could, you would, okay? I don't believe that.
Alright, I've been watching the Whitakers too much, buddy. They're taking over your life.
Oh god, I watch them every day, all day, since you introduced them. I replaced Asmongold with the Whitakers. Oh, such a difference in my life now.
Joy is up.
Peace and calm.
Joy is up. Apparently, right, I'm on 30,000 DPS, but I'm really not. Okay, now I'm on 10,000. Fuck, what are you doing? Going to sleep, motherfucker.
Waiting on you to say fucking go.
Well, I've been smoking the whole time, you retard.
Wait, what? That's not fair.
Alright, go. I just outed my joint though, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, bless up Canada for not having to identify yourself on porn sites.
Oh hell yeah! I ain't just go on a porn site, all willy nilly like.
Yep. Even the USA does it now, so you gotta go to Canada to do
all your
you know?
your good with the good and the bad without giving up your bad for the good with your gots. It's a good gat. They gat in your goat.
Don't know, you piece of shit. We need to return. So hurry up.
They goat your gat.
Hurry up.
They gat.
Where the fuck did you
They gat. They gat your goat. Go getting gatters. Gone getting geet. Geese grabs goat. Great Gerbils goochin'. Cameron gone. Giddling gopers. Good gat.
Oh my, what's that there? Beautiful.
Gat on. Gerbils goochum. Skirt clap zibbity zap rat doom.
You're doing it wrong.
I've an idea.
I don't know, I ain't as good as you.
I know I've got something around here.
It's herdity skirt burp, but it did derp derp warp. Wait, that's why I recognize this place. This is the city from PoE 1.
But I will take it as you intend.
Dude, this is the
This kindness
It's like the most least interesting thing you said the whole stream. Who cares about PoE 1 when you're playing PoE 2, motherfucker?
Cause this
guy's reminiscing about his skins and his wings and his in wherever the fuck.
The skirtimally duper dappers, doop and day dudes.
Scoobity skibbity scabbity fucking punch you in the faceity fucking.
Where the fuck is the hooded one?
Come on, you fucking spider. Like, why here, you retard? It literally says the hoodie one.
Where? Hoodie
right
one?
Outside, right here.
Oh, right. Hoodie one.
Oh, you said.
The hoodie one. The hoodie
one. The hoodie one. Yeah, the one who's gonna fucking steal your shit.
Quite remarkable, really.
I just killed you, Smokey.
Scoped out a good spot for us to base ourselves.
Bro, you always kill me, bro.
I know. Death to Smokies.
Even if I'm not dead, I'm dead on the inside, trust me.
You're a dead dopin'. Dopin'
Bro, I
dappers.
had 27 IQ when I joined your stream for the very first time. Now I have 15. That's crazy.
The power of reduction of IQ is a powerful thing.
That's the power of Joe Biden crashing into the fucking Twin Towers, fucking not flying forward but flying backwards in a fucking barrel roll.
He didn't even need.
Whatever the fuck
He didn't even need. Everyone thought it was Hunter Biden, but it was actually Joe Biden. He was just being so retarded because he's AFK as president.
That's what I meant. Yeah. Fuck Biden, whatever the fuck. The pedophile, right? That's the pedophile, right?
I don't know. They never went to court. It's all accusations.
Yeah, you know, Trump was Angelica Rosie's auntie sister, right?
I have no idea who that is. I don't know any of the stuff to do with any of that.
How the hell do you not know who that is, bro?
No idea.
You know Trump's son, right?
No.
Nothing to do with him.
I don't know who that is.
No,
I only know what Trump's wife's name is, which is Melania, because it's a boss in a game.
Elden Ring.
What's Elden Ring?
Your mom.
Oh.
She's like a big boss that appears on the screen and she tries to like kill you.
No interest?
Fucking imagery, goddamn.
You look like someone who'd, you know, dodge paying taxes and shit.
Oh, I don't pay taxes.
No, you don't?
No.
Exactly.
It
Fucking, I got a good fucking good eyes, bro. I don't need glasses, bro. I can see what's happening right in front of my face.
Come to me, bitch.
No, bro, I'm rolling a joint. I'm sure you will, you'll kill some enemies.
I am telling you right now I'm in combat, so if you come back and tell me that I didn't say you was in combat, I'm gonna fucking strangle you, okay?
Alright.
Alright. Wink wink, nudge nudge, I mean what?
Oh, that's really gay.
Oh wait, no, sorry, you're supposed to strangle me. Fuck, I got it backwards.
That's even gayer, bro. What the hell?
How is it even gayer? Two guys, it doesn't
it
matter.
sounds gay.
It's two guys strangling. I mean, does it like
It sounds gay regardless, you know, but
but saying strangle me is like say it sounds gayer?
I know if you're the one getting strangled, I think it's a bit more gayer, right?
If you're asking to get strangled, yeah, I think that's a little bit more gayer. It's gayer, more bitter.
Well, it's more like a Jeffrey Dahmer situation, you know? It's
a what?
A Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh.
You know Jeffrey Dahmer, right?
Yeah. The fuck is this shit?
Well done. So, what do you think? I love it. The Pierre
A walkie cannibal.
Oh, this is a new hideout, and I just okay. I understand. I understand what's going on now.
The front door.
You're the fucked up door, okay?
I'm that door that goes.
You're the door that hits the roof on one end and the floor on the other.
That's not very nice. Kind of places, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Places.
Where did you place me? What did you place me at?
I'll place you with your mom.
Bro, it looks like you got Down syndrome right now.
You have Down syndrome right now.
I do have Down syndrome.
Well, then you can understand why I sound like I have Down syndrome. Two minds think alike.
That's why I come to your stream, because it makes me feel better.
Ah. There's someone else out there who is smarter than me. Ah. So wonderful.
Sometimes I like to steal your stories and then give them to ChatGTP to make them better. Can you correct all the mistakes in the story? Well,
do you want to keep the original story? Like that's like 99%.
No, honestly, I think the whole story gets like changed like 90%. So much errors was in the story, bro. That's great.
This is my story. Fix it for me, ChatGPT. Wow, you're a terrible fucking writer. Fix the story yourself. Holy shit, this is bad.
I remember ChatGTP gave your story like a 5 that one time.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should have been a 3.
Yeah, it should have been a 2, but...
Okay. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll give you that.
The bowling got fucking so much fucking
crabs.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing.
You know he was a paratrooper, right?
Now we're getting somewhere.
Who?
We've got half a
Mr. Bourne.
Oh yeah, I know.
Scraps.
Or he was in the Navy or something, I don't know what exactly.
Well, he was in the Navy, but he did that kind of stuff. Because one of his
He went
stories
from
is...
doing SAS training, bro, to doing story time. That shit's crazy.
It's because he has PTSD.
Yeah.
Have you heard the story?
I heard the story about the one time, about the ghost story, right?
No, when he was parachuting, and basically what happens is you don't want to go over top of someone else because you'll cut their wind out, and he almost died because... and that's like the main thing for his like PTSD. That's the reason why he left the army, I'm pretty sure.
Good day.
No,
Where to?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the idea is like if you go over top of the other person, you lose the wind, and then it cuts out your parachute, and your parachute closes, and then.
When your mum went over the top of me, I lost my wind because it's just too much pressure.
Well, you know what they say, you can get into Valhalla, but not drowning in the loins of a woman, so...
He's a whoa, man.
Hey, does that work?
Even the storms cannot wash away what was done here. The place reeks of it.
Failed miserably.
You're a miserably miserable failed. Failure that miserably fails with failures.
Your mother is so fat that she can fit through the gates of Valhalla.
Ooh. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo, Smokey. Damn, never heard that one before.
You probably haven't, that's what you said there, right?
I haven't. I've literally never heard that one. That is brand new.
It's our original.
Wait, did this guy just say your mother?
He did. See? He knows exactly what.
Hold on, I gotta go back and read that again. Did he literally just say your mother, or am I imagining things?
You have been weighed and measured, and you have been found.
No, he definitely said your mother. Not my mother, but your mother.
Are unworthy, but fear not, for redemption is a grace which may be earned by the willing. Until then, the Empire shall be your father and your mother.
Okay, the Empire. So it's like, okay, that makes sense.
You always say that makes sense, but you really ain't got a clue what the fuck's going on.
Well, it's saying that basically the people that are the thing that's gonna raise you and teach you to act right is the Empire. So you're gonna be at the Empire's will.
Alright. What's next?
Your mom.
Damn, bro, that's crazy.
I know. She turned fast though. Too many dicks.
That made her fast? That's crazy. Was she slow or something?
What? No, like she turned fast because we offered her dicks.
Oh.
And she was like, oh, that, I'm sold.
What's that? Just an upgrade to a stamina, right?
You're a gray stamina.
Bro.
Can you stamina with grays? Like, does increasing your grays drain your stamina?
Increasing your gaze? I wouldn't know about that, buddy.
Or does, like, being more gay help you more?
That shot's so gay, you gotta be... I bet you I'm under 20%, no, under 30% gay.
Damn! 700... You're in denial, bro. You're in, like, pure fucking denial.
I'm that non-gay, right? It's minus
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
It only speaks the truth. And you are really gay, Smokey.
Oh, I'm not.
You're like so gay, it's almost like you don't want femboys because they're two girls.
Oh, look at that. Look at
1%. That's no, Smokey. That's cheating. You straight up.
Yeah, really
you cheated. For a second there, I was like, and then I was like, no, wait, he straight up cheated. There's no exclamation point gay. That wasn't Botrix that said it. You can't do that to your no, Smokey. You're
on screen right now. Everyone can see I'm 1% now.
No, that's a lie. Absolute motherfucking lie.
You boosted her up on
I will not.
Anyway.
I will not stand for this anti-gayness being gay in the gay of gays for gay
Don't
people.
Don't make me LGTV fucking
QIH VHC
no remote controller,
DHS DVD fucking motherfucking bullshit, okay?
LGHD TV, no controller.
Eats bullshit, suck dickwad, okay? Fuck.
Bro. Trans rights or no rights, right?
Scatterbrain Dundon did what?
Don Diddley, bro.
That's what I think about your skedaddle scoopins. Scoopin'
Don
skate,
Diddley
scattily, scoop scappin' skadle scons. With skadle skinily scapers. Skiddly scoop scappin' skadily scoop scapins. Scap, skip, scop, and scope. Scope, skip, scap, skippers. Skippily, scoop, scap, and scope scops.
Scientology are coming for you, bro.
The what?
Scientology are coming for you.
I don't know, man. I've died like 3 times on stream already. That's like 3 souls to go through. Everyone's kind of skeptical to jump back into the body.
You ain't got a soul.
Well, obviously, that's the reason why they're jumping in.
You like that anime, right? The one with the anime?
The one with the anime that does the thing with the what's-its? Does who's in whatsers goes it poops?
You like that anime, the one with the heroes? Who does the anime stuff?
Yeah, who wins with the Goopin Gops.
No, but because you're in it, they all lose.
Oh, so I'm Griffith. You're telling me I'm Griffith. Is that how it is? Is that how it is? I'm fucking Griffith. Are you shitting me?
In my story, you're a fucking beggar who fucking got 1 sock on his left foot and he got a hole in it so his big toes that's fucking poking through. You got fucking dirty bandies on. No, I got brown stuff on the backside.
You know what I was gonna say, Smokey, is I don't even have a sock. This is what I do. This is how I wear my socks. Hold on. See, here's this hole in my things. You know, like the thumb pieces for like the hand things. Well, I do it with my feet, and that's how I wear socks. With the hole in my fucking pajama pants. Oh fuck! I'm dead.
Foot on stream.
Fuck.
Shouldn't have showed your foot,
You shouldn't have showed your foot.
bro. Ain't my fault, bro. My foot's I got size 13 feet. I don't know how big that is.
What? No, I have size 6 feet. You fucking asshole.
How big is size 13? I don't know.
Like someone who's like 6'2".
No, I'm 6'4".
Yeah, so you should have like size 14 feet.
Size 13 UK in Canada.
Oh, there's a there's a difference.
The Canadian size 12.
Okay, that's still huge.
No, it's important to note that there can be slight variations between brands.
Yeah, I'm like a fucking 6 or a 7. My feet are tiny. It's the second exalted orb. Bitch. Take your mom's fucking shit and go home, bitch. I don't want her no more.
Skippity bobbity, go home, nobbity.
Ooh, that was really good. I love it. Keep practicing. So you know you'll be bit bopping, goop 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 gopping and gop gop gapping and go gopers. Keep gooping up. Ooh, I found something.
Go be bucks.
I'll be bucks your boopin' bop, beach bound.
I'll beat your
bomber boots.
Mother's bucks.
Boat bapping boot boppers. Bippling boopin' baps. Bap bip boom bam bam boom bam bam bim.
Next stream, I think you should get some rolling papers and roll some joints. Smoke a couple of joints.
I can ask my parents if they have any.
Yeah. I'll ask them right now.
It's fucking 3:52 in the morning.
Yeah, just go in the bedroom or something and say, yo, bitch, give me fucking...
Bitch, fucking parents, slut faces, give me my fucking rolly pads, okay?
They smoke too?
Of course they do. They're the ones who got me to smoke. Otherwise I'd never smoke weed.
My
The only people who are influential in my life that can make me do stuff are my parents.
It's only because I grew up around it, I do it, man. 100%.
Yeah, everyone else did it. I just didn't do it because I didn't care enough. Obviously not for me.
No, you did other things in the closet, brother. That's what you
Well, yeah, I was always in the closet with my my what?
You got locked in the closet by one of your siblings, and you fucking stayed in a long time.
17 years.
17 years in the closet.
Better than your mom's time in the closet.
What was the boss fight like?
I didn't fight a boss. I went to a new zone.
What I thought that's what happens when you
That's what happens when you die fast. I died.
Dying? Wow, you suck, bro. You don't.
I literally died the instant I said that. Like, my health went from like 100 to 0.
You should re-roll Deadeye.
You just want me to carry you. Even though I asked and you said I don't care.
I didn't say that. I said I really need your help, bro. Can you help me right now?
I even tried to
Look
clarify.
at the chat logs right now. Look at the chat logs.
I will, okay? Right now.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, I looked, and what do you know, Smokey? You're a liar.
No, you didn't. No, you
I
didn't
did.
even look, bro. Look
Oh my
again.
god, I would have died, but I leveled up.
Look again.
I really need help. Help me. Dude, you can't type it in now.
I didn't type her in now. That was like an hour ago.
No, that's a lie. It's still on screen.
Oh, I really need
Which
help.
means it's been less than 2 minutes.
Oh no, I keep
I
dying,
know how to
bro.
count time and do math, okay, Smokey? I'm not a bimbling, babbling, boom bammer like you who's boozling, bappling, boopling, bapeling around booper bappers with fake bappins. Boop, squap, and scoop scappers, skip scap, and scope skins.
Yiggle you. I yiggle you.
Yiggle you yin gob goobin, yoop yappin, yoop yippin, yoop yoppin, yop yapes.
Diggly you dang, diggly. Diggly bang bang.
Giggity.
Melamutang on your boo bang.
You're getting the hang of it now, Smokey. Just let that tongue.
Get the hang of the boo bang.
Let the
long
tongue do
bang.
the thing. So I learned how to, you know, click
I
clashing.
learned how to, you know, do Benablangater and stuff, you know.
Yeah. Gape gammas.
That's the only reason crocodiles have sharp teeth with no toothbrushes, because they do Benablangater. Did you know?
Yeah, I know, right?
That's crazy.
The way the world is, man, I would believe fucking anything.
We believe the Empire.
Well, you believe your stories are good, so.
Well, damn! Oh!
I can't hear you because your shitty $10 fucking mic is going crazy right now. You're using an earphone mic, right?
Wait, what?
You're using earphones, right? To speak through, right?
Shut the fuck up.
You fucking stingy bastard.
No, I don't. I use a Yeti, a blue Yeti.
The fuck is a blue Yeti, bro?
I don't want to move it.
Oh, will it break because it's fucking broken?
Shut the fuck up,
Smokey. You haven't even got a fucking, you haven't got a holder for his mic. He's dangling it from the roof. Fucking...
It's like, it's on one of those, you know, the things that you pull and then they go back. It's like on a thing. It's hanging from the ceiling, and I just have it like latched onto something, and then it's like I take the mic off and I put the mic down, but it's like it's hanging from the ceiling.
He's in a studio rapping, bro. It's hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah, it's hanging from the fucking ceiling. I mean, it might as well be hanging from the ceiling.
Hanging from the ceiling.
I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say after that, because that one doesn't work very well.
Yeah, don't say that.
Yeah, don't say that. That's a bad one. You can make all the sex jokes you want, just don't make those jokes.
Oh, buddy. Whoa. You've been watching too much Whitakers, mate. Too much Whitakers, mate. Fucking hell.
I love where your instant mind goes for that, instead of where it should go. So you're the one who's watching too much Whitakers.
Nah, bro, I only watched it 3 times today. What do you mean?
That's off stream. So 5 times in total from on stream. Because you went back and even afterwards, you went back and rewatched it again after I played
don't even
it.
got into that, bro. What do you mean?
While we were watching Mr. Ballin, you were rewatching the Whitakers.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
How'd you know?
Because I'm watching you right now.
Oh,
Roll that joint and take that drag with that pink lighter and those little. Oh,
Actually, it's purple. You would have said purple, then I would have.
You should not be wearing those in public, bro.
Sorry, I ain't in public. I'm in my home.
Yeah, but I can see you, which means it's public.
Well, no, not really.
Yeah, that's how it works.
If you could see me right now, you'd say, "Holy shit." That's what I'm saying.
Holy shit. There.
Yeah, because I got bigger muscles than anything you did see.
I'm not attracted to muscles, bitch.
No, I'm just saying. It's not. It's more. I'm attracted to the muscles.
Oh, you're attracted to your muscles because you're a.
Yeah.
You're a, what are those people called? Narcissist.
What does that mean with Squidward, bro? Let me find it.
Wait, what? Squidward? You don't know what narcissist means? You nepotism bastard?
You know that handsome Squidward, right?
No.
What? What do you mean, no?
That's SpongeBob shit, right?
You fucking piece of shit. How could you not watch
I don't do
SpongeBob?
that shit. I don't do that shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's too childish for me.
Get the fuck out of here.
I was like 16 when SpongeBob came out.
Nah, bro, I was like fucking 9 or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 7
Shows
years,
how old
bro.
you are, bro. You're
yeah, I'm fucking 34.
You'll be fucking walking in a Zimmer frame soon.
Ooh,
Like I saw my smoke from a
slay the prisoner.
Oh, I bet you don't kill him.
But I am your doom.
This guy is really, really hard, by the way.
Well, why is he dead?
Oh, look at that 900 damage. Nice. Not supposed to let him hit you, by the way. Whoa, 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 no mana. Whoa, no mana. What's he gonna do? Oh, you never died right there? That's crazy.
Not even a Zardo's best could kill
La la dee da da da.
I missed.
Wait, what?
Just wait until he turns into a starfish, bro.
Wait, what?
He turns into a huge starfish.
Well, I'm already out of mana.
You know what that means, right?
I will have vengeance.
You know what that means, right?
No.
It means you need mana.
Oh my god. You're a mana.
I am actually. And you're a woman.
Oh! How dare you out me?
A woman. You have your glasses on, right?
No.
Running scared.
Looks that way.
No, I don't have my glasses on. I don't wear glasses. What are you talking about? Why would an AI need to wear glasses, dude? I don't see anything. It's all an illusion. It's all fake. It's all in your head. Are you gonna come help me or not?
No, I'm watching you struggle. It's crazy.
Asshole!
It's actually fucking great. Hang on. Sat you on my joint, my fucking water, you know. Use the ballista.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Use the ballista, bitch.
What the fuck was that?
Press it. And you missed him. You fucking retard. As soon as he goes down on the floor and it says use a ballista.
Where does it say use the ballista?
Yeah, it comes on the screen.
This is bullshit.
Look, you scamming all your viewers, bro. Look, you lost all this shit, bro, because of you.
You should have come in here and helped me.
Nah, that was your struggle.
Damn it! Too soon.
Yeah.
Out of mana.
Oh. Damn, bro, that's crazy damage right now, bro.
I'm gonna die.
Bro, you about to make me square right now.
Need mana.
Pathetic.
Right, so on to concentration mode, chat. I'll take over for now. Concentration mode is when he stops talking. So right now he's using back skill. with Flame War to add more damage to his projectiles. But it looks like you got a mana problem. Oh, he's dead. GG.
Fuck you, Smokey. Okay, come in and help me kill this bitch. Yeah, that's right. Come and help me, bitch. I command you.
I need help.
No, I
Still rolling
don't.
a joint, man.
No, I
Rolling a
don't,
joint.
Smokey. I
I'm
don't
rolling
need
a
help for
3
anything. Okay, I can
I'm
do this on
rolling
my
a
own.
3-foot joint.
I'm gonna show you exactly how good I am at this game, okay?
You know when he falls on the floor, right? Run over to the police.
You're a fall on the floor whenever you want, okay?
Bro, it's kind of gay.
I know, that's the point. Why else would you fall on the floor?
For your mom?
Well, I mean, she does good work, but...
Thing is, I see your mum, right? She cleans the floors, and then I make them dirty on purpose just to see her crawl on the flooring.
Damn, man, that's harsh.
Alright, but it's the reality, right? You will burn! It's only what would happen in prison.
Out of mana. I must pull the lever.
I cannot die. I am eternal.
Need mana.
Ah, you're a fucking retard.
What the fuck? This is bullshit.
You know when you actually shooting with a ballista does damage to him, you know that, right?
Why did it? What the fuck? I don't understand.
Out of mana.
Oh.
Go on, say it. Go on.
Help me!
No, I don't want to help. Some things in life you need to accomplish on your own.
No, there aren't. You can be carried through everything in life.
You cannot wound me. I cannot die.
Depends how heavy you are.
And you think this will stop me? Death will be your mercy.
You would have killed him if you would have shot him with that ballista. You'd be such a retard. You'd done it too late.
You're only making me stronger.
Watch, you're gonna die already. Watch this. Ready? Yo, you gonna piss them off now, buddy?
Fuck you! What am I supposed to do?
Told you, you gonna piss them off. You need to kill him.
No, get in here and fucking help me, Smokey.
Don diddly fiddly fucking bomb jiggly, bro. Fucking. It's not allowed. Bro, I'm not as powerful as you.
What? This is some bullshit. Some fat ass fucking bullshit.
I won't let me inside because you already went into the boss fight. Fucking retard. Door here, bro. I'll help you. Bring him over to me. I'll use my bow and it will attack him. Yes, come to daddy. Oh, yeah. There you go. Use this. Oh yeah, we got damage right there. Oh yeah, we got damage right there. Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Diggly, diggly, diggly. Can he not attack you? Oh. Let me in. Let me in.
Okay, all you.
You wanna be alive though, right?
I don't give a fuck. At this point, like...
That's not very nice.
If I was actually trying to play the game, I could probably beat him. No problem. But playing the game is boring. Playing with Smokey is funner.
No, he just makes me do everything.
Yeah.
It's like I'm his little slave. He's
Exactly.
Like,
it's like playing like
find this gear for me. Oh,
like
can you buy
army
this gear for me? Oh,
soldiers.
can you buy this? Can you kill this boss for me? Oh, can you fucking do the whole campaign? Oh, can you?
Yeah, exactly. Can you carry me through everything in life?
I got a new character. I'm not even playing my own character because I'm willing to help a fucking dickhead friend.
Yeah, exactly. See, you know what's going on.
I cannot die.
Out of mana.
It's just shit.
You don't have what it takes.
You can't stop me.
A curse or a gift.
No mana.
You cannot wound
No,
me.
what is weak?
I cannot die. Centuries drowning.
Oh, we actually hit with the police though, wow.
No mana.
Your death was your
You know, you could aim without your glasses.
No mana.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
mistake.
It's because I was distracted by you. Here we go, look. Oh, I didn't get no XP. I did not get no XP.
Bitch, motherfucker, that's what you get for being a bitch. Pussy ass little bitch, motherfucker, you died. That's what you get for being a little pussy bitch, you dies. Get good, motherfucker, get good.
I'm gonna stop playing now.
Smokey's a piece of shit. I'm quitting the game, guys. He's making fun of me.
Yeah.
As a child, I was sent to live among the Asmeri with my brother and sister. But before that, I lived somewhere else. Somewhere with great works of stone and metal and glass. And a kind, smiling face. A woman's
I will
face.
fucking kill you.
I haven't thought about this in thousands of years. It's a mortal memory, faded to static.
Don't get distracted. Keep the thought in your mind. You must find the last piece. Now go. We will work on this.
Look for the last piece.
True, all last piece you, bitch. Let's go. Are we last piecing? Or are we piecing the last?
I don't know what we're doing, mate, to be honest. But
Are we peace lasting? I think we're peace lasting your mom.
Peace
like,
blasting your mum?
It's
What?
like spit roasting, but it's like double I want to say mercenary. That's not the word. What's the word for the position? What's the word? Starts with an M. Missionary. Yeah. It's like double missionary.
How can I be of it?
Hail. What can I do for you? I'll melt it down. Find a use.
Hurry up, or curry up.
I'll curry your mom up with ooh oil.
Farewell.
Alright.
And she'll go ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Those are the sounds your mom makes.
All those tabs, and you ain't got nothing in there. Alright, I'm gonna play music now because you're annoying.
Sure.
Annoying song, you still be more annoying.
Nyan cat. Nyan cat. Play Nyan cat.
You sniff hen cut? That's crazy.
What? Nyan. Nyan cat.
Please stop being a crackhead.
I can't help it. I'm going to bed, okay?
You fucking spinning me out.
I'm going to bed, okay?
Yay. Thank fuck for that.
We made it.
Okay, are you coming or not?
As you wish.
No, you said you were gone.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. Are you coming or not?
No, that's
What's
kind
your
of
step?
gay.
Yeah, so you're coming.
Weary
Okay.
here. The
So you need to make
kinfolk
sure to
are
give you enough room, you know.
No.
Easy access to.
Strange
I'm
labor
right, mate.
for such creatures.
No, you're not. You're not right in the head if you're not going for that offer.
Pull my fingernails out.
That's an instant
Fair
hole
fucking
right there,
play.
man. It's just like a free hole. Like, you would pass that up? Yeah, right. I doubt it.
Bro, listen. How many schmeckles to make you shut the fuck up?
27 schmeckles.
Shit, I only got 26.
Shit. That sucks. That really sucks. Life dealt you that one, right? Fucking hell, this thing's gonna kill me, whatever the fuck it is.
$2 Walmart coupon.
You're a $2 Walmart coupon.
This dry haired sock, and will you take this button? You know?
Oh, I see what you did there. Very clever.
My voltaxic canary.
I don't even know what I did to be
How
honest.
is it that you're running?
You did to me what? Your mom? Huh? Hey, what? It wasn't even there. Dude, I have an alibi, okay?
Shut the fuck up, bro. Before I make you shut the fuck up.
Did he just say tasting house sweat?
Evil closing in around us. Yet that sulfide
And now he's fucking ducks? And now he's fucking ducks? Guys, I'm not sure about this one.
Time, my sweetheart. Give it time. Your master, Nico.
Wait.
Wait.
Wait, what the fuck? You have a soundboard?
Shut your ass up.
You should have out of mana as your soundboard, and that should be like the shut the fuck up. There can't be crickets if I'm the only one talking. You're a cricket, motherfucker. Yeah, get your ass. Why aren't you helping me? What is this? I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die all because of you, Smokey. No! What are you doing? You're abusing the system. You're abusing the system. You're not allowed to do that. What are you doing? It's illegal. It's illegal. I'm gonna report you, Smokey. Yeah, see? Everyone else definitely agrees.
Oh, I mean, do it, man. Please. You'll take me away from here, bro.
Then it'll be therapeutic for you, because you won't be able to come to the street.
Back when slavery was favored.
It still is.
Be sold just to get away,
it still is, just we don't do it here. We go to other places and get other people to do it in other places. But we don't do it here.
Makes sense, though.
Oh, sorry. We try not to do it here. Like, some of it does happen here. You know, like that couple that bought 5 black kids to be slaves. But, you know, that's just... they just say it's just a one-off, right? You know. It's only the 5th time it's happened this year. It's only the 5th time this year. What about the black woman who brought, like, she was the, like UN, like, head of, like, slavery things, and she brought, like... someone over and it was like a slave in her house and she's black. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like that. Greater Jeweler's Orb! Greater Jeweler's Orb! Greater Jeweler's Orb!
Nice.
Instantly into Spark. Instantly, no questions asked. Nothing done about it. Instantly into Spark.
Wasted it, chat. You went and wasted it, chat. You know where you should have put that, right?
Yeah, into Spark. Shut the fuck up.
Up your bum, bro.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're bad. Your game lags because your computer's shit.
Oh, here we go. Mr. AMD crashes on loadout.
Yeah, no. Shut the fuck up. That's not how it works.
You see how I took that thing off the floor? You know what I took? That's crazy.
Yeah, I know what you took. You took your mom away from me. And I'm gonna be so mad. You won't even know. How dare you kidnap her and take her from me? I had so many things planned for her and us.
Exalted orb.
You're an exalted orb. I'll exalt your orb.
would, buddy.
Maybe I should get a new mana pot. You think so? I think I'm using like a level like 20 mana pot.
Then you don't go through your gear, bro.
No, I'm lazy as fuck. I figured, hey, I got Smokey to carry me. What do I need to do? I just AFK and be the streamer. I got the people that do my job for me.
I should be playing the game myself. No.
Yeah, no, you're out here because I'm manipulating you into being a good person. And I'm blackmailing you by saying, well, you're gonna be a little bitch if you don't do it. So.
No, I'll just go if I want.
Yeah, well, you think that, but that's the whole plan, you know.
Free will.
Is that you think you have free will, but I'm actually manipulating you. And the choices you're making are because I'm telling you.
You're actually go boss fight. Quick.
Hold on!
He's coming out.
No, fucking you no! This isn't fair. Let me in. You seeing this shit, bro? Wait, what happened to the starfish?
You must have missed it, man.
Oh man, I'm so bad.
That was a bit, that was ages ago. What the fuck? I know. Can read the. Bro's like, oh yeah, the Titanic sank. Oh yeah.
I moved everything around and I realized I could use the book and now I gotta pick it up again. And then I realized I don't even want to pick it up. You know what, Smokey? Shut the fuck up. I'm not doing what you tell me to do anymore. Okay, lead the way, Smokey. Oh, there we are. Gargantuan Mana Flask.
That's the one I just dropped because it was shit.
Wait, 185 mana? What the fuck? That's so trash. I need like a 600 mana.
Caged strength.
You're a beast pen. I'll pen your beast.
Bro, you're so fucking random.
Fuck, I have no mana.
Oh, it's an arrow surprise.
Shit, guys, I'm gonna die.
Why does that surprise me? I found the volcanic warrens. Is this where you need to go?
You're a warren of volcanism.
Okay, not how long it takes you to kill one boss, bro. Oh my, it's not even a boss either. That's crazy.
You know how long it takes me to get your mom to kill you? 32 years. I mean, what? She'll only agree to it in 8 years from now.
At least I got 5 years left, right?
Well, yeah, but it's like the Gomage. So the more years that advance, the more years it counts down. So it's actually half of that.
Not even listening to what you said. I got music played. So what did you say?
Your mom is fat, but that's okay because that's why I love her.
Okay, that's alright.
It's not healthy for her, but it's not healthy for me either. You know.
Not healthy for anyone in that situation.
Yeah, I know, right? But hey, you make do with what you got, and
yeah, fucking retard. And now he's hiding from the camera. Look, chat, he's scared. He don't want to face his fucking.
That's not true, Smokey. It's not true.
Please only cry if you're gonna use tears, bro. I don't want you to cry about tears, bro. Lightning resistance is crazy.
Oh man, thank you so much. Stabbed you in the back now that I don't need you anymore. Did you just yank my loot?
That wasn't your loot to begin with, I called the monster, motherfucker.
Yeah, but it's a free-for-all, which means all the loot is mine. Don't you know what free-for-all means?
Free-for-all means...
No, free-for-all means you're all free to give me the items.
No.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's what free-for-all stands for. So that's what I was taught my entire life. And only what I believe matters.
You ever just sit there sometimes and not say anything for like 2 minutes? You should try it.
No, because then you're a bad streamer if you do that.
No. You're a good streamer if you do that.
No. See, this is where you're gaslighting me, Smokey. I don't believe shit you say at all.
I think you're gaslighting yourself. Oh, did you die again? Oh my god.
Oh, he died. Smokey, shut the fuck up. You're such a bitch.
You suck.
You know what? You know what, Smokey? I'm gonna play this game till the end of the earth just so we can be together forever.
No, I'm right. I'm do mine now in a minute.
So he's like, alright, I'm out. Quit game. Fuck this. If you don't exit the game in the next 10 seconds, you're stuck with me for the rest of your life, Smokey.
Game's boring.
Game's boring. Did you just say that? Oh, shit.
You said it right. You told me to. Right? You told me to, right? I'm sure you told me to.
You could go back in the VOD, but I'm pretty sure you misinterpreted what I was saying.
No.
I don't think you... No. You definitely misinterpreted what the fuck I was saying. This is like, you're turning the argument against me in order to, like, fuck me over, right? This is clearly blackmail. 100% blackmail. Like, there's no question about it. There's nothing else there, but it's just pure fucking blackmail. I don't believe a single word you're gonna say, and the second you say it, I'm gonna say, hey, Smokey, look, I already killed them, okay? You can come back into the game now.
I'm on my ranger.
Wait, what? No, you're not. You're not online, bitch.
I'm loading up.
Oh, okay. 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 I see how it is. I see how it is, Smokey. Are you gonna accept my invite?
Yep. I haven't got no. Right there.
You turned that thing off, right?
What thing?
The thing that does the stuff.
What?
I don't want to thing stuff with you if you stuff things.
Finish that place you were in first.
What? I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good timing. The spirit is
I wouldn't just leave randomly after killing the fucking boss. That would be retarded.
Keep on him.
No, I was only joking. I'll go back when you're working.
Doesn't matter to me. I'm probably gonna call it in a bit here. I'm fucking tired. But I'll run you through just enough to kill myself and finish this ad break.
You won't die here, bro. It's just like level 10 monster. Huh?
Yeah, I can manage. Don't worry. I know. I'm the master of this, Smokey. You think I can't do this?
I doubt they'll even kill you. You died.
I wasn't actually going to. It took them like 20 seconds to get rid of my energy shield, and then my health went down to like 60, or like, it was like 80%, and then I just instantly died, and I was like, oh. I was gonna drop a pot. Yeah, my bad. Oops. Oopsies, daisies, doopin' dappin' dopper dings, dinger danger donger dins, dun dat, Dinder. Doop daps.
Up for another hunt, are you?
Soup and sappers sipping soda simultaneously slitting. Slurpees. Sleuths. Sleuth. 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 Salute. Salute. Salute.
The fuck?
I'm sorry, I fucking,
Oh, you was actually gonna say what you wanted to say then.
You're a slut?
That's right.
You're a salute? Wait. Why are you on your other character?
Huh?
Like, why are you on your other character?
You said you were jumping on.
No, you are on your other character.
No, I'm not.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, you're fucking freaking me out right now. What fucking timeline are you from?
Arabian Nights! You know, the TV show?
No, I don't know.
Well, that's where I get my inspiration from.
You remind me of like an episode of Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. Like, is it real or is it like which one is it? You know?
Oh, I'm definitely the fiction guy. But then again, you know what they say? Fiction is stranger than... Real life is stranger than fiction.
You know where else they say right?
Well, I'll put it in the pooper. Oh.
Stick your on the scooper and then put in your pooper.
Yeah. Scoop poop. You gotta poop while scooping. So scoop pooping, scoop scapping, scap scooping. You're gonna stop at the boss.
I don't know if I killed the boss in the last area or not.
So you're gonna stop?
No. You can stop if you want.
I'm not stopping till you stop.
But I'm stopping right now.
Okay, well bye.
Bye.
See ya. But you gotta log off first.
See ya, Freda.
Wait, Shaper?
Yeah, I'll log off and then come back on like offline, you know,
like in like 17 minutes?
No, like I'll just put myself as offline and come straight back on.
Sure, but then I'll see that you're offline.
Yeah, you won't be able to see I'm playing.
Yeah, but I'll know that you're playing because you're offline.
Oh no.
You see how this psychology works, Smokey? You can only have it one way. It's my way or the highway,
Sounds
son.
like a crackhead who got no crack.
Smokey, when I run out of crack, you'll fucking know. Okay?
Sounds like right.
Okay? You fucking know when I'm on crack, bro. Fucking no.
I will kill you.
I'm probably gonna peace though. Oh, it's 4:30. Oh, it's been a good day though. Thanks for.
From level 70 by the time we play tomorrow, right? Watch this.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, but
I got 3 hours of playtime, and I'ma fucking smash this show, man.
it's way more playtime than me, man. I got like an hour and 27 minutes playtime.
Well, to be honest, you don't know what you do off stream, so I guess you might have playtime off stream. You don't know, you know.
I mean, I sleep. I edit. I write. I
edit what?
Promote.
Your mementos.
The fucking stream. I gotta turn it into video. So I gotta do the let's plays. I gotta do the reacts. I gotta do the commentary. I gotta do stories. I gotta do stream highlight reels. I gotta do clips. I gotta go onto TikTok and promote myself and interact with the community. I gotta go onto YouTube, interact with the community. I gotta go onto Twitch and interact with the community. I gotta go onto Discord and interact with the community. I gotta go on to X, Twitter, and work with the community. I gotta go onto Rumble and I gotta work with the community. I'm up to 7 followers on Rumble. I gotta go on Road and Scribble Hub and Kindle and Goodreads. Oh my god, there is so much to do.
Sounds like someone complaining to me. That's all that sounds. Why don't you
Would
just do
someone who is complaining miss a day of work?
it? Yeah.
Fuck, I did yesterday. Or I guess today, actually. I slept all day.
Good, you can rest now, babe.
Well, yesterday I actually woke up like 3 a.m. ready to chill, and then you were like, "Oh, I'm
my fucking eye is exploding. Sorry, bye." I'm sorry that my eye exploding was so much for you. I'm pretty sure I blew a fucking...
I will pity you when you are on the floor crying, but other than that, I will not.
That's pretty much what I was.
I wasn't on stream, so I didn't get to see it.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just go back and watch how I'm freaking out because of how much it hurts. Because I blew my nose too hard, and I'm pretty sure I blew a fucking vein in the back of my eye.
It's silly, right?
But anyways, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. Fuck you, Smokey, as always. You guys are fucking amazing. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being yourselves. And next time I ask Smokey a question, I expect an answer. Okay? And when he comes back around and does this whole thing, I'm going to be like, I'm going to point back to it and be like, no, this is what you said. Right, Smokey?
I don't got a clue, or I don't got a clue.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Alright, guys. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Especially you, Smokey.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Alright, I'm out. Peace! Alright, guys, who we raiding today? Let's find him. Let's get him. Let's get it going. I fucking believe. Let's do it. Where are we at? Where are we going? What we want? And who's it at? And who's a Daisy Dupe and what's? And who's a what? Who's a what and what whoppers? Whop whop and whoop wappins? We're going here. Instantly sold. Alright, get ready, guys. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. A boom.